I'm thinking I wish we had more information on this mission. On Olgot Hun 3, and on Jin though. Especially since a lack of intel made our last mission together go awry. His smile was sad, like she was a child who didn't quite understand. Imagine what it's like right now, being one of the few Jedi Masters left in the whole galaxy and being given 2 sentences from someone in the Senate, handed down TLN of 3 intermediaries because it's a secret, with instructions on a mission that's highly important to the war effort. And you can't ask questions or dig deeper, you can only look around and choose from who's available, from who's still alive, and send them out with less intel than you both know they need. That's what keeps happening, that's what Ansho told me before he died. They are doing their best, but this is war, not a Jedi trial they can control. The longer the war goes on, the more Jedi die, and they have fewer and fewer options. Iskat swallowed down her thoughts on the war and how, if the people in charge had been willing to do something decisive, they might have already won. Little missions here and there were never going to turn the tide, they would only bleed the Jedi dry. This one slicer wasn't going to change everything. I can understand your point, she said instead, bland and careful. But with all the information in the Jedi archives, you'd think there would be more details about a moon than unpopulated. Is it an aquatic place? Is it cold? Is it a desert? Was it once occupied, and then something horrible happened? How are we supposed to find one person, who uses a code name and is clearly trying to hide, on an entire moon? Tuolon stood and walked to the viewport, looking out past the pilot and navigator and into the blazing glory of hyperspace. His gleaming black skin reflected the bluish swirls. We'll get there, and we'll figure it out. That's our job. It might take a day, or it might take a year. All we know is that it's important enough that they are willing to send Jedi they dearly need elsewhere. Then he gave her a smile, a real smile, showing, to her surprise, that his stark white teeth had been sharpened to points. And don't worry. I've done this a couple of times. Ansho taught me everything he knew. It's not as hard as it sounds. We get into orbit, we listen in on some frequencies, we identify big cities and small outposts and unsavory backwater bars. We find a likely place and put out word that we need a very special sort of slicer. Suggest that we have the credits to pay them. Throw out the bait, wait for the glabos to bite. Hat's a glabos. Tuolon sat down at the nearest table and poked at his datapad, turning it toward her to show a slime-covered fish shaped like a ribbon with whiskers and bulging eyes. She could feel him warming up to her. It's a kind of eel that lives in the cave systems on Ryloth. I had a brief mission there and had to learn how to fish. It was a good way to pass the time while waiting for my target to surface. That had Iskat's attention. She sat down across from him. Wait. So you've been to your home world? Is that where you changed your teeth? He briefly touched his thumb to one of their points like he wasn't quite used to it yet. Most beings can't fit in undercover on Ryloth, so I was the logical choice. After Ansho died, I was in a dark place, and it helped, having something else to focus on. It was interesting, being immersed in my home world's culture. I was the odd one out, most males of my age filed their teeth long ago. It's a rite of passage. Did you choose it, or did you have to do it to fit in correctly? She asked. It felt less like a choice and more like the chance to become myself, if that makes any sense. Like it was meant to be. He got a far-off look in his eyes. I'm definitely not a child anymore. Iskat was brimming with curiosity. As someone who had no information on her planet or her species, she was fascinated by the concept of Tuolon's return to the place of his birth. Did you like it your home world? He shrugged. It didn't feel like home. Everyone looked like me, but I almost felt like a fraud as I walked among them, like I would never be able to fit in. My commitment is to the Force, not to a job or a family or local politics, and it was hard to connect with the daily rituals of that kind of life. With every sip of Chilek liquor, I knew war was ravaging the galaxy beyond. And besides, I prefer the temple to the way my people live in underground caves on Rylith. He grinned, showing off his teeth. I had to pretend to like Glabos, but it was slimy and salty. Even our camp rations are better. Sony, sir, but I just checked the crate, one of the clones said, thumping the box he was sitting on. Nothing but Glabos stew for this mission. And Gungan shrimp paste, another added. Buckets of it. Tuolon chuckled. Then it's all for you, NIC. I'd rather have ration bars. The other clones laughed along with him, and Iskat began to see what she'd been missing all this time. Not only the excitement of missions and the chance to prove herself and help the galaxy, but camaraderie. Just laughing with someone. Sure, she laughed with Hizo every now and then, and the children made her laugh with their antics, but this was different. This made her feel like she belonged. She soon learned that the trip was going to be much longer than she'd expected, several days through hyperspace. Their ship had been chosen to accommodate such a journey, and it was a new curiosity, climbing into one of the bunks fit into the wall and sliding her door shut to create a little cocoon. She slept well enough, the ship purring along around her. Tuolon was just beneath her, she knew, and that gave the situation a strange intimacy. This boy, well, now man, that she'd admired ardently since their earliest days together, was finally talking to her, and he was just a meter away, maybe. If she moved, could he hear it? Likely not. She couldn't hear the clones moving in their own bunks all around. Whoever had built this ship had taken care to offer some privacy, thanks to soundproof materials. She woke in the darkness that first night cycle and slid her door open to look out into the cabin. There was a slight whirring sound, and she found an A3 astromech droid painted in green and indigo swiveling to focus on her. It beeped softly, and low lights glowed along the floor, showing her where the bathroom was. Thanks, but I'm good, she whispered. Just checking the time. In response, the droid played a whisper-soft melody, and she chuckled and slid her door shut again. Time to sleep, apparently. She soon grew accustomed to the rhythm of life on the ship. The ration bars, she learned, were pretty bland, and the protein paste was barely edible. There was a didgeridoo board in a corner, and the clones often played sabak. The astromech was called Jats because it seemed to like music more than most of its kind and would play songs that suited the present mood, or just pleasant background music as everyone relaxed. One of the clones, it turned out, loved novels, and he told Iskat she was free to borrow any of his holobooks, as long as he'd read them first. As time passed and everyone loosened up, she started to learn the names of the clones who had earned them. Spider and NIC she knew, but there were Rocco, Neku, Doc, Storm, Blue 22, and Whirl. The bibliophile was called Flip, thanks to the electronic sound of him advancing the pages of his holobooks. They'd given CT-0528 the nickname Last Man because he was the only one of her 15 clones who had survived Thule, which chafed at her pride. The missing clones had been replaced, and it troubled Iskat that she had no way to know who among their current company was original. She was starting to see the subtle differences in their voices and facial hair and mannerisms. She had thought the clones were all the same, but there were surprising differences. After breakfast the next morning, Tuolon asked Iskat if she wanted to spar, and even though there was nothing she wanted more in the entire galaxy, she was able to contain her excitement and act normal. They had to use tactical batons, since there wasn't enough room for lightsabers, not if the clones wanted to keep their extremities intact. Iskat quickly learned that her 2 years of intense study at the Jedi Temple had eclipsed whatever Tuolon had learned on his missions. The difference in their skill level was shocking, and she wasn't even trying her hardest. You've been practicing, Tuolon said, a little out of breath and rubbing a bruise on his arm. I've had a lot of spare time, she responded with a smile. Once he'd thawed a little, she and Tuolon fell into a routine of training together each day cycle. They began with meditation and calisthenics, then moved to sparring, where Iskat was now the one giving Tuolon pointers. Their conversations grew easier, and Iskat felt as if perhaps she couldn't be her whole self around Tuolon, but she could be a version of herself. It wasn't exactly dishonest, she was just omitting certain things, and in return, she got to talk with him, smile with him, laugh with him. He genuinely liked her, or at least, this part of her. Iskat marveled that she'd gone from the echoing chambers of the nearly empty Jedi temple to a cramped ship with 30 other people and yet felt like she had more freedom here and more room to grow. She began to wish the journey would never end. The excitement of a mission made her feel more alive than instructing the younglings back at the temple. Teaching was a valuable and necessary task, but Iskat knew that this was what she was meant to be doing, what the Force demanded of her. Her newfound sense of balance and peace was proof of it. She was meditating at Tuolon's side, timing her hearts to beat with his, when Jats played a merry song of beeps and the ship finally dropped out of hyperspace. Iskat's body felt the change, and she opened her eyes and stood to go look out the viewport for her first glance at Book.part 3. It was a small, dark sphere, swirled with emerald green and purple. She was very aware of Tuolon following her and standing behind her, much closer than he might have just a few days ago. There it is, Flip said from the pilot's chair. Wait, we are getting a... He pressed a button, and the whole ship crackled. Who's there? A deep, masculine voice rumbled. This is the chalice out of Chandrila, Flip said. State your business. Flip looked back to Captain Spider, then Tuolon. Tuolon stepped forward. We're just here to fuel up, he said. Iskat had never realized before what a bad liar he was. Wrong answer. The ship's systems exploded with blinking lights and alarms, and Jats's music switched off as he zoomed to the wall and plugged in, immediately. Screeching his own concern. Sir, we're targeted, Flip said, sounding nervous. By. He cleared his throat nervously. A lot of things. Long-range missiles, for example. You get one warning. The deep voice chuckled. If you don't want to be blown to smithereens, turn around and leave Book.part 3 for good. /22 In between the blinking lights, klaxons, and muttering clones, it was hard for Iskat to get a bearing on what was happening. She'd never been in this situation before, and she knew her best bet was just to get out of the way and let more experienced people do their jobs. Except, no one else was really stepping up with anything like confidence. Why are you targeting us? Tuolon asked, clearly worried. Because you're still here, and because you're lying about your intentions, the voice responded. What does that mean? A bored sigh. You're not here to fuel up. There is no fuel here. Even the most basic scan would tell you that. It's a virtually uninhabited moon of a garbage gas planet, and you passed right by Agaris. It's not much, but it's clearly better supplied than this old rock. If it's so poorly supplied, why are you there? And threatening people? The voice snorted. You sure do talk a lot for someone who should be turning tail and getting out of range. Tuolon clicked off the mic. Maybe we were approaching from the other side of the moon. Captain Spider nodded. Fair enough. If anyone's on the other side, they might have more sense. Okay, we're leaving, Tuolon said into the mic. Sorry to bother you. The only answer was the continuing blare of various alarms, but as far as Iskat could tell, no weapons had yet been deployed. Flip turned the ship around, and a few moments later, the cockpit went gloriously silent. Jats beeped a sigh. Iskat had never been happier to hear absolutely nothing at all. They flew toward the next planet and around the other side of it, as if hiding from the much smaller moon. But they stayed far enough out of orbit that no one on Agarus hailed them. "Let's wait here for half a day or so," Tuolon said, his leku glistening with nervous sweat. "Hopefully they'll forget us, and then they'll switch shifts, and maybe whoever shows up the next time won't be as unreasonable. At least we know not to say we're there for fuel next time," Iskat chimed in. He shot her an annoyed look. "Why else would anyone stop there?" "Because they are looking for a place to hide. It's the only obvious reason." "But then we look suspicious," he argued. "If they wouldn't help us when we supposedly just wanted to buy fuel, why would they be more welcoming if we admitted we were on the run?" "Because whoever we were talking to must also be hiding. Uninhabited moon, no known resources, it's all the place is good for." "He's clearly not a fool." Tuolon left the viewport and returned to the couch in the communal room. "Well, hopefully whoever we encounter on the opposite side of the moon will be easier to fool. We just need to get past their planetary defenses and land." With the ship floating freely, Iskat felt a new sense of impatience and malaise. She liked the idea of moving towards something, liked the hum of the engines and the calm of soldiers accustomed to the gentle routine of travel time. But now they were so close to their objective and forced to just wait. Iskat Akerus had never been good at waiting. She played a round of Holicious, barely winning, and making Whirl grunt and kick the table. She tried to read one of Flip's novels but kept getting stuck on the same paragraph. She thought about asking Tuolon to spar, but his energy was nervous and annoyed, and she didn't want to get on his bad side. He didn't like it when she beat him on a good day, which she usually did, and just now he'd know if she was going easy on him. No, better not to get in a fight with someone who was already internally conflicted. Now that she'd seen Tuolon in charge and uncertain how to proceed, Iskat couldn't help wondering what he would have done differently on Thule if he'd been the one making the decisions. When it was finally time to bed down, she lay in her bunk, practicing her breathing and thinking about what the next day might bring. Tuolon had told her stories of his missions on other planets, but this problem was new to him. Most planets were either so busy or so empty that it was easy to land a ship and get into position from there. But Olgot-Han 3 was a tiny moon, maybe too empty and lawless, and whoever was on the other side of the comms wanted to keep it that way. The next morning, Tuolon woke Iskat up from a sound sleep, knocking on the sliding door to her bunk. "This is no time to sleep in," he groused. "Grab a ration bar and come up to the cabin." Iskat hurriedly brushed her hair and got dressed before joining the rest of the crew. The clones sat around in chairs and on cargo boxes in their full armor, silent and restless. Flip brought the ship around the back of Agarus and approached Olgot-Han 3 from its dark side. Tuolon and Iskat stood in the cockpit with Captain Spider. Tuolon's sharpened teeth rasped as he ground them nervously together. As the ship edged closer, the little moon came into focus, its violet waters and dark green forests swirling prettily. "Almost there," Tuolon whispered. They were so much closer than they'd gotten the day before, and Iskat bit back her smile as they neared atmosphere. "Thought you could just sneak on in, huh?" The grumbly voice filled the cabin, and everyone within tensed. "Sony, we just need a place to lie low," Tuolon said, making his voice a little deeper than usual. "Nice try, but I know it's the same ship from 21 hours ago, and I know that you're the same guy and you're still bad at lying. So here's a truth for you. Just like yesterday, lights began blinking frantically and alarms sounded. Jats was already preemptively plugged into the wall via Scamplink, whirring and beeping as he tried to solve the problem of how not to get blown up. Go away for real this time, or you're going to learn how much I hate liars, the voice barked. Tuolon switched off the mic. Okay. Ideas? We can probably dodge whatever is incoming, Captain Spider began. Jats gave a distressed squeal, suggesting they could not, in fact, dodge whatever was incoming. Maybe we could sell this ship and get a new one. Blue 22 said, He was a bit of a shifted and probably would have enjoyed nothing more than to stroll around a used shipyard, looking for a good deal. No way. I'm not going back to the Jedi High Council with a different ship, Tuolon grumbled. Iskat watched a screen showing little red targeting excess that made her very uncomfortable, surface-to-air missiles, plasma cannons, and ships preparing to launch. We don't have long, she said thoughtfully. Then what do you propose we do? Tuolon shot back. Iskat stood and looked down at the dark little moon floating peacefully through the sparkling indigo like a jewel in deep water. He said he hates liars. So let's tell him the truth. Tuolon snorted. The truth? This is a stealth mission. We can't tell the whole planet our business. I don't think it's a whole planet. I think it's one cranky old guy on a moon. I think it's Jin though. What if he's with the separatists? Then we line up our hyperdrive and jump before he can hit us. We can do that, right? Jats beeped in the affirmative, proudly, Iskat thought. I expect you're coming up with your next tall tale, the grumbly voice said, maybe a little amused. So you've got one more chance. After that, I start shooting and my ships are airborne. And if you come back within orbit after that, I don't ask again. It's just a bunch of boom boom. Tuolon slammed his fist into the bulkhead. We have to get down there. We have to get that slicer. And we can't let this backwater bombardier stop, so let's go back to Coruscant and, no. Tuolon roared. No. We're not going back home empty-handed. Iskat was silent for a long moment, watching his face cycle from rage to hope to annoyance at a subpar idea and back to rage again. She'd never seen Tuolon lose control like that, never seen another Jedi show anything like the anger that was a constant struggle for her. She wondered, had he always been this way? How did he contain it? She'd always thought him an ideal Jedi, but maybe he wasn't as perfect as he seemed. Which only made her like him more. She should have held her tongue, but she couldn't. It's hard when you don't want to let your mission fail, but everything seems impossible, isn't it? The glare he gave her was momentarily full of something like hatred, a very UN Jedi-like hatred, but then he looked away, a little broken inside. Don't, Iskat. I have an idea. I don't want to hear it. I'm going to see if I can reach Coruscant. We need guidance from the Council. With Tuolon in the back, things were somehow more tense. The red lights flashing, the blaring alarms, the whoos and beeps of a worried A3 droid, the fidgeting clones waiting for someone in charge to do something decisive. Iskat glanced back and saw Tuolon huddled over his comlink, repeating the same insipid phrase again and again, trying to reach Coruscant. She'd admired him for nearly 2 decades, and this was a side of him she'd never seen before, desperate and failing. If only he would give her a chance. If only he would listen to her. But he was like everyone else. He'd seen her worst moments, the column, Geonosis, and Thule, and now he was scared of what she might do. Maybe that was why she did what she did next, because he'd looked at her with disgust and then refused to hear her. Maybe she had a self-destructive streak. Maybe she was just that certain that she was right. Maybe despite all of her training, she still didn't have self-control. Or maybe it was because the Force was nudging her in the right direction, because she felt something deep in her soul pushing her gently toward the answer. Whatever the reason, she checked that Tuolon was still in the back of the ship, wasting time on a comlink that couldn't possibly reach that far through the galaxy, and she stepped deeper into the cockpit and switched on the mic. We're here to rescue someone called Jin, though, she said. /23 Captain Spider slapped her hand away from the mic as Tuolon ran to the front of the ship. Tell me the mic wasn't on when you said that, Tuolon begged, eyes frantic. She held herself tall. Someone had to do something. If you've ruined this mission, you might have gotten us all killed, I swear. Iskat, as if on cue, all the red lights stopped flashing and the alarms stopped blaring. I wasn't aware Jin-tho needed rescuing. What do you want with Jin-tho? The voice asked, almost bemused. Iskat blinked innocently at Chuolon. He cursed under his breath and indicated with a sarcastic hand gesture that she should take the mic. She graciously didn't give him the smug smile she'd been waiting all her life to deploy. We're on a mission from some friends on Coruscant. Our intel suggests the separatists are attempting to forcibly recruit Jin-tho for some unsavory business. And what's your offer? She looked at Chuolon, confused. Offer? The separatists want Jin-tho. You want Jin-tho, whoever you are. What makes you the better choice? Iskat honestly wasn't sure how to answer that. Now it was her turn to gesture at the mic. Chuolon briefly closed his eyes before speaking. The separatists want to destroy the Republic, and they don't care who or what gets hurt in the process. We believe in the Republic and in the right of all beings to be represented fairly and have their rights protected. We can get Jin-tho to a safe place where they could do some real good, if they wanted to. Or, at the very least, disappear and be free of the aggressive attentions of the separatists. Especially, we understand, rogue elements of the banking clan. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the voice said, "Come on down to talk. I'm transmitting coordinates. But remember, I'm not without my defenses. We're here to help." Chuolon exhaled, visibly relieved. "We'll see about that." The comm went silent. After a few moments, Flip said, "We've received landing clearance and coordinates. Shall I take us down, sir?" Chuolon put a hand on the clone's shoulder. "Please. Everyone, buckle up." Iskat and Chuolon got in their harnesses, and she wanted to crow her triumph but knew that Chuolon was exactly the kind of person who would hate that. "Do you think that's really Jin-tho?" she asked. The voice. "It would make sense." Chuolon couldn't stop fidgeting, tapping his fingertips in turn nervously. "Otherwise, why would they care if we come into orbit? And why would our answer change anything? Do you think the weapons are real?" His head jerked around to stare at her. "What do you mean? You saw the moon? It's tiny. No resources. The kind of place you would only go if you were trying to hide out. And if you were there to hide, how and why would you bring a planetary defense system? There's nothing worth defending. Jin-tho must be a truly gifted slicer for the Republic toned them so badly. Maybe it's just a clever program. Maybe there aren't any weapons at all." He blinked at her, eyes sharpening. "Is that why you made that ridiculous, dangerous statement against mission orders and nearly got us killed? Because you suspected they were lying about blowing us up?" She gave a one-shoulder shrug. "Maybe. They kept TLN eating, but if they really had weapons, wouldn't they have at least let off a warning shot? Something in the Force nudged me in that direction. And it's not like you were winning them over with your answers. Sometimes you have to think outside the box. Just because it worked once doesn't mean it's a wise strategy," he reminded her. "I'm supposed to be in charge. We're supposed to be a team. You don't need to be sneaky. You wouldn't listen. Then maybe we're both to blame. I need to listen better, and you need to cooperate more." A brief flare of anger behind her eyes. "But I was right. Iskat, you were lucky." Funny how I'm always lucky when it's life or death, she thought, but didn't say. It was as if she was tapped into some sense Chuolon and the rest of the Jedi didn't have, like she knew things they didn't and had hunches that went against their staunch denials, and yet when she was proven correct, they didn't celebrate her. They just tried to shame her for it. The ship burned through Atmo and landed lightly in a valley of waving green grasses topped with nodding lavender flowers. Huge trees ringed the space, their white and grey trunks snaked with ivy. Nothing but the grasses moved, no animals, no people, no trading outpost like most little moons might offer. It's too quiet, Chualon said. If it's just Jintho here, you can't expect a welcome party. At least there aren't any visible plasma cannons. She makes a good point, Sir Captain Spider said. Not that I trust the situation. The ramp extended, and 20 clone troopers fanned out into the grasses, their blasters at the ready, while 8 stayed within as reinforcements. Iskat straightened her robes and took both of her lysabers in hand. Jats rolled to the edge of the ramp and twittered nervously. Hello. Chualon called, which Iskat thought was a little ridiculous. The voice on the comm had given them exact coordinates, which meant they were precisely where they'd been sent. If owner of the voice wasn't here, it was purposeful. All the hallooing in the world wasn't going to improve the situation. A deep fume noise echoed in Iskat's chest as a plasma shield rose in a large circle to surround both Jedi, their ship, and all the troopers. The clones looked around in concern, aiming their blasters into the grass. So Jintho doesn't want to get shot, Chualon whispered from beside Iskat, where they waited in defensive stances. She lit both of her green lysabers, and he followed suit. Something moved toward them in the grasses, swinging jerkily, but the movement wasn't natural. Every blaster pointed toward it. Iskat quickly realized it was the pointed face of a droid. Of course, that didn't mean it was friendly. Or harmless. Parting the long, green stalks, the droid newcomer appeared just outside the plasma shield, but it was a very strange droid indeed. Painted the dark green of the prairie surrounding them, it had the legs and head of a BL battle droid, but with 2 sets of arms. Its torso had been replaced with a glass sphere, behind which sat an Anzellan wearing a netwool cap. The Anzellan looked cozy inside the glass, with a plush chair and a bank of controls that resembled a ship's computer. Hello there, the deep, grumbly voice said from the droid's voice box. Iskat noted that the Anzellan's mouth moved far too quickly to be speaking basic, so the droid must have been translating for her. She was fairly certain the Anzellan was female, for all that the voice was deeply masculine. Greetings. Are you Jintho? Chualon asked. I'd be more interested in answering if there were fewer weapons leveled at me, the voice said as one of the droid arms gestured at the troopers. Chualon turned off his blade, and Iskat did the same with both of hers. At Captain Spider's gesture, the clone troopers held their blasters at a slightly less aggressive angle. That's better. Now, who is asking for Jintho? Chualon made a show of hooking his lysaber on his belt as he stepped toward the glowing dome. I am Chualon, you are a Jedi. Yes, we both are. We were sent by the Jedi Council on behalf of friends on Coruscant. Jintho's skills would greatly benefit the Republic. At the very least, we'd like to help them avoid being taken prisoner by the Separatists. We know the banking clan is looking for someone with skills of great value. And we've heard that Dooku is holding a grudge for a past betrayal. They are all hunting me, you mean? They call me Jintho, and I'd like to know how you found me. My leaders don't tell me their methods, they only communicate the importance of your value to our cause, and the desperation with which the Separatists are seeking you. We can get you to safety, at which point the Republic would like to negotiate for your services. You will always be free to leave, of course. But if you find this offer agreeable, we should hurry. If we were able to find the moon where you've been hiding. Jintho nodded. It's possible for anyone to find it. For a long moment, the Anzellan considered them, blinking her big eyes contemplatively. I have known a few Jedi in my time. A bit radical for my taste, but trustworthy, which is more than I can say of the banking clan. The droid shrugged with all 4 arms. Yes, yes. Let me go, Pack. The droid turned around and marched back into the grasses, arms SWMGMG. Can we help you to speed the process? Chuolon called. The droid waved 2 arms. No, I don't have much. Just wait there, you don't want to go running around this moon. It's hungry. Chuolon and Iskat shared a look of frustration. They were trapped in a plasma dome, waiting for a mysterious stranger to pack whatever that meant. It was obvious that the baggage Jindho brought along would have to fit on the ship, along with everyone already visible, but Iskat definitely hadn't expected to be kept waiting like this. And what did that mean? The moon was hungry. Stay ready, Captain Spider called, sounding just as impatient as Iskat felt. The 20 troopers on the ground looked around nervously, unsure from which direction danger might come. The shield included their ship, but they needed to be ready for whatever happened next. The meeting had gone well, supposedly, but there was still a chance this character wasn't Jindho or wasn't telling the truth. They couldn't relax, but they couldn't leave. Behind the protective wall of the clones and with the ship at her back, Iskat put away her lightsabers and knelt, putting a hand to the damp ground. She reached out in the Force, feeling the rippling dance of the grass, the steady waving of the trees, the green shoots at the tips of each vine, the possibility in the rich, black soil. She could feel tiny bugs, busy worms, burrowing mammals, and some very aggressive underground turtles. Smiling, she sat and clutched her amulet, reaching further with the Force. This moon, although small, thrummed with life. It was a wild, peaceful place, and, there, something big was moving toward her. Stalking her. She could feel its hunger, its feet pounding like drumbeats. She hurriedly stood back up. Does anyone else feel that? Chuolon knelt and put down a hand, frowning. Something is coming. Iskat closed her eyes and reached out in the Force. Step away from the shield, she cried to the clones. Weapons up. The clones, standing between the Jedi and the shield, followed directions perfectly, taking one step back and raising their blasters. Chuolon hurried to her side. What can you sense? A predator. A big one. It's curious. Unafraid. And hungry. So that's what Jindho had meant. The thumping grew closer, and a powerful odor washed over them, musky and dark and rich. The grasses began to wave on the opposite side of the dome from where Jindho had disappeared. There. Iskat called, pointing. The clones spun, weapons up, and Iskat and Chuolon ignited their lightsabers. Do you think this shield will repel animals? She asked him. No idea, but we're about to find out. Should we fire? Captain Spider asked. Before Chuolon could answer, Iskat darted forward, swinging her lightsabers as a giant shape galloped out of the grass, and right through the shield. Her upswing caught it in the wide, scaly neck, and it tumbled sideways, muscular legs churning. It was reptilian, rippling with violet and green stripes that looked like dappled shadow and a wide, stout body as tall as her shoulders with a sort of frilled shell on its back. Its long tail thrashed, and its 4 stubby legs flailed as it tried to stand even as thick, violet blood gushed from its wound. After watching it snarl and struggle for a moment, she slashed its soft belly open, releasing a terrific stench. Did you have to do that? Chuolon held the sleeve of his robe over his nose. It was that, or wait around and ask it whether it was still hungry, she snapped. Judging by the surprise turning to determination on his face, he also felt the thumping gallop of another beast approaching, and they both turned as one toward the next ripple slicing through the grasses. They didn't speak this time. Chuolon did a running leap, slashing at the beast's eyes as he somersaulted over it, while Iskat swung low with both sabers and took off Alag. They both knew better than to aim for the belly again. This creature's digestion was foul. How many more of these things do we have to kill? Chuolon asked. Hopefully, none. They turned to find Jindho in her droid, waddling out of the grasses, tugging along a repulsor sled mounted with crates. Thraxos, the Anzelin muttered. Useless things. The giant birds that preyed upon them died out, and now they just gallop around, eating everything in sight, including each other. Lost a perfectly good scout droid to a pair of M. Captain Spider directed his troopers to pull the crates onto the ship, and Tualon and Iscat came last, watching the grass for any more approaching Thraxos. Far off across the prairie they could see more ripples and dark green shells headed in their direction, and they hurried onto the ship with their lightsabers ignited as the ramp shut all too slowly. The ship rose, and something thumped against the metal outside, making it wobble. They can jump higher than you think, Jinzo said, piloting her droid to the couch. Iscat and Tualon took seats nearby, and Tualon asked, "So how did you end up here?" The droid gestured as Jinzo talked, the forearms programmed to move more gracefully than any battle droid they'd faced in combat. "I was on the run from Hutts with a damaged ship and managed to limp here, but there's a reason it's uninhabited. There are no sentient beings, no settlements, no supplies, no parts. No fuel. I set up the fake defense system to scare off anyone who thought about landing because I wanted to continue not being found. Modified the droid's voice to sound scarier and more masculine and got to enjoying it." The Anzelin gestured, and one of the droid arms pointed at the ship's cockpit. "The moment you came into my airspace, I saw the Republic signature. You need better slices. Maybe you can help fix that," Iscat said. A four-armed shrug. "Perhaps. If you knew we were with the Republic, why did you threaten to shoot us down?" Tualon asked. The Anzelin laughed, a high-pitched sound made strange by the glass bubble in which she sat and the deep voice of her translator module. "Just because I know where your ship is from doesn't mean I know if I can trust you. The first thing you did was lie to me. So the first thing I did was put some pressure on you." The droid hooked a thumb to point at Iscat. "You're lucky the Karian here is honest." Iscat's heart stuttered. "What did you just call me?" she asked. //24 Jinzo's deceptively sleepy, long-lashed eyes blinked. "A Karian? That's where you're from, isn't it?" "Kari." The tiny slicer now had Iscat's total attention. Tualon could have been vaporized right beside her and she wouldn't even have noticed. "I don't know where I'm from. I was given to the Jedi as a baby. There is no record of my home planet or species, and I've never seen anyone else like me." Jinzo nodded vigorously. "Kari is a planet in wild space." She tapped her whiskery head. "When I was a much younger being, I was a xenoanthropologist. Specialized in studying the cultures of uncontacted planets. They are clannish on Kari, haven't achieved spaceflight and don't want to, so when a ship shows up, it's a big deal." "How'd you find it?" Iscat asked. "It's not listed in the Jedi archives." "Oh, xenoanthropologists talk." Jinzo laughed, a deep belly laugh. "I asked an old professor about the most unusual cultures she'd visited, and they made the list, so I had to go see them for myself. Fascinating people. Most folk at least want the option of space flight, but the Karians would probably put a cage around their planet if they could. No ports, no comms, no electricity. Don't speak basic and don't have a reason to. They only allowed my professor to land because she was Devaronian and they felt some kinship with her, and they only allowed me there because they thought I was a baby. So you've never been home to visit, eh?" Iscat looked away. "The Jedi Temple is the only home I've ever known." Probably not missing much, unless you really love tea and the scent of wet Kochukka wool. Quiet, slow place. Not even enough resources to tempt the Commerce Guild. No tech at all. Back then, I was endlessly curious. Now I'd just get bored. It'll be good to be in a modern place again, I suppose." "How'd you get into slicing?" Tualon asked. "It seems a broad leap, from anthropology to scramble keys. Jintho got a faraway look in her eyes. I've been many things, but I get bored easily. Started with xenoanthropology, did some archaeology and collecting, worked briefly for an Ithorian on Beitu before I got involved with the droid depot there. Eventually moved on to a droid shop with my brother to learn the ropes and rebuild this BL, and naturally started to pick up slicing. It's definitely the most exciting. She looked around the ship. But it does tend to get one in deep water. As the ship settled into hyperspace, Iskat asked Jintho how to spell the planet's name and excused herself to go to her bunk. She pulled out her tablet and searched for Kari, but there was almost no information whatsoever, just as Jintho had told her. A strategically useless planet in wild space, a fiercely clannish people who resisted technology, and that was it. She pulled up a star map and mentally plotted a course, which was a challenge in itself. If Jedi were going to deny her access to their records and continually remind her that the past wasn't important, then maybe Iskat would find a way to go back to the planet where both she and Fura had been born and learn the truth on her own terms. There had to be something important about the Lysaber, and it had to be connected to Fura. Why else would Master V, Utham model Jedi, have defied the tenets of the Jedi Code to keep it in her possession, and hide it? Why else would she have addressed Fura with her final words instead of speaking to her actual Padawan? The journey back to Coruscant was otherwise uneventful. Jintho was quiet and, although not unfriendly, not an extrovert. Iskat had hoped that her success with getting the slicer on board would win Tualon over, but he was more annoyed with her than ever, and the one time she asked him if he wanted to spar, he just shook his head and left for his bunk. Some would call what you did insubordination, Whirl muttered. The higher-ups tend to frown upon it. Someone had to do something, Iskat muttered back. He lifted an insouciant shoulder. Glad the job's done. Also glad I'm not in your shoes. As the ship landed at the Jedi Temple, Tualon finally gave her his attention. I do the reporting, he told her sternly. Believe me when I tell you it's best for us both. She nodded. It was the only option. As the troopers disembarked, already unloading their crates of equipment and likely preparing for their next mission, Iskat followed Tualon and Jintho down the ramp. Master Windu and Yoda were waiting. I hope your journey was comfortable, Mace said with formality. Better than that murder moon, Jintho admitted. And better than dealing with Dooku again. Now, Master Jedi, tell me what you're offering for my services. Yoda chuckled as he led Jintho away, the battle droid standing out in its garish jungle green against the stately backdrop of the temple, and Mace looked at Tualon and Iskat in turn. Congratulations on a successful mission. He almost smiled, but not quite. Did you encounter any issues while you were out of comm range? Iskat held her tongue and waited to hear what Tualon would say. Jintho was reluctant at first. It appeared as if our ship was under fire by a planetary defense system, but that was merely a test. Once we had established our purpose, she joined us readily. We fought two beasts on the planet's surface, but Iskat and I had no problem defending the perimeter. No casualties or injuries to report. Mace nodded and looked to Iskat. Is that an accurate assessment? Yes, it was. It wasn't the whole truth, not by a long shot, but it wasn't a lie, either. A messy bit of truth can so easily be obfuscated by the word we. Yes, Master. We, her eyes flicked to Tualon's, have high hopes that Jintho will join our cause. Excellent. I'm pleased you two were able to work together to accomplish your goal. Tualon, your leadership continues to progress. And Iskat, this reflects well on the work you've done with Masters Uame and Kulfin. I'm glad to see you back in the field. You two get some rest. We'll have a new assignment for you soon. Mace left them, and Tualon visibly deflated with relief. He turned to Iskat, his eyes sharp. That's the story. Don't elaborate further. We did it. Got it? She nodded, hating the way that he was both taking credit for her gamble and trying to make her feel shame for deferring him. Why did her every triumph get snatched away? Was she doomed to exactly this sort of situation? Tuolon, in charge and doubting her, and Iskat, doing what needed to be done when he couldn't and being blamed only when something went wrong. Was this the best she could hope for as a Jedi during this unending war? She spun on her heel and left for her quarters. Much like when she'd returned from Thule years ago, the Jedi Temple seemed to press all around her, soaring high overhead and reaching deep underground, a heavy sort of cage. She'd enjoyed being in hyperspace, had relished the way the wet, wild ground of Olgot Hun 3 felt under her palm. When she'd reached into the Force there, she'd felt a fierce burst of deliciously vibrant life, so different from the layers of metal structures and lack of green things on Coruscant. For a big place, the temple suddenly seemed small and claustrophobic. She longed to be back out in the field, on the way to some new challenge, but she now understood that patience was the only way forward. Committing herself to finding her calm nonetheless, she bathed and changed into new robes, taking a quick nap to refresh herself after the journey. When she woke up, she went to find fresher food than they'd enjoyed on the shuttle. Much to her surprise, she saw Master Windu sitting alone at a table, sipping steaming tea from a clay mug as he read through a datapad. For all that the senior Jedi took their turns teaching the younglings, Iskat could remember very few one-on-one interactions with the formidable master, and she found him beyond intimidating. Mace rarely laughed, unlike the jovial Yoda. He had always seemed so stern. Still, she was a Jedi Knight now, and he had complimented her work on the last mission, even if he hadn't known she was the one who'd ultimately won Jindo's thrust. Master Windu, she asked softly as she approached his table. Mace looked up, his gaze sharpening as he realized who was addressing him. Iskat. I'd like to ask you a question, if I may. If I'm not interrupting. He swept a hand to the nearest chair, but she couldn't sit, she was too nervous. Master, now that I'm a Jedi Knight and approved for missions, might I take a few days to pursue some personal business? He leaned back, crossing his arms and tilting his head in a way that felt like a dare. What kind of personal business? Luckily, Iskat had thought this through. Before she passed, Master Semba was very excited to visit a trader named Gamodar on Barleth. Apparently he had an important artifact for her. I'd like to finish this last piece of business on her behalf. It feels like an appropriate tribute to our work together. Mace blinked. It felt like he saw TLN off to her soul, and Iskat was in no way comfortable with that. She put up her shields, as she always had, so that he wouldn't be able to look too deep. Iskat, it's been years since Semba passed, and we are in the midst of a war. As you know, as you have witnessed, we are losing more and more Jedi every day, and we are a limited population with limited resources. Your skills are needed, desperately. He looked down like he was disappointed in her. Although your motive is admirable, we do not have time for artifact hunting when lives are on the line. But what if now? He sat up and steepled his hands. Duty comes first, and we must all put aside our scholarly pursuits and work toward a more peaceful time. She resisted the impulse to let her head hang. Yes, Master. She almost turned and walked away then, but she couldn't help herself. She had to ask. One more question, Master. Have you ever known a Jedi who looked like me, possibly named Fura? Mace didn't gasp or betray any sort of emotion, but she felt his attention sharpen as if he'd just discovered a new defect that would need to be monitored. Many Jedi have passed through these halls, Iskat. My responsibilities often keep me from meeting them all personally, unless they gain my particular attention through constant difficulties. Rather than dwell on the past, you would do well to focus on your present, on the duty before you, and trust in the Force. It was infuriating, yet again being spoken to like a forgetful child, but Iskat was aware how carefully Mace would be watching her reaction to gauge whether she could still be trusted on missions. "Yes, Master. You're right. Thank you for reminding me." With a nod of respect, she left, grabbing some fruit to take with her. If she tried to eat in the same room with Mace right now, she was quite certain she'd choke. The irony of it all was that if they would just tell her the truth, she wouldn't have to keep asking. The curiosity was killing her. It was such a simple question, what happened to a specific Jedi, and yet it was clear the answer was being purposefully hidden. Or possibly erased. If it was merely unimportant, what would be the harm in telling her? To Iskat, their reticence made it seem as if something unsavory had happened. Telling someone not to ask a question never made them stop asking that question. It only made the question bother them more. Was Master Windu so out of touch with the nature of sentient beings that he'd managed to forget about that? Iskat had considered telling Mace about her dream, but something had stopped her at the last moment. Maybe Mace doubted her decision-making and ability to follow orders, but she didn't need him questioning her relationship with the Force and what it showed her. She was competent, maybe even more competent than her peers, and it was exhausting being constantly doubted by those around her. She wasn't even aware of where her feet were leading her until she was outside in the gardens and entering what she'd come to think of as her private sanctuary. Hezo was there with yet another mouse droid. There were so many, patiently sorting through its wires while murmuring to it in Mandabar. When he heard Iskat's boots on the stone tiles, he looked up and smiled. "You've been gone a while." "I was on a mission." "And were you successful?" She flopped onto the bench. "Yes and no. My superior." How she hated thinking about Tualon that way, especially now. "Nearly doomed the mission, so I stepped in and solved the problem. And I was successful, but now he's taking credit for it while shaming me for taking a risk. It's the worst of both worlds." Hezo cocked his head. "Doesn't seem like the Jedi way, taking credit for someone else's work." "Well, he isn't, really. Not in a way I could ever prove, and not that Master Windu would even listen. He keeps saying we did it, which I suppose we did, but it was mostly me. And it sounds like we're going to be sent on more missions together because we did so well. And..." She sighed. "I'm not as excited about that as I was before." "Is that why you're so upset?" "I can smell it from here." Her head jerked up. "You can smell it?" A shrug. "I can smell strong emotions, sure. Most sentient beings pump out pheromones. You're angry. But you're also ashamed." Iskat hadn't planned on talking about her recent conversation with Master Windu, but now it all came pouring out. "I found out what planet I am from, and I asked Master Windu if I could have some time off and planned to go there, but I just got another lecture. Jedi don't ask questions, Jedi don't look to the past. It feels like they are hiding something from me, something big. Like they are covering something up. I feel like I'll need to know the truth or I'll never rest. For my own peace of mind, and to find peace with my dead master." It was important to her. "I can't just let it go. She would have wanted me to figure it out. But at least you finally know the name of your home world. That's something, right?" Iskat lay on her back on the bench, staring up at the busy skylands through the dappled leaves. "The name of a planet isn't much. I need to know if Fura is actually related to me, what she meant to Master V, why she left the Jedi, or if she was kicked out or failed the trials." She closed her eyes. "I didn't really like Semba. It's hard to say, but it's true. We just didn't understand each other. But when she died, she left me with so many questions and no one to answer them. Sometimes I feel like I'm rudderless. Drifting. Drifting's not so bad. I drifted for a while, until I found what I was meant to do. But Jedi are not supposed to drift. We have a calling. We have a mission. I was raised here, but I still don't feel like I fit in. So many different species, so why do I feel like the odd one out? Like everyone can access peace except for me. It's the same force that flows through us all, and I'm the only one who struggles against the current. Hizo put the mouse droid down gently, and it rolled in a circle and beeped cheerfully at him as if in thanks. He patted it. I don't claim to know as much as a Jedi, but I know it's probably better to be yourself and recognize your uniqueness than pretend to be someone you're not. Like trying to wear a jacket that's too small every day of your life. Seems like it would bruise a soul, to feel that way. So what then? She asked, sitting up. All I can do is, keep trying to squeeze into the jacket. I'm a Jedi. I can't just leave. Hizo shrugged. You can do magic. You can influence people. You can fight. You can kill. He looked up at her, grinning. Seems to me like you can't do anything you want. After her chat with Hizo in the garden, Iskat's thoughts and feelings ran riot. What if leaving the Jedi was her choice instead of an embarrassing decision by the High Council after too many, as Master Windu put it, difficulties? What could she be, if not a Jedi? Her whole life, she'd tried so hard to be the best Jedi she could be, to run faster and fight with more accuracy and please her master to make up for her many supposed weaknesses, but what had it brought her? All her diligent work had not resulted in any satisfaction. And Hizo was right, it did bruise her soul. It squeezed her heart like a fist. And she didn't even have the hope Tuolon's presence used to bring, not anymore. Now that he'd shown his true colors, and UN Jedi-like colors they were, her feelings for him had cooled. When it had come down to the decisive moment, Tuolon admitting his own fault or borrowing Iskat's success to maintain his standing, he had chosen himself. He wasn't the ideal Jedi she'd always believed him to be. Now that she was back in the temple and awaiting further orders, she continued her old habits, rising at dawn each morning to meditate with Master Uame and practicing Lysaber forms with Master Kulfin in the evenings when he wasn't on a mission. One night at the end of their session, after she'd disarmed Master Kulfin in under a minute while sparring with training blades, the elder Jedi took a heaving breath and shook his head. It would appear the student has outpaced the teacher. Semba would be proud. Would she, Master? Iskat deactivated her blades and went to collect Kulfin's fallen ones. She preferred artifacts to Lysabers. She mainly taught me forms, and we never sparred. I always wished she would teach me more about fighting, but she seemed to actively avoid it. A lover of peace Semba was. Always happiest with her texts and artifacts, he agreed with a fond smile. But I'm certain she would be proud of your dedication and tenacity. Her greatest concern was that you had trouble concentrating and could be easily led astray, but it would appear that when you put your mind to something, you have an uncanny ability to absorb and use new information. Iskat held out his training blades, and he took them and looked down at them. I'm too old to take such a beating. That's enough for one day. Iskat turned to take her training sabers back to the rack when she felt a small shift in the force. She spun, blades up, in time to catch Kulfin's downswing. Thus began a faster, more aggressive session, with the plump Arskagian moving with the grace and power of a much younger being as he jabbed and slashed and even flipped. Iskat grinned and let herself fall into the dance of the duel. Much to her surprise, this time, Kulfin managed to disarm her and send her sprawling on the floor. Master, you've been holding back, she said as he held out a hand to help her up. Do not forget that the Force is a fathomless well, he reminded her. Old and squat I may be, but I, too, have my tenacity. Never discount your opponent. They may yet surprise you. In that last bout, he'd used moves she'd never seen, moves he'd never taught her. She would add those to her repertoire and ask for more. It occurred to her that she'd never known Master Culfin to be deceptive, but he'd purposefully lied to her right before attacking her. Not only that, but in 2 years of training her, he'd withheld the moves he'd used against her. She'd only ever really seen him as a steady and uncreative elder who'd regurgitate the Jedi tenets at a moment's notice, but perhaps under that placid facade, there was something more. For the first time, Iskat wondered how different her life might have been if Culfin had been her master instead of Semba. Iskat wrapped her fingers around her blue stone amulet, remembering the day Semba had placed its chain over her head. She hadn't taken it off Smus. When you have trouble with self-control, sometimes it helps to have a physical focal point, Semba had said. This amulet will help you center yourself when all else fails. If you meditate with it, you will find it easier to recall your inner serenity. At the time, Iskat had seen it as a gift, as something beautiful and special. Now she wondered if perhaps Semba had outsourced a part of her training to the stone, giving Iskat something to connect with and lean into when Semba hadn't really been there for her. She also wondered where the stone had come from, especially now that she knew Semba had kept the Lysaba a secret. Had the pendant perhaps been one of the many artifacts for which her master had haggled on some faraway planet? But no, surely not. Iskat wore it openly, and no other master had ever questioned it. She had been pouring herself into this stone for years, exactly as Semba had taught her, and yet she didn't feel like she'd truly made the connection her master had hoped for her. Well, unless she was fighting. Then she felt it. But not through the stone. Through violence. It was all so confusing. She was learning more from Culfin than she'd ever learned from Semba, and what was more, she was learning that the Force, for her, worked best not through peace, but through ferocity. Something about that didn't sit right. Each time she took her place to meditate in the garden, Iskat actively sought answers in the Force. For the first time in her life, she tried desperately. Like an injured animal at the riverside, she kept drinking deep, hoping healing and serenity would follow. They didn't. She only felt more anxious. The only conclusion she reached was one that would be considered shocking and unacceptable among the Jedi. She could not find peace through a quiet life of service in the temple. Her unique connection to the Force blossomed only when she was fighting and killing. As she was living in a time of war, perhaps this was a gift, even if she knew in her bones that if she spoke with any of the wise masters about it, they would be appalled and urge her to seek serenity instead of hoping for chaos. She was looking forward to her next mission. Not to spending time with Tualon, but to being a Jedi. She loved space travel, loved joking around with the troopers, loved meeting new challenges. That first moment, when she set foot on a new planet and connected with its unique, wild signature in the Force, it was bliss. She didn't enjoy hurting innocent creatures, but the fight with the Thraxos had been invigorating. Being in danger felt good. Only when fighting did she truly feel the connection with the Force she so desperately sought. Especially now that she was training with 2 Lysabas, it was as if all the disparate parts of her body, mind, and hearts came together in perfect harmony. "Something troubles you, Master," Uame said one morning as they sat silently by the pool. Iskat opened one eye and considered the old Bim, who had the calmest energy she'd ever experienced. She couldn't imagine him in battle, couldn't picture him wielding a Lysaba or using the Force to pull down towers of stone upon an enemy. "Master, have you ever gone to war?" she asked. He didn't even raise an eyelid. "This is the first war of my lifetime, and I have not been so called. My strengths lie elsewhere, although I would gladly go wherever I was sent." Gladly. Now his eye opened and rolled over to consider her. "I would not be glad to go, I suppose, but I would be glad for the chance to do my part and serve the Force. We are all made for different tasks, gifted with different talents." Pause. His eye closed. "Have you found your talent, little Tang Tang bird?" Evil talent is killing, she thought but did not say. Even thinking it felt thrilling, and dangerous. And good, because acknowledging a long-hidden truth, even if silently, even if secretly, was a balm to the soul. Instead, she said, I prefer action to stillness, but I doubt you are surprised by that. Master Ueme's chuckle was as feathery as his whiskers. No, that does not surprise me. Your time will come, Iskat Acarus. Still waters don't stay still for long. As if Master Ueme had seen the future in the ripples of the pool, Iskat was called to the Jedi Council chamber that afternoon. With Master Gorlia now numbering among the dead, only the tall Syrian Master Ki-Adamundi sat in his chair, regarding a day-tapad. A Kifar Jedi named Sungi Selperi waited in the center of the mostly empty circle and gave Iskat a curious look, the young woman's amber eyes echoed by her yellow facial tattoos. They'd been Padawans together, but Sungi's Padawan braid was gone, suggesting she was now a Jedi Knight herself, although Iskat couldn't recall another ceremony. Sungi was one of the Padawans who'd avoided Iskat since the column incident. She'd once asked Yoda if he'd ever been frightened of a fellow Jedi, and Iskat had disliked her from that moment on. Tuolon appeared in the doorway, and he looked at Iskat with the same distrust she felt for him, and the tension among the 3 Jedi Knights gathered in the center of the chamber was palpable. Tuolon, Iskat. I hear your last mission together was a thorough success, Master Mundi said. You'll be pleased to know that Jindho has agreed to join our side. Whatever you did or said that helped convince her to support the Republic, well done. Neither Jedi Knight said anything, they both merely bowed their heads in acknowledgement. Iskat didn't think Jindho's decision had anything to do with either of them. Jindho seemed entirely free from the influence of others. She still ached to tell the truth about the part she'd played in that mission, but she wanted to leave Coruscant and make a difference, and she wasn't about to jeopardize her chance to get out into the greater galaxy just for a pat on the back. She held her tongue and swallowed down her growing dissatisfaction. Sungi has just returned from Corellia and will be joining you on your next mission. Many planets in the Outer Rim are under siege. There are rumors it's General Grievous, although we don't have proof. It's clear the Separatists are up to something, and we need to know what. Several groups are being sent out for recon, and we want you on Frung, where they are suffering strafing runs. You'll be with Captain Spider and his crew again. Master Mundi looked down at his day-tapad as if hoping for better answers there. If it is Grievous and we can take him into custody, it will strike a staggering blow to the Separatists. Grievous is dangerous, but you are all talented, and we have great faith in you. If it is not Grievous, we need all the intel you can gather. And if you can stop the threat, all the better. Will a master be joining us? Sungi asked, her eyes quickly flashing to Iskat. Master Mundi's flicker of annoyance at this question warmed Iskat's soul. In a perfect galaxy, we would send masters. But in this one, we are sending the best Jedi we have available, and that is you. Your success will depend on your ability to work together. If you do encounter Grievous, I can only remind you to underestimate him at your peril. Yes, Master Tuolon said. Master Mundi pressed a few buttons on his day-tapad. You all have the mission brief. Tuolon is lead. Sungi and Iskat, I know he can count on you for support. Of course, Master Sungi said, inclining her head. It is an honor to be sent on such an important mission. Iskat fought not to roll her eyes. She already had her own day-tapad out and was scrolling TLN off her brief. Is this all the intel we have? She asked. It was beginning to feel like a constant refrain. There was almost nothing, some coordinates, a brief mention of the planet's terrain, a list of the areas that had been attacked. Master Mundi raised a tufted white eyebrow. This is a war, Iskat. We do what we can with what we've been given. Investigate the damage. Find the source. If it's Grievous, your goal is to capture him alive. unless you don't feel sufficient for the task. Iskat stood up straighter. I'm sufficient for anything, Master. Good. Your team is waiting on landing pad 3. Collect any supplies you need and meet Captain Spider there immediately. This mission is extremely time-sensitive. His yellow eyes met Iskat's, and although Iskat didn't know him well, she sensed a weariness and fear there that she would have thought beyond a member of the High Council. Without Grievous commanding the droid army, this war is one step closer to being over. We won't let you down, Tuolon said. He headed for the door with Sungi nearly trotting on his heels. Iskat followed them at a more reasonable pace. On the outside, she was calm and measured, but inside, she was stunned. She was being sent to hunt General Grievous. She'd heard about Grievous from Hezo and from watching the Holonet. She was fascinated by the Kalish warlord turned cybernetic maniac trained by Count Dooku himself to become the supreme martial commander of the Separatist army. With 4 arms, 4 lightsabers, and an entire army at his back, Grievous had cut swaths of doom through the Republic armies and was seen as unstoppable. He was likely personally responsible for more Jedi deaths in the war than anyone else. And now, Iskat was being sent to potentially locate and capture him. She followed Tuolon and Sungi, considering the strengths and weaknesses of these 2 Jedi Knights she'd grown up with, trained with. Sungi had never been much of a fighter, she'd preferred research and philosophy to lightsaber training. Unless her recent missions had forced her to expand her skill set and sharpened her physical attributes, it was unlikely she would be able to face down anyone as formidable as Grievous. Tuolon, on the other hand, was an accomplished fighter, one with whom she'd trained and fought, and she knew he'd been on dozens of missions and had both seen violence and meted it out. Still, she hoped she would be the one to find Grievous. The thought of having the famous general in her sights was more intriguing than it should have been. It had felt so good, killing the Geonosian soldiers in her dance of death. What would it feel like to capture one of the greatest fighters the galaxy had ever known? To finally prove to the Jedi, once and for all, that her talents didn't need to be contained. As Master Uwame said, everyone had different skills. Perhaps if she had lived in a more peaceful time, Iskat would never have found her destiny. Maybe it wasn't just fighting. Maybe it was ending Grievous for good. No. Capturing. They were supposed to take him alive. If they could. If not, well, they needed him out of action, and there were many ways to accomplish that goal. Without a word, the 3 Jedi split off to collect their things. Time was of the essence, Master Mundi had said. Iskat hurried to her chamber, where she already had her kit ready. She briefly opened the drawer of her wardrobe and took out Fura's lightsaber. It was grounding, wrapping her long, red fingers around the carved hilt and igniting the yellow blade. She couldn't help wondering if Semba had done something similar, or if she'd kept it hidden in the back of her drawer, untouched, for years. Iskat would never know. She only knew that one day, she would fight with this lightsaber in one hand and her original green lightsaber in the other, and she would be unstoppable. A knock sounded on her door. She quickly deactivated the blade and slid the lightsaber into her sleeve. Both of her green sabers were already hanging from her belt. Yes. Tuolon opened the door looking annoyed. Let's go. We have to hurry. He kept the door from closing, waiting, and she had no choice but to pick up her bag and follow him. She'd have to keep the lightsaber hidden in her bunk on this journey. It would be easy enough to lie and say that she'd built it herself, except, if the only Jedi on this mission were 3 young Jedi Knights, then there would be no one present who'd ever seen Fura's lightsaber before. That meant she could actually use it without an older Jedi Master potentially recognizing it and asking uncomfortable questions. It would just look like another one she'd built to accommodate her unique physiognomy. A yellow kyber crystal was rare nowadays, but it was known that she'd spent years traveling with Semba, collecting artifacts, including a kyber crystal or 2. She smiled to herself. Maybe she would take Duan Grievous with the mysterious lightsaber. Maybe the Force had led her to it for a reason. They met Sungi at the landing pad and boarded the same ship they'd taken to Olgot Hun 3. Iskat claimed her same berth. It had a pleasant familiarity, not quite home, but something like it. Iskat said hello to the troopers, joked with Flip about the latest holobook she'd borrowed, and complimented Whirl's recent tattoo, a geometric design of triangles behind his ear. She realized that she actually preferred the company of the clones to the Jedi she'd grown up with. After a questionable beginning, these men now knew her as an audacious Jedi Knight who wasn't afraid to make the tough decisions, a valuable warrior who could take down a full-grown Thraxu without breaking a sweat. These were men of action, and she had more in common with them than she did with someone like Sungi, whose connection with the Force was so different from her own that Iskat couldn't begin to understand her. Although Chulon was chilly at first, 5 days trapped on a ship hurtling through space was enough to bring him back out of his shell. Sungi, as expected, was generally in her bunk with a variety of texts she'd brought along. Iskat spent her time playing games, doing calisthenics, and practicing with her lightsabers, and eventually Chulon silently came to join her. They didn't speak as they fell into their old habits, swapping their lightsabers to spar with the tactical batons they had stored on the ship. As their sparring session sped up, Chulon seemed to thaw. With so few Jedi left in the galaxy, perhaps familiarity was more soothing than focusing too hard on the complexities of a childish acquaintance. A ship turned to an adult relationship forged in the fire of war and tainted with missteps. You only smile when you spar. Did you know that? Chulon said one day, only slightly out of breath. And when I'm fighting Thraxos, she added, feeling her grin spread wider. You're upset with me, Iskat. She did not slow as they sparred, didn't pause. I am. She landed a hit on his arm with the baton, and he hissed. I'm not going to apologize. I did what I had to do. If I'd told Master Windu the truth, they might have grounded you again. Maybe your ways are unorthodox, but we need people like you. She stopped and glared at him daringly. People like me. We need every Jedi we can get. He looked away. We've lost so many already. It's unthinkable that you might be meditating by a pool when people are dying. I couldn't agree more. But you meant something more by people like you. He stopped, letting his baton drop to his side. People who take risks. Who go for the TLNOT. Maybe in times of peace, we need Jedi who focus on harmony and serenity. His eyes shot to the bunks, where Sungi was probably nose-deep in her data pad. But now, we need warriors. Iskat let her baton fall as well. So you're saying that's why you took responsibility for the success at Olgot Hun 3? His eyes skittered sideways, so he did feel some shame around taking credit for her gambit. Yes. You did what you had to do at Thule. And then they took you out of the field for far too long, and we lost Zeeth and Ansho and so many more. People I've known all my life, gone in an instant, rejoin the Force from lonely planets scattered around a shattering galaxy. They can't just send you back to teach the children how to memorize pretty words. We need you on the front lines. There's something different about you. When others stop, you'll keep going, no matter what. On one hand, it sounded like a compliment. But on the other hand, it also sounded like he thought she was like a battle droid, or a deadly creature. A killing machine. Rage flared in her chest. Was Chulon even aware of the backhanded compliment? Did he even know what he was saying, or was he just trying to make himself feel better? Dropping out of hyperspace, Flip called, and the ship hustled to action, the clone troopers suiting up and preparing their gear. Sungi appeared from the bunks looking sleepy, and Chulon and Iskat put away their training weapons. The ship shuddered as it exited hyperspace, and Iskat went up to the cockpit for a first look at Frung. She always loved this part, loved the surprise of it, loved seeing how each planet hung serenely in space, surrounded by the spangled stars. If she'd lived all her life on her home planet, if Jin-Tho was correct about it, then she never would have seen this kind of view. She would have spent her entire life on the ground, never knowing what happened beyond her own sky. As they thundered into Atmo, the ship got quiet. They passed over a wide swath of charred devastation, a village among the splintered trees still smoking, and Tuolon asked Flip to follow the path of the destroyed forest. Judging by the fact that some of the blackened buildings were still smouldering, Iskat could only assume the general or his forces had been here recently. As they descended, they looked for any clues that might indicate who had done this and why. They'd seen no separatist ships during their approach to the planet. If Grievous was really here, perhaps he was on his own this time, or travelling with a smaller company. Her mind drifted as she imagined what it would be like to come upon the great General Grievous in some burning forest, to face his 4 twirling Lysabers and open herself up to the Force with no hesitation, with no boundaries, with no goal but inflicting harm. Master Mundi had made it clear they wanted Grievous taken alive, but a fight was a fight, and not all fights ended with a war criminal offering himself up for surrender. What would it feel like, her Lysaber slicing through the mix of metal and flesh that was the great general? To stand triumphant over the broken pieces of the monster who had caused so much harm to the innocent people of the galaxy? To return home to the temple in a moment of ultimate victory and know that she would never be looked down upon again? Iskat shivered and shook off her vision. Master Mundi had urged the Jedi Knights to cooperate and to take Grievous alive, and that was what she would strive for. That was the goal. It was unbecoming for a Jedi to dream of something so violent and prideful, and she was horrified that the scene had come to her so readily. She really did need to get more sleep. At Tuolon's command, they landed at the edge of a destroyed forest that had recently seen battle. The trees were black and broken, gently smoking, and the ground was carpeted in ash. Nearby, the remains of a smaller settlement sprouted from the charred ground, its rounded huts resembling teeth in an old man's mouth, brown and rotten. If there were survivors, they didn't reveal themselves. Some of the timbers were still aflame. Time is of the essence, Tuolon reminded everyone. This damage looks recent. We won't be making camp. If nothing turns up, we'll turn around and look for a more recent trail from the sky. Whether the enemy is Grievous or someone else, we want to take them by surprise, so we're going to move quickly and quietly. They crept down the ramp, flanked by clone troopers. Iskat had her 2 green Lysabers in hand, with the one she thought of as furs hidden under her robes, where it brought her an odd sort of comfort. Her blood sang, her body surging with energy, her senses on high alert. She was hungry for her prey, and the moment her boots touched the ground, she was flooded with rightness. Grievous had been here recently. She could feel it. The air was chill, the wind whistling through the broken trees. The charred trunks creaked and cried as they swayed, an occasional branch falling to the ground with a sharp crack to reveal crimson embers within. The sky was stormy grey, the land smelling of smoke and chemicals. Perhaps it wasn't the most vibrant world, especially not after the damage their prey had wrought, but still Iskat felt a thrill to be there, to be part of things, to be moving Ithil of the Force toward an unknown destiny. No creatures moved in the clinging smoke, and as Iskat reached out in the Force, she didn't feel anything dangerous or lively in the area, just sad thumps of starvation and pain. She didn't sense the actual presence of General Grievous yet, but there wasn't much information on his possible use of the Force. She knew that he was mostly cyborg, and that he'd trained with Count Dooku, and that suggested that he might be harder to find than most. Tuolon led them toward the burned village, with Iskat and Sungi fanned out behind him, Lysabers deactivated so they wouldn't reveal their position. The lack of an enemy signature in the Force might indicate the presence of separatist droids, or it might mean that Grievous was near, waiting to ambush them. The clone troopers marched behind them, their boots sifting through the ash, alert and with their blasters up. There was no sound but the crackle of burning trees, the ruined landscape crying and snapping and crunching. The wind was the only thing that moved. With each step, Iskat felt that she was gaining ground on something dangerous, that the very world was holding its breath. Soon the village was behind them as they followed the path of scorched destruction through the forest. The spires of another ruined city rose on the horizon, and Tuolon subtly adjusted their path toward it. They walked on like that for hours, reaching out in the force for any sign of General Grievous and finding nothing but the death and destruction he'd left in his wake. As the sun began to set, Iskat crept closer to Tuolon. "Maybe it's time to stop and consider our next steps," she whispered, knowing full well he wasn't going to like her suggestion. "Are we going to continue on or call the ship? We can't hit that city by nightfall, and it gets cold here." Sungi joined them. "If we fly, we've got a better chance of heading Grievous off before he can destroy another settlement. And an army marches on its stomach," Captain Spider added. Tuolon sighed and stopped, looking around. "All good points. If it's even him, he's too far ahead of us. Call the ship, and we'll take a quick break while we wait." Captain Spider calmed the clones left behind on the ship, giving them his coordinates, while Whirl handed out ration bars from his pack. There wasn't a good place to sit, thanks to all the ash, but several of the clones squatted and a few sat on their helmets. Captain Spider held his helmet under his arm as he ate. "Did the ration bars somehow get worse?" Iskat asked. "I think they are made out of bilgebug protein now," Doc joked. It didn't take long to refuel, and the clones soon had their helmets back on as they waited for the ship to arrive. Sungi was lost in her day tapad, still nibbling her bar, while Tuolon and Iskat took advantage of the wide swath of empty ground to practice lysaber forms beyond the tight bounds of the ship. It felt good to move, a lysaber in each hand, in tune with Tuolon and the new planet that still teemed with life underground, even if Grievous had left his mark above. And then, something changed. Iskat felt a strange ripple among the clones as they all, to a one, unholstered their blasters. "And pointed them right at Sungi Hat?" she asked, looking up. A blaster bolt slammed into Sungi's chest, and she fell over, dead. /26 in the next moment, a sharp, shuddering pain racked Iskat's body and mind, stealing her breath and making her heart stutter. She felt it in her very soul, in the F-Force, thousands of lives snuffed out in seconds. Thousands of Jedi, there and then gone. It was like feeling her own heart's beating, a comforting background all her life, and then suddenly, surprise and pain and terror, followed by a tragic, empty silence. What had happened? Why who would all those Jedi, dead? It beggared belief. Iskat kept both of her lysabers up as she turned to face the clones who had just murdered Sungi. Tuolon stood beside her, just as confused. "Did you feel that?" she asked him as they stared into the barrels of 20 blasters. "They shot Sungi," he murmured. "That's all I need to know." "But it's so much worse, Tuolon. They killed all the Jedi. All of them." The clones were silent, blasters up, as if waiting for some signal. "Captain Spider, what's the meaning of this?" Tuolon barked. Spider didn't answer. Iskat felt the shift in him, as if the man she'd known for years was gone, replaced by an inexplicably different person altogether. Perhaps Tuolon hadn't felt what Iskat had felt, but he trusted her, and he knew enough to know they were now surrounded by enemies. Iskat stared into the emotionless faceplates of the clones she'd come to see as friends. Something had changed, something dark and deep and permanent, and she would fight to the death, kill every clone here, if she had to, because she was not going to be shot down in cold blood by these soldiers who'd once fought by her side. Sungi's death, the gaping wound in the Force, all these thoughts, that happened in mere seconds. And then suddenly Captain Spider and all his men held their blasters at ease, the movement as sharp and precise as if they, like their foes in the Separatist army, were programmable droids. Spider reached into his kit and pulled out his holoprojector. A cloaked figure appeared, its face and hands hidden. "Iskat Akaris," a haughty and sinuous voice said. "Who is this?" she began. But he cut her off. "Do you still question the wisdom of the Jedi Council? Do you wish to embrace the talents you have been forced to repress, the passions they deem unseemly and dangerous? Do you wish to see what has been selfishly kept from you, so that you might remain a pawn of lesser beings? Do you wish to be free?" Iskat could barely breathe as the voice paused. More seductively, it said, "Do you want to know more about your mother Thura and how she died because of the Jedi Order?" "Iskat, what does that mean?" Chualon asked from beside her, desperate and shocked and still reeling from the wave of desolation. "Who is that?" She was very glad she couldn't see his face in that moment, and that he could not see hers. She looked at the blasters, at rest now but ready to take her down in a blaze of plasma. She looked at Sungi's body, slumped over in the ashes left behind by General Grievous and his army. She felt the galaxy around her, absent of the Jedi who had raised her and guided her. She reached inside to the jagged emptiness within, the profound loneliness she'd known all her life, even while surrounded by those who professed to be her family. She recalled a dream, a vision of a girl just like her who had thrown down her lightsaber and run away into the darkness. She felt that tug in her soul, the one that had been nudging her, urging her to follow her passions and curiosities despite her Jedi guidance. That part of her that yearned to be free and untethered and unashamed. It beckoned to her, welcomed her. She made her choice. "I question everything, and I will always want to know what others would keep from me." After a pause, the figure said, "Bring her to me." He sounded, she thought, pleased. "What about Chualon?" she asked. "Captain Spider, Order 66 remains unchanged," the voice said. "All Jedi will die." After a zip of static, the holo clicked off. Chualon put a hand on her shoulder. "Iskat, whoever that was, they are no friend of yours. Don't give in. You're a Jedi. We must fight, together." She reached up for his hand, and removed it from her shoulder. Perhaps she'd had feelings for Chualon for most of her life, but he had never returned them. Even when she'd let him see who she really was, even when she'd saved the day, twice, even when she'd saved his reputation by taking a risk he wasn't willing to, he hadn't wholly seen her. "I'm sorry, Chualon, but every time I showed you who I was, you urged me to be someone else. Can't you feel it? The Jedi are dead. Everyone we knew is gone. The Jedi Order is ended. And I'm not joining them." She stepped away from him, and he didn't try to stop her again. Several of the clones peeled away from the circle and took up posts on either side of her, escorting her out of the line of fire. The ship was in view now, settling among the broken trees and sending ashes and black dilt swirling into the air. Iskat walked toward the ramp with her head held high, like royalty ascending a throne. She didn't know what was happening or why, but she wanted what was offered more than anything she'd ever wanted in her life. She very definitely didn't want to die. Whatever this was, whatever was happening, it was better than the alternative. It was better than instant death. No matter what she'd been taught, Iskat wasn't ready to be one with the Force. She'd contemplated what it would be like to leave the Jedi, and now? Well, if there was no Jedi Order, then what was a Jedi? Just some lone zealot, all alone in the galaxy, staring down the barrel of a blaster? Someone had gone to great trouble to orchestrate this massacre. The pieces clicked into place in her head. Her team had been one of several sent out to planets in the Outer Rim to investigate incidences of random destruction, to chase the irresistible possibility of capturing General Grievous. Someone had wanted the Jedi out of the way, far from the temple, alone in the wilderness with their trusted clones. They'd been sent out to slaughter. Perhaps all but Iskat, who'd been offered the one thing she wanted most. Iskat! Tuolon called from where the remaining troopers surrounded him, their blasters up and ready. She paused and turned, taking one last look at the handsome Chielek she'd admired since she was a youngling. "Come along," Captain Spider said, his gloved hand landing on Iskat's. "Iskat, don't do this," Tuolon called. "You didn't want to leave Semba behind on Geonosis. I know she haunts you still. But you'll leave me." Iskat shook her head sadly. It was too late to appeal to her guilt, much less her heart's. He'd broken them, again and again, over the years without even knowing it. She'd been foolishly, naively infatuated with him all that time. She recognized that now. And he wasn't even the perfect Jedi she'd thought he was. He was just another person in charge, coasting on the blood, sweat, and tears of those beneath him. Just another smiling liar. But perhaps all the Jedi were. And, like Semba, Iskat knew that he'd never truly cared for her, not the way she'd cared for him. Besides, it wasn't like she could save him. She wasn't even saving herself. As competent as they both were, they couldn't face this many clones and live. "Goodbye, Tuolon. You were a true Jedi until the end. Maybe I never was. Maybe I wasn't ever meant to be one at all. But now I'm going to go find out." She turned and closed herself off from him in the Force, a sharp pinch like a candle's flame going out. She didn't want him to feel the hardness in her heart, and even if he'd disappointed her, she didn't want to feel him die, another life snuffed out suddenly like all the rest. As the clones led her back to the ship, past the jagged black tree trunks and through the ash-filled wind, she heard Tuolon's lightsaber humming through the air, followed by an eruption of blaster fire. He must have chosen to fight. They'd probably been waiting for her to be out of the picture before finishing him off. The thought hurt her, but it was too late. She'd made her choice. She walked up the ramp, cinders crunching under her boots, and was escorted to, of all places, the brig. It was just a closet, really, with a bench barely long enough to lie down on. She hadn't even known there was a brig. Before that, she'd assumed the narrow door led to storage. The troopers searched her, not ungently, and took all three off her lightsabers, her data pad, and her pack. Much to her own surprise, she didn't fight them. The door slid closed, leaving her with only faint lights around the floor. Numb, closed off, confused, she couldn't hear anything in the ship beyond. The brig was soundproof. She could feel the clones in the Force, sitting silently in their seats. There was something dull and mechanical about them now. Whatever had caused them to kill Sungi and Tuolon, it had changed them. "Where are you taking me?" she called, but she knew there would be no answer. The ship took off and jumped into hyperspace, and Iskat had nothing else to do but wait. She realized that she could probably use the Force to bust the door open, but she also knew full well that this wasn't a situation she could fight her way out of. She'd chosen this, whatever it was, and perhaps her current treatment didn't suggest respect or dignity, but she had to have faith that whoever had spared her from certain death would live up to their part of the bargain. The Jedi had never promised answers, only peace. The cloaked figure in the holoprojector had offered both answers and freedom, the two things Iskat Akaris wanted most. She sat on the bench and closed her eyes. Meditation was supposed to help her better understand the Force and herself, to help her control the emotions that seemed too big and aggressive for her body to contain. But this time, she didn't reach into the Force to calm herself and make herself smaller. She opened herself like a tap that had been dripping for years and was finally allowed to flow freely without any worries that she might be overwhelmed. The Force rushed in and around her like a joyful river, like a happy hound greeting a master kept too long from home. She felt a new sense of fathomless potential, a new fount from which to draw her strength. There were darkly swirling eddies there, shadowy places she'd never delved, and she wasn't ready to fully explore them right now, but she hoped this new opportunity would offer the chance to study them with an open mind. Already, she felt more powerful, more certain. She didn't let herself think about Tualon, about Masters Uame and Kulfin, about the Jedi High Council, about the younglings she'd grown to know and care for. What was gone was gone. The only path was forward. She had not chosen their fate, she'd only been given the gift of choosing her. The troopers regularly slid food and drink through a slot in the door, providing her with enough water and nutritive paste to stay functional. They didn't speak, all their former jocularity was gone. Something huge had changed, something more than just one simple order. She ate and drank as necessary and discovered that the top of the bench lifted up to reveal the sort of facilities one might need in a brig, if one didn't like to do a lot of cleaning. That was the only pleasant surprise. One day, halfway through her tube of bland grey paste, she let out a huge yawn and realized she couldn't keep her eyes open. As she struggled to stay conscious, the brig door opened. Bright light blinded her as rough hands grabbed her arms. She tumbled forward into oblivion. When she woke, she was in a cell. Small, rectangular, with high metal walls and one tiny, barred window near the ceiling that let in a wan, milky light. The sound of waves crashing and the scent of salt water and minerals suggested she was near the sea, and a cold and unforgiving sea it was. She still had no lysabers, no personal effects, no toiletries. The cell was slightly bigger than the ship's brig had been, but now, instead of that comforting sensation of moving toward a goal, she felt stifled and buried and still. She began to wonder if the figure on the hollow had lied to her, if there was something more at play here. Why would anyone kill all the Jedi but one, and keep her locked up in some sort of prison? Whoever it was, they had to have a plan. Perhaps they were waiting for something to happen. A change in power would require time, after all, and the Jedi were clearly no longer part of the equation. She thought about screaming, beating her fists against the door, using the well of rage inside her to try to blast open the wall that led to the sea. But Iskat Akaris had been tested before, and she was determined to never be found wanting again. If they wished to find her limits and plumb her depths, they would have to try harder than this. It would take more than another box to break her. Despite the small window, time lost all meaning. Days here were strangely long, and her sleep suffered further. She spent so much time meditating that she had no idea how long she'd been communing with the Force. She did calisthenics and body weight exercises and practiced climbing all over her cell. The view outside the small window showed nothing but endless grey water. Meals came at seemingly random times, more nutritive paste shoved under the door. She knew now that they could drug her at any moment, that she was completely in their power. And it wasn't that she trusted them, whoever had masterminded her capture and imprisonment, it was that she understood that she had no choice but to surrender. She'd been doing it all her life. If she really considered her situation, it was an absolute farce. She'd been offered answers and freedom, and she'd received silence and captivity. For someone who had been offered a second chance, she'd been stripped of all comforts and shoved into a dark hole where her only company was her own thoughts. The thoughts of Iskat Akaris had not been good company recently. They were dark, twisted things, her dreams like drowning, and sometimes she felt as if the very air around her was filled with pain, like it had soaked into the walls. Perhaps it was days or weeks or even months when she again felt the heavy pull of her eyelids as she stared down at the remains of mealy brown paste on her plate. "Here we go again," she murmured, guiding herself to the floor before she fell fully unconscious. When she awoke, she immediately realized she was in the brig of a ship again. Perhaps the same ship as before? A mad sort of laugh burst out of her mouth. It was just so ridiculous. She told herself that perhaps this was part of a test, that maybe she was being treated this way on purpose. Before the traditional Jedi trials, which she'd never properly had the opportunity to face, The Padawans were encouraged to spend a period of time fasting and meditating to purify themselves, so she reasoned that perhaps this was something similar. Stripped of her weapons, her supplies, her sanity, she was left only with herself and her worries, fears, and doubts. Every time her rage rose up, hating the darkness and the confinement, she pushed it back down and clutched her amulet, seeking her newly deepened connection with the Force, that joyous river that had been waiting so long for her to welcome it. She'd put herself in a mental cage for nearly 2 decades, what were a few more days of physical captivity. She could tell that they were traveling through hyperspace, and it seemed unlikely they would transport her to yet another prison when the first one had been perfectly wretched. Perhaps enough time had passed that whoever was in charge had figured out how to move forward. Maybe she was finally going to get answers. Once she was on the other side of this journey and out of the brig, she could express her dissatisfaction with her treatment to whoever had chosen to spare her life. When the ship dropped out of hyperspace, Iskat's eyes opened from a deep level of meditation, and she stood, sending out her senses. She knew immediately that they had to be headed toward Coruscant. Nowhere else in the galaxy held such massive, teeming amounts of life. Was she being taken back to the Jedi Temple, which surely had to be empty now? Was she being taken to the Senate, or to some other governing body? Or would the ship descend into the lower levels, where the crime bosses ruled and where she'd first explored the possibility of a life without strict control? She wouldn't know until they wanted her to know. The ship landed, and after some time, the brig door opened. Iskat was already standing, waiting, her arms by her sides. Captain Spider stood there, his face unreadable behind his helmet. He offered her a blindfold and waited for her to take it and shroud her vision. "Step out of the brig." Iskat obliged, and his hand clamped around her upper arm, guiding her across the ship and down the ramp. She couldn't tell by smell or sound where she might be, but the air quality and the noise of the nearby space lanes suggested it was an upper level of Coruscant. It sounded similar to the Jedi Temple, large and empty, but felt entirely unfamiliar. A smooth grate was under her feet, and after she walked through a grand doorway, she could feel a cavernous space bound in metal echoing around her. It felt almost like a warehouse, perhaps in parts unfinished. As Spider led her forward, the heavy tramp of his troops escorting her in perfect time, Iskat began to feel a powerful presence, dark and pulsing, heavy in the flow of the Force. They were walking directly toward it. Toward him. "Welcome, Iskat Akaris," this figure said, his voice crisp and cruel. It was, oddly, not the same voice from the shrouded hologram. She inclined her head in a nod but did not speak. Her words, she felt, were unnecessary. The blindfold was lifted from her face. The figure standing before her was a Pawan. He wore stylized black and grey armor with a long cloak the color of dried blood. He seamlessly blended in with the soaring industrial fortress in which they stood. The Pawan had white skin, burgundy facial tattoos, piercing yellow eyes, and sharpened teeth. He had been a Jedi once, Iskat realized, but he had fallen. He had chosen otherwise. Just like her. He held out his hands, presenting all TLNEE of her lightsabers, and she took them, feeling like a part of her soul had been returned. She hooked the green ones on her belt but kept the yellow one in hand, unlit. This being she did not trust him. After all her time locked in isolation, she wondered if she would ever trust anything or anyone again. "Are you ready to leave behind everything the Jedi have taught you and finally forge your own path?" he asked with grave finality. Iskat did not have to give this question a moment's thought. She'd been waiting her whole life for someone to say those words. "Yes," she responded. "I am." Whether it was UE or not remained to be seen, but she would not voice that concern. Much like with the Jedi, she would hold back the questioning part of herself. Her first interest was in staying alive. With a sinister smile, the Pawan reached behind his back, revealing a glowing red lightsaber with a crescent-shaped hilt. Holding her gaze, not blinking, he assumed a dueling position, his yellow eyes reflecting his crimson blade. Welcome, then, to the Inquisitorius. It wasn't a welcome, it was a challenge. Iskat immediately whipped her original green lightsaber off her belt and ignited both blades, one yellow and one green, falling into the position that traditionally answered his own. He began to circle, and she circled with him, her senses going into overdrive as she catalogued his movements, smooth, studded, predatory, his reach, long, the terrain, mostly smooth metal, and what might be available in the area to act as a weapon or an impediment, nothing. She'd never seen a red lightsaber before, and the color told her all she needed to know about her opponent. He had fallen to the dark side. He didn't hide himself in the Force, he let her feel his might, a heavy and smouldering malevolent energy that, likewise, was reaching out to discover her own weaknesses. She had none. She struck first, slashing with one lightsaber and then with the next, very aware that neither of them wielded training sabers. This was clearly a kill or be killed situation. As he easily fought off both her blades with his red one, she began to understand that the Pau'an had skills she lacked, that he was stronger both physically and in his connection with the Force. He was playing with her. A sliver of fear shivered down her spine as he sharply parried every strike with the same ease and care she'd take teaching a youngling. That fear was swiftly eclipsed by anger. He was testing her, patronizing her. He thought she was lesser. He thought she would lose. She would prove him wrong. The rage built in her chest, a fire craving something to burn, and she opened herself to the Force, to the depths she'd always known were there but had always taken care to discourage. Thunder filled her veins as her onslaught built to a crescendo. Slash, parry, twirl, roll, jab, hack, slash. This was the dance from Geonosis, the dance of death, the connection to the Force that had filled her with an exaltation she'd never known. She broke into a grin as she battled the Pau'an backward, making him stumble once before catching himself and snarling at her. "Is this the best you have?" he snapped. "I was told you were worthy of our ranks." Her Fivan blades twirled around him, green and golden streaks against the dark grey walls. "I don't even know what the Inquisitorius is, but I assure you I'm worthy." There is much with a flick of her fingers, she sent him skidding backward. He caught himself, flung his cape to the ground, and stood tall, his red blade at his side. Iskat didn't relax, she understood that although they were on the same side now, he was still a danger. She held her blades in hand, lit, and waited. "As I was saying, there is much you don't know. The galaxy changed during your confinement. The Jedi are all but gone." "How? Why?" She didn't want him to know that she'd felt it happen, but she did want to know the answers. She did not owe him the truth. The Pau'an bared his teeth and slashed at her, driving her backward. The Jedi betrayed the Republic, betrayed everything for which the Order once stood. They attempted a coup. Mace Windu himself, traitor, apostate. Tried to assassinate Chancellor Palpatine. He failed. Iskat fought back, desperately, but his rage made him formidable. After this ultimate treachery, the cowardly Jedi could no longer be trusted, and so they were eliminated. The clones were given an order, Order 66. The only Jedi who were spared were those who saw through their lies. He straightened and pointed his lightsaber at her. "Like you? How did you know about me?" His lightsaber slashed down as if slapping the question away. "It is irrelevant. You are here now is the fruit of my mother." A sinister grin. "You'll have to earn that knowledge." She barely had time to react as he leapt through the air, spinning toward her, the fight continuing in earnest. Her body took over, reacting on instinct, flowing through the Force as if she was swimming in the current, while inside Iskat was reeling. A coup? By the Jedi? Against the Republic they defended with their lives? She tried to picture Mace Windu striking down the charismatic and friendly old man she'd met in the Jedi Temple, and she couldn't imagine how Palpatine had survived the Master Jedi's might. To think, after all she'd sacrificed for the Jedi, they'd committed the ultimate betrayal. And yet, the Pau'an was right. She'd questioned them all along. She'd sensed their lies, swimming under the surface. She'd felt the humongness in the tenets they required her to memorize, in the hollow dogma they'd regurgitated instead of answering her questions. She'd chafed against the way they fought a war that seemed designed to make them lose. She hadn't trusted Mace Windu, and he'd ultimately proven himself untrustworthy. No wonder they'd punished curiosity and the courage to question their edicts. Because they had been hiding something, and they didn't want it to be revealed. All the pieces fell into place, and a thrill of satisfaction rippled through Iskat, adding to her strength and filling her with fierce elation. She'd been right. All this time, she'd been right. The Jedi had been playing a game. Small measures, small victories, small tactics, never enough to turn the tide. Just enough to make the war drag on endlessly, weakening the Republic forces, distracting the Chancellor, sending their warriors out on useless errands to die insignificant deaths far from the temple. All so their leaders could effect a coup. And another truth followed, one that sounded in her heart like the tolling funeral bell. The Jedi had been holding her back for a reason. They had done their best to keep her ignorant and complacent, to make her feel like she was the problem, like she was the strange one, like she was the one who just couldn't rise to the occasion. They'd held her back and made her feel lesser. On purpose. After all, if she was so busy fixating on her limitations and feeling insecure about meeting their standards, then she wouldn't have time to notice their wrongdoing. She wouldn't have the energy or ability to focus on growing strong. They'd wanted her weak. And they'd wanted her to think the dark side was something to fear instead of something to be embraced. To be used. Grinning, exulting in this understanding, she changed tactics and used a combo she'd learned from Kelran, but the Pau'an was ready. He deflected and spun, slashing down with his red lightsaber, but she caught his blade in both of hers. He pressed close, close enough for her to see the wet gleam of his teeth, close enough for her to feel the heat of 3 blades creeping close to her cheek, his red one slightly crackling. Before, he'd been toying with her, but now that she was filled with emotions, with rage and exhilaration and a ferocious drive to prove herself, he was having to defend himself more aggressively. Growling, she pressed harder, satisfied when he had to stumble back. "I think not," he said. He put a boot on her stomach and kicked her away, and they disengaged. Iskat caught herself and twirled her lightsabers and went into a crouch, but he extinguished his blade. "I think that's enough. You have much to learn, but that's expected. Here among the Inquisitorius, you will whet your skills against those of your brothers and sisters. You will seek the answers that have been kept from you, study the darkest depths of what the Force can do. You will learn that you can only harness your truest strength when you fully embrace your power and don't hold back. Even now, you didn't fully commit, but that Jedi reticence won't last. If you don't rise to my expectations, well, you won't survive long enough to 1E. Still, Iskat didn't deactivate her blades. "Who are you?" He cocked his head, his yellow eyes boring into her soul. "I'm the Grand Inquisitor, and for the foreseeable future, I'm the one you will want to impress." He paused as if he expected her to bow or grovel, but instead she threw one of her lightsabers at him, the green blade spinning toward his face. As if expecting this attack, the Grand Inquisitor slashed downward, slicing her lightsaber hilt into 2 perfect pieces, and that was when Iskat charged. As if she'd slammed into a wall, her body froze painfully in place, her lightsaber arm useless. She gritted her teeth and fought against it, barely managing to twitch. The Grand Inquisitor, he was more powerful than she was. Exponentially so. As I said, You have much to learn, he said crisply, one hand up as he held her with the force, squeezing like a vice. With a flick of his fingers, she fell forward, barely managing to catch herself, her muscles trembling. He turned his back on her and walked away. Iskat stood and kicked away the useless remains of the first lightsaber she'd ever built. Oh, yes. She would learn. And then she'd teach this Grand Inquisitor a lesson. Nothing could stop her now. /28 Iskat was among the first to join the Inquisitorius, and she watched as, one by one, other former Jedi joined the fold. She saw them stalking the halls or limping to the mead bay with grievous injuries, but they generally did not interact with her. It was almost as if they didn't see her. From what she observed, she was among the youngest, and also one of the only recruits who hadn't required, as the Grand Inquisitor called it, further coercion. Perhaps that was why the other Inquisitors already had red-blade lightsabers and uniforms similar to that of the Grand Inquisitor, why they all went by numbers while she was generally called only Icarus. It was an unfortunate parallel how, even here, where she had chosen her path, she was different. The other Inquisitors ignored her, but she sensed they had all been broken, somehow, crushed and pulverized and reforged to fit a very specific mold. Iskat was whole, but she had yet to earn her name, her armor, her weapons. There was something the others possessed that she lacked. They told her nothing, silently delighted in their superiority. She told herself she didn't care, but it chafed. It was like the Jedi all over again, like everyone else knew a secret she didn't. But Iskat Icarus was playing a long game. As time continued to pass, she didn't complain and she didn't ask questions. After her long 2 years grounded with the Jedi, she knew a test when she saw one. Although she didn't lose time like she had in her seaside cell, there was no calendar, no schedule, no way to measure the world moving on. The other Inquisitors came and went, and Iskat Icarus stayed behind. The Grand Inquisitor would watch her practicing alone with a remote in a training room sometimes, his yellow eyes unblinking, as if looking for something inside her that had not yet surfaced. His probing gaze seemed to scan for any sign of weakness or impatience, and she began to delight in disappointing him. Whatever this was, this strange tedium, it would not break her, no matter how long it lasted. If only things in her life now were self-led training and deepening her newfound connection with the Force while unencumbered with meaningless rhetoric, then she was better off than all the other Jedi she'd grown up with, who were all dead. And then one day, the Grand Inquisitor appeared while she was doing calisthenics and called Iskat to join him. I have a special task for you, Icarus, the Grand Inquisitor said, leading her toward the landing pad. A mission that requires specific knowledge only you possess. I am glad to be of service, Grand Inquisitor, she replied. She had quickly learned that the Grand Inquisitor demanded utmost formality. It is known that you accompanied Jedi Master Sembovi on missions to visit various collectors around the galaxy to obtain Force-related objects. It is this experience I hope to call upon today. You are familiar with a trader named Gamodar on Barleth. Iskat was now very adept at schooling her face. She had not thought to hear that name again, not after she attempted to use Gamodar and his relics to mask her true intentions from Mace Windu when she wished to visit Kari. Semba had died regretting never having discovered what unique find Gamodar was holding for her, and Iskat had always been curious what her master had been so eager to collect. I have encountered Gamodar twice before in his shop on Barleth. The Grand Inquisitor stopped beside an angular black shuttle and inclined his head toward the ramp. Iskat went within, wishing she had worn something more formal than a simple black tunic, pants, and robe, now sweaty from training. He followed and took the pilot's seat. Good. Hopefully you will prove useful as we obtain some relics of our. Iskat weighed her options. The Grand Inquisitor did not like questions, but considering they were alone and on a mission particular to her history, it seemed reasonable to avail herself of any information available. Is this a common pursuit for the Inquisitorius? She asked. Hunting relics. His eyes flicked to her as the ship rose into the sky. Nothing about the Inquisitorius is common, and you will learn more when you have proven yourself. What once belonged only to the Jedi is now ours to claim. The ship shot into the air, and the Grand Inquisitor focused on piloting, his cold mien making it clear that he didn't wish to be disturbed further. The flight was uneventful, and when they entered the blue skies of its atmosphere, Barleth looked the same as it had before. Iskat hadn't been out in the galaxy since the destruction of the Republic, and it was a relief to see a peaceful planet remain peaceful. The Grand Inquisitor didn't make any inquiries about Gamodar, but he knew exactly where to find the old Ortolan trader's shop. He didn't speak to Iskat until he stood by the ramp. "Tell me what you know of this Gamodar." At first, Iskat felt a thrill of horror, knowing full well that the Grand Inquisitor wasn't here to politely haggle and enjoy Gamodar's famous crumper pastries. This wasn't a general inquiry. Whatever Iskat told the Grand Inquisitor would be used against the kind old trader, who had a fondness for stray Tuka cats and loved to bake. And yet, Gamodar had artifacts that belonged to the Inquisitorius, and if he was as clever and quick as he'd always seemed, hopefully he would come out office interaction missing relics but not limbs or his life. Gamodar is an elderly Ortolan. He has several pet Tuka cats that live in and around his shop and upstairs apartment. He has a stationary IG droid called Lump that acts as a security system. Its torso is attached to a counter, and it has blasters to discourage shoplifting. The general shop the public visits is on the ground floor, but all the real treasures are in the cellar. Is he armed? Armed? Gamodar. She thought about it. I would assume so, but I never saw a weapon on his person or felt any sort of dangerous intentions from him. Lump is always watching. The Grand Inquisitor nodded. Does he keep his relics in a safe? He would be foolish not to, but I was never allowed in the basement. I stayed upstairs and played with the Tuka while he and Semba came to terms. If you wish this Gamodar to remain alive, you will convince him to open his safe. If not, I will destroy him and take what I wish. She bowed her head. I understand, Grand Inquisitor. The ramp came calm, and Iskat shielded her eyes from more daylight than she'd seen in ages. Impress me, and things will go well. Disappoint me at your peril. That said, the Grand Inquisitor strode down the ramp, and Iskat followed in his wake. This was another test, and it would require her to dance along the razor's edge, but she was determined to pass. Why, Iskat Icarus? I never thought to see you again. Gamodar said when she appeared in his open door. The sky-blue Ortolan hadn't changed, and his flipper-like ears were lifted for what passed for an embrace among Ortolans, one that she didn't feel she deserved. After a quick glance at the Grand Inquisitor, she decided she had to fully commit, stepping over a sleeping Tuka and accepting Gamodar's embrace. So good to see that you weren't one of those awful traitors, Gamodar said. Semba always seemed so trustworthy, but it just goes to show you. Perhaps we placed too much of our trust with the Jedi. He trailed off and released her, and his little beady eyes blinked at the Grand Inquisitor. I take it you have a new mentor. His ears drooped as if he could already tell that this new figure would not wish to partake of tea and pastries. I do, and we'd like to acquire whatever relics you'd set aside for Semba. Anything Force-related? Before she died, she told me you had a unique find for us. Gamodar glanced up at Lump, which Iskat was sure the Grand Inquisitor had noticed. For now, the droid's arms remained at rest, but his shiny, silver head was watching the interaction closely. I promised Semba I wouldn't let anything fall into the hands of someone who might misuse it, Gamodar began. But, well, I guess that was the Jedi after all, huh? Iskat spread her hands. The Jedi are gone, and we want to make sure the galaxy is wholly safe from anyone who might attempt to continue their work. Gamodar looked her up and down. Are you part of some official business with the Empire? You don't look like peacekeepers. Whether or not peace will be kept shall be determined by your next actions, the Grand Inquisitor said stiffly. Gamodar, please. Iskat put a hand on his chest, attempting to influence this being she'd known for so long. The artifacts, and then we'll be gone, and you can go on enjoying a peaceful life for a long moment. Gamodar thought about it, and Iskat squeezed his rubbery blue shoulder. Influence had never been her strong suit, and judging by his haggling powers, Gamodar was strong-willed. Very well, he finally said. I'll be back in a moment. He trundled down the basement steps, and Iskat and the Grand Inquisitor waited silently. The moment dragged out, and then Iskat heard the rasp of metal and turned smoothly, igniting her lightsaber and throwing it at Lump. The green lightsaber spun toward the droid, and Lump's and fell to the floor with a heavy clank made all the louder by the blaster clutched in its brutal fingers. Betrayal, the Grand Inquisitor said, raising his lip. How quotidian. Iskat's blade returned to her hand, and she sliced it through Lump's head and chest, leaving the droid's eyes dark and its wires sparking. The Grand Inquisitor watched dispassionately. Bring me the artifacts or you'll die with him, Iskat Icarus. Lit blade in hand, she advanced down the stairs. Semba had never allowed her to come this far. It was dark and cool underground, and she followed a short hallway to a heavy metal door. Gamodar, she called. She could feel him on the other side, frightened and angry. It doesn't have to be like this. Give us the artifacts and we'll go away. Is this what Master V wanted for you, Iskat? Gamodar said, creeping close to the door. I'm no Jedi, and I know we've been told they were a bad lot, but I can feel the dark side radiating from your companion. It's attempting to take hold in you. Are you even attempting to fight it? Is this what you want? She took a deep breath, deactivated her lightsaber, and put her cheek to the door so she could speak softly. Much like you right now, I have limited choices. I'm choosing life. He approached the door. She could feel his sadness, his regret, so close on the other side of the thick metal. He hated knowing Semba was gone, didn't believe she'd been a traitor, felt a deep disquiet with the current state of the galaxy. He was filled with sorrow, for Iskat and for the Jedi. There are other choices, he began. And that's when she put her lightsaber hilt against the door and activated the blade. A gasp of pain? No. She did the same with her other lightsaber in a different spot. Quicker would be better, for both of them. She felt the tug of his body as he fell and deactivated her blades with a shudder. Quickly wiping away her tears, she pulled a lockpick set from her kit and went to work. Old fool, she muttered to the door. You were never going to change anything. Why couldn't you just cooperate? The lock gave way, and she had to use the force to push the door open, blocked as it was by the Ortolan's heavy body. Atuka sniffed at him, crying, and Iskat rushed into the room, heading directly for the safe. She could feel relics inside, gently pulsing in the force like a soft, slow heartbeat, and one in particular, deep and dark as a well. The safe was a massive thing, but few objects in the galaxy could stand against the power of a lightsaber. She soon had it open and was tossing everything that seemed useful into a hand-woven basket she found nearby. In addition to the artifacts, statues, and texts, there were jewels and credits and chunks of ore that would carry great value elsewhere in the galaxy. Iskat wasn't sure if the Grand Inquisitor cared for such things, but she assumed wealth was never something to turn down, now that her life of gentle captivity with the Jedi was over. Carrying the large basket, she ignored the blue shape on the floor and hurried upstairs. Tukas followed her, mewing worriedly, and she wondered who would feed them, now that Gamodar was no more. Upstairs in the silent shop, she held out the beautiful basket, knowing the Grand Inquisitor would only care about the bounty inside, and one object in particular. Ah! He reached within and pulled out a triangular red holocron pulsing with dark side power, so different from the softly glowing blue ones she'd encountered before. Exactly what I was hoping to find. His eyes gleamed as he turned it this way and that, and he didn't put it back in Iskat's basket. He clutched it greedily. "Bring the rest," he said before giving her a sharp look. "Is that everything?" "Everything related to the Force and the Jedi, plus some trinkets of obvious value." A nod, something approaching a smile. "Well, then." He spun on his heel and strode briskly out into the sun. Iskat gave one final look around the wonderful shop of trinkets that had fascinated her when she was a younger, different being. Lump's torso and face were still and dark now. A tucker on the counter sniffed at a patch of leaking oil. Downstairs, Gamodar was well, he'd made the wrong choice and that wasn't her fault. All he'd had to do was hand her the holocron, and he could have lived. Probably. She carried the basket of artifacts to the ship, glancing up at the blue sky of Barleth and avoiding the eyes of those they passed in the street. Deep within, she felt a pulse of shame at what had happened, at what she'd allowed to happen. Gamodar's death was a useless and pathetic one, and even though the blame rested squarely on his big, blue shoulders, she promised herself she would work on her powers of persuasion. Semba had a long list of old friends who collected and sold relics. Iskat didn't want to be the one who killed them all. When they returned to the fortress on Coruscant, the Grand Inquisitor stopped her at the door. "It is time, sister," he said. /29 Iskat followed the Grand Inquisitor to a chamber inside the Inquisitorius headquarters that she'd never seen before. She walked into the chamber in plain black robes, carrying her green lysaber, and when she left the room, her head held high, there was a new crescent-shaped red lysaber clutched in her hand. Gone were the simple tunic and pants crusted with her sweat. Her new uniform had been perfectly tailored to move with her body while running and fighting, all in shades of grey and black with a high collar and stiff boots fitted with a vibroblade scabbard. The helmet under her arm gave her a terrifying countenance, the same sort of faceless violence she'd once questioned in the clones. After the ritual, she was formally a member of the Inquisitorius and fully understood her purpose. She'd been brought to the Inquisitorius headquarters on Coruscant to hunt down the remaining traitorous Jedi, and now that she'd proven her loyalty and her obedience, she could finally begin that task. She was ready. Her old life was as dead as the Jedi Order and she had a new home and a new name, although she wasn't yet ready to use it. She had sworn her allegiance to the Grand Inquisitor and his masters, and to the task of silencing what was left of the Jedi. And why not? Killing was what she'd been born to do. It was her calling. All that time, the Jedi had never told her that what she was fighting in herself, what she was tamping down, what she was trying to meditate away was the persistent call of the dark side. And it wasn't some terrible, cruel foreign thing, some cloying lure or trap. It was part and parcel of her, just waiting to be discovered. It was so obvious, when all the lies of the Jedi were wiped away and the evidence was laid out. They'd told her to fear it, to meditate it away, but that was because they wanted to keep her weak. There was a vast field of knowledge, a whole other world the Jedi had actively tried to hide from her, to keep her from tapping into something they couldn't fathom, much less control. All this time, it had been inside her, calling to her, and she had been forced to deny it. Now she was rushing into its joyous embrace. She had built 2 lysabers with her own hands, but now she would learn to fight with a far more powerful red-blade lysaber that could spin like a circle of death. Yes, as it turned out, the Inquisitorius had many benefits above and beyond the Jedi. Iskat had options. Now that she'd been granted full status as an Inquisitor, she was encouraged to seek what enticed and pleased her, the materials and clothes and footwear that would hone her lethality. She could furnish her quarters according to her own aesthetics and interests. She was allowed to own things, even encouraged to collect objects that might enhance her education and training. Her blue stone amulet still hung around her neck under her uniform, a reminder of the many anchors the Jedi had used to hold her back. The crystal of her remaining green lightsaber had been part of the transformation of her new red one, but Fura's yellow saber would rest in a place of honor in her chamber, along with the statue from Gamodar's safe that the Grand Inquisitor had not claimed. Possessing objects, it turned out, could bring a lot of satisfaction. No wonder the Jedi had discouraged it. For if a Jedi craved things, they might not be content to sit all day by a pool, meditating on what? Being lesser, being content with nothing, calming the rage that stoked the fires of growth. What was the point of spending that much time trying to hide part of your soul when it was so much easier, so much better, to embrace it? Struggling with the Jedi way was merely a sane person's response to being fed constant insanity. Her questioning was over. Now that the Inquisitorius had invited her into their inner sanctum, Iskat had fully opened herself to the dark side and all that it promised. As she left the chamber and entered the main hall of the metal-plated tower, an old man in a black hooded cloak materialized from the shadows, walking beside her with a crooked cane. Iskat was startled and wary. He had concealed himself in the Force, and she had missed him entirely until the moment he chose to appear. She kept walking. "There is still doubt in you," the old man said from deep within his black robes, keeping pace. Dark energy rolled off him like smoke, and for all that he appeared wizened and weak, she knew that beside her strode a being of immense power. She recognized him from the Hollow during Order 66, and from before then, when she'd known him as Chancellor Palpatine, but didn't immediately show her hand. She was terrified to her very bones, and he knew it, and it pleased him. "Not doubt, my lord," she responded. She chose her words carefully, understanding that if she lied, he would know. "I felt different all my life among the Jedi, and I am grateful I was spared their fate. I'm eager to serve the Inquisitorius." "The Jedi," he mused. "Of course they would ostracize you. They are weak, and they cannot tolerate the strong. Now you have become something else." Iskat looked down at her hands. She was so accustomed to seeing the brown robes of a Jedi that it was strange to see her red skin against the stiff black cuffs of her uniform. "I've only ever been one thing, only ever believed myself to be one thing. I've chosen this gladly, but I'm still the same person, and the galaxy has changed around me. I don't know yet what I will become." He chuckled, a dark sound that echoed. "Yes, yes, in time. It is early yet. You will change, or you will die. It is already beginning," she said softly. "My journey with the dark side." She looked up at him. "My lord, are you Sith?" "Good, good." He grinned, yellow teeth flashing in the shadow of his hood. "Yes, child. I am not the Chancellor you once knew. I am more. I am Darth Sidious, heir to millennia of grand design, dedicated to achieving vengeance for the Sith. The Republic I served is dead." The last two words were harsh staccato. "Although the great Mace Windu did his best to end me, only one of us remains, and I am stronger now than ever. But you have not yet fully accepted your new destiny. I can see how one raised in the Jedi way might have trouble releasing a lifetime of weakness. It is a common thing to pause at the edge of a cliff. Only some will jump." "Yes, but where is the cliff?" she asked. "I have no fear of high places." Quicker than her eye could follow, the old man's red-blade lightsaber was at her throat, so close she could feel its heat, hear its crackle. For all that he had feigned fragility, she could sense him now in the Force, a maelstrom of dark power she could barely fathom. "Will you jump when it is time, child? Or will you fight?" "Fight you," she whispered. "It would not be an equal fight. My lord, if you wanted me dead, I already would be." Just as quickly as it appeared, the blade vanished, and she took a deep breath and swallowed hard. "Equality," he growled in disgust. There is no such thing as equality, there is only dominance or failure. The Jedi believed that all beings are equal, and that if they could control an individual from birth onward, they could brainwash equality and modesty and altruism into every developing mind. Yet the Jedi chose to ignore that any group of children must immediately rank itself from leaders to followers to pariahs. She felt his eyes crawling over her like the barbed little feet of beetles. But you know that all too well, don't you? I spent my entire life as a pariah, she said curtly. He nodded and continued walking. She kept pace and kept her distance. Teachers do not believe themselves to be biased, but there will always be favorites, he continued. This is a weakness of the Jedi only understood by the child who is always found wanting. Equality is a lie, but revenge? Oh, that is very, very real. That is what we offer you, Iskat Akaris. The chance to become what you were meant to be, and to punish those who would destroy you for being different. The chance to fight for your own supremacy. The chance to do what you do best. To kill. His words seemed to echo back from the stark metal walls. To kill. To kill. To kill. My lord, am I to be Sith? She asked. A chuckle. Oh, no, child. But you will serve the greater cause. Palpatine stopped and waved a hand at the wall. A hidden door swung open, a door she hadn't seen before. Iskat was curious but not surprised. The building was immense, rivaling the Jedi Temple, and yet it was noticeably empty, and she'd always wondered why. This must be where the full members of the Inquisitorius spent their time. Just like the rest of the facility, the walls were dull grey metal, as if designed for droids who had no keen eye for beauty or comfort. Iskat wondered if Palpatine met every new Inquisitor to reveal the door, if this was a test or a lesson. Either way, he was watching, waiting. Perhaps she wasn't Sith, but ever since she'd gazed upon Semba's artifact she had felt the call to the dark side, and she was beginning to see that this suited her much better than the Jedi had. It began when I encountered a Sith text, she told him. And then when I stood on the sands of Thule, it was as if the very planet reached out to me. Awakened something in me. The Jedi taught me that killing is bad, and yet I'm so very good at it. I sometimes wonder if I was born this way. Yes, Palpatine said eagerly, gesturing her through the door. Yes, feel it deep within you. See the truth of what the Jedi have done. You were born with a gift, a skill, a purpose. And yet all your life, the Jedi preached oneness while making you intricately, painfully aware of how very different you were. They suggested that difference made you wrong somehow, made you lesser, that you should focus all your time and energy on purging that darkness from your soul. The dark side is a part of you, my dear, and it has always been so. That feeling the Jedi forced you to push away was merely an eager and loving hand, reaching out to guide you. As he spoke, he led her down another long hallway that looked identical to all the other hallways. Iskat committed every detail to memory, knowing full well she'd be expected to find her way on her own, later. How do you know all this? She asked. We've been watching you for quite some time, he admitted. Even before the Great Purge, we knew there were Jedi who were not served by the order that ruled their lives. I've had spies planted in the temple, watching for promising adepts who might tlnive among our ranks. Hezo, she said, understanding immediately. Correct. I wondered how he always seemed to be in the courtyard when I was there. Our Solonian friend once trained to become a Jedi, you know. He did not pass his trials, and they found a place for him in the temple. But like many who have left the Jedi Order, he still maintains some small connection with the Force. He's exceptionally good at sensing the sort of emotions the Jedi, it was almost a snarl, wanted its members to reject. Is he here? Palpatine led her into a grand and soaring circular chamber ringed by large, round windows with a sunken pit in its center. They stood at the very edge, looking down into what most resembled a gladiatorial arena, complete with the black scorch marks left behind by many Lysibas. Acid yellow lights lit tunnels leading out of the pit, while Imperial guards loomed between the windows, silent and stoic in their austere crimson robes and masks. The droid mechanic is no longer your concern. Palpatine put his hand on her shoulder, the withered fingers as hard and tense as steel. She realized, too late, that he could easily throw her into the pit, and although she had the skills and instincts to catch herself, she still felt the implied threat. I once told you that I expected great things of you in the future, and I still do. Forget your life among the Jedi and fully step into your future as an Inquisitor. This facility is equipped with the tools a clever warrior might use to advance the skills that some consider unnatural. His head turned suddenly as someone approached them from the hallway. Ah. Fifth brother. I take it you've met. Iskat was indeed familiar with the fifth brother, and she did not like him. The tall humanoid with his greenish-grey skin, his flat and cruel eyes, glared at Iskat from under his triangular headpiece, clearly unhappy to see that she'd gained access to this restricted area of facility. Yes, Lord Sidious, he said, inclining his head. Take Iskat to the library. She's ready. Iskat had hoped that receiving her Anna and Red Lysiba might make the other Inquisitors more welcoming, but the opposite seemed true. If anything, the fifth brother hated her more now. She could feel him in the Force, like a cracked glacier, radiating coldness. As you wish, my lord, he finally said. Realizing she had been released from an audience, Iskat turned to the old man in his black robes, and for just a second, it was as if he lifted an invisible wall and let her truly sense his power. Her nostrils flared as her entire body begged her to run, as fast and as far as possible, and never, ever come back. Then, like a portcullis falling, he was just a man again, or almost. Thank you for your wise counsel, my lord, she said. He inclined his head, amused. Choose wisely, my dear, he said, almost kindly. By now you know there is only one alternative. The Emperor turned and hobbled down the hall, his black robes soon melding into the shadows. Come along, the fifth brother said. He gave her a snide look and leapt into the pit far below. Iskat followed, using the Force to control her fall and land neatly. How long have you been training down here? It doesn't matter, he said without turning back. Then what does matter? If you last long enough, perhaps you will find out. His tone was as brusque as his pace. Iskat paid close attention to the turns they took through the labyrinthine facility of seemingly infinite grey metal walls, the plates overlapping in a senseless pattern that Iskat found distasteful. The fifth brother led her into a lift, and she briefly wondered if getting into a confined space with him was a good idea. I won't harm you, he said mockingly. At least not today. It would be like striking down an infant. She glared at him, not taking the bait. Were you a Jedi, once? Because she couldn't see it, couldn't imagine this hateful being smiling in brown robes or helping children. His eyes flashed at her and away, bored. I am an Inquisitor. But what were you before that? Weak. How descriptive. I'm not here to amuse you, sister. Iskat had hoped that she would find like minds here, once she had been fully initiated among the Inquisitors, but if the rest of them were anything like the fifth brother, she was going to be disappointed. Perhaps she hadn't truly bonded with anyone among the Jedi, but she didn't feel any kinship with the fifth brother. At least she was fairly certain that, unlike the Jedi, he would stab her in the front instead of the back. Well, honestly, he would probably stab her anywhere he saw a crack in her Anna. She doubted honor was one of his defining characteristics. The lift opened, and they stepped out into yet another round foyer. This facility didn't have the thoughtful, graceful, spiritual elegance of the Jedi Temple. It was equally large but brutal and artless in design, an apt metaphor for the blunt strength of true power compared with the false beauty of haughty lies. The fifth brother led her toward a grand doorway, which slid open as they neared to reveal a library. Compared with the Jedi archives, it was just a simple room, but Iskat had hoped that here she might find the answers she'd always sought, whereas Jocastanews archives had only kept her ignorant of the true knowledge within. "How does it work?" she asked. "Is anything off limits? Is there a librarian?" The look he gave her was rife with disgust. "Nothing is forbidden. This isn't the Jedi. Among the Inquisitors, you must fight for what you want, and that includes information." He turned to leave. "Thanks for the warm welcome," she called, knowing it would annoy. He did not stop walking. No. She stood there, alone, wondering where to start. Should she research Kuri and Fura? Or should she seek to gain the skills she would need to survive among the Inquisitors? She closed her eyes, trusting the Force to guide her, and felt a familiar tug. Her heartbeats sped up as she followed the call to a shelf, where a familiar bundle of skin and sinew sat, pulsing with dark side energy. Iskat glanced quickly over her shoulder to see if she was being watched. She'd been told nothing here was off limits, but as Emperor Palpatine had reminded her, she hadn't fully released herself from the Jedi strictures that had thus far guided her life. It didn't matter if she was watched. This was a library, she was an Inquisitor, and she could take what she wished. She reached out, and the moment her long, red fingers scooped up the artifact, she felt a shiver of delight and rightness. It was the Sith text that she and Master V had acquired on Ring Govinda, their last find together before Semba's death. The Inquisitors must have raided the Jedi archives, and those secret places she'd discussed with Hezo, the ones where dangerous artifacts had once been hidden deep in the temple. Back when she'd first encountered the text, Semba had forbidden her from thinking about it, much less touching it or trying to read it. But now? Now it was in her hands, and there were no pontificating Jedi to reprimand her. She looked around the room and took the text to a librarian droid that floated in midair like a blackened pupa. "I need a protocol droid," she told it. "Wait here," the droid rasped. After the fifth brother and the Grand Inquisitor, Iskat was growing accustomed to the lack of niceties. The Inquisitors were concise with their language, and so were their droids. It suited her, saying exactly what was meant and no more, not trying to figure out how to make small talk or properly cushion a request with the correct polite pragmatics. Soon the library door slid open, revealing an Ra-7 protocol droid painted flat black, mouth-like vocabulator glowing the same acid yellow as the lights in the pit. "I am 6 Ra-7, the droid said in a cool, crisp, feminine voice. "What do you require?" Iskat held out the Sith text that almost seemed to purr in her hands. "I need you to translate this, and then I need information on a planet called Kuri/30. Unfortunately, the Sith text proved ultimately worthless. It was beautiful and ancient, steeped in power, but mostly incomplete, and what little there was consisted of ramblings on how to select an apprentice. No wonder whoever had stolen it from the archives had allowed it to stay in the library. It wasn't useful to life as an Inquisitor and thus wouldn't give anyone an edge. Still, she kept it for herself, placing it in her chamber where it seemed to pulse in time with her heart and whisper to her as she slept. This text, long ago, when Semba had asked her to sense it, it had woken something in her. When she looked back, she realized that everything had changed that day. She'd begun to question things, to let the dark side in. The text had possessed her, and now she possessed it. And the effort to read it had not been in vain. Now that she had access to 6 Ra-7, and the droid had information on much of the large but secretive headquarters, Iskat understood that although the Grand Inquisitor had promised her access to dark side texts, he had failed to mention that the Inquisitors who'd arrived before her had already cleaned the shelves of the most useful volumes. She began to get the feeling that while the Inquisitors were meant to grow their connection with the dark side, they weren't meant to eclipse their masters in knowledge or power. Of course, that didn't stop her from trying. She just had to do the work herself instead of having it handed to her. Unfortunately, the droid's databanks were unhelpful regarding Gri, Jin though had not exaggerated its lack of technology and presence in the galaxy. The only true discovery had to do with Thura. The Inquisitorius had liberated the Jedi databanks from the temple, which meant Iskat now knew the year Thura had been given to the Jedi, and the year she'd washed out at the Jedi trials. Although the common entry she'd found so long ago had been tampered with, there were other ways to access that information, ways that Jocasta and Noxie had kept from her. Iskat could still recall her dream with perfect clarity, and she could only assume that when Thura threw down her lightsaber and ran away, it was her moment of ultimate failure at the trials. But where had she gone, and why had Semba kept her lightsaber all those years? As soon as she had the resources, Iskat was determined to visit Gri and see if Thura had returned there. If not, perhaps she could find Thura's family. At the very least, she would finally meet others like her. But for now, Iskat began a period of learning that she had been yearning for her entire life. She could search whatever she liked in the Jedi archives with no restrictions, read any information that called to her. She could sit in her room and put one hand on the Sith text and clutch her amulet in the other, probing deep into the dark side and making friends with what she found there. No one told her to meditate on goodness and serenity. No one told her to find her center. What she had accidentally done with that column as a child. That was just the beginning. Tycho had only gotten hurt because she was in the way. Rage had long been Iskat's intimate friend, but she now felt a new sort of rage as she realized the life she might have led if she had not been held back, admonished, put down, swept aside. If she had not always been the outcast. If anyone had taken her hand, encouraged her unique gifts, given her the least bit of personal care, shown her how to truly focus her powers instead of just quiet them, she would have been unstoppable. And the Jedi, of course, well, they didn't want her to be unstoppable. They had done everything possible to stop her. They didn't want her to become anything except pliant, biddable, contained. But now the Jedi were gone. They couldn't force her into a box she would never fit in. They couldn't pretend that the past had never happened, sweep their many failures under the rug. And yet, information on the dark side was hard to find. The library had been mostly cleaned out of useful things, and any entries in the Jedi archives were purposefully vague and stood to warn, not instruct. One day, seeing him in the hallway, she politely fell into step with the Grand Inquisitor. He glanced down at her but did not slow. "Grand Inquisitor," she began. "I'm learning so much here, but it feels like certain information is missing. I'd like to know more about the dark side. When I left the Jedi, I was promised the answers to my questions. Nothing was promised," he told her, his voice frosty. "Except the chance to discover the truth for yourself. Information does not want to be free. The answers you seek must come from within you. Or perhaps you wish to simply hunt down dark side objects, as your pathetic Jedi Master once did. That would be an acceptable occupation, so long as you return such information directly to me. But remember, ultimately, we all serve the Emperor. Can I go where I wish, then, as I seek answers to my questions?" He stopped and smiled, showing his pointed teeth, so like and yet so different from Tuolon's, which she'd once admired. "We would expect nothing else. When you are not on a mission, you are free to follow your intuition, unless and until you are given a job to do. You will be rewarded for bringing in any rogue Jedi, artifacts, or knowledge of the Force that you find during your own explorations. If you are ready, you will be assigned a shuttle and a company of purge troopers who will follow your every order. The droids at the landing pad will assist you." Sensing she would get no more out of him, she merely said, "Thank you, Grand Inquisitor." I hope you will return from Kuri with new information that will benefit us all, Iskat Icarus, even if you learn only about yourself. Iskat nodded and walked away, carefully holding herself together instead of showing how chilled she was by his knowledge. The Grand Inquisitor knew where she was from well, of course he did. She had to assume that whatever she had told Hizo, the Grand Inquisitor and likely the Emperor now knew. It was also possible that the library droids kept records of what was searched. Iskat was glad to have the freedom to go to Kuri, and yet she didn't feel the time was right. She had not yet received her first assignment, and she worried that if she left, she might miss the chance to prove herself and gain status over the other Inquisitors. Annoyed and restless, she headed toward the pit, where she heard the sounds of someone battling a training remote. When she looked down from the edge, far below she saw the seventh sister, a green-skinned Myrialan, leaping and twirling as she blocked shots from two different remotes with her crescent-handled lightsaber. Iskat stopped to watch her, studying her moves. None of the Inquisitors had been friendly, but she especially disliked the seventh sister. She was needlessly cruel, delighting in the pain of others. There was something broken about her, something unnaturally jagged. They had shattered something inside her, when they turned her away from the Jedi, and what was left felt like a blade that ached for blood. Iskat leapt to the ground, nearly silent, and the seventh sister whirled to face her, lightsaber defensively up. "The show's not free, even if you've got a uniform now," the Myrialan said, using a swipe of her hand to turn off the remotes. "I recognize that sequence. You trained with Illa Secura." The Myrialan lifted a shoulder. "So what? That life is dead. Now I fight alone." "Blades don't sharpen themselves." The seventh sister looked Iskat up and down as if deciding whether to buy a piece of Jogan fruit at the market. She had tattoos angling down from the corners of her eyes and a line of dots up the middle of her chin. Her dark purple lips twitched, and then she nodded. "Why not? Worst case scenario, I kill you, and I don't even like you." Iskat snorted. "Believe me, it's mutual is your new name, sister." But Iskat wasn't ready to say it out loud, to give up who she was entirely, and she certainly didn't want to hear her new name spoken for the first time by someone she detested. "I was given my first name. I'll take the second when I choose." The seventh sister snickered. "Sounds like someone hasn't killed any Jedi yet." "I could start with killing you," a little voice whispered in the back of Iskat's head. Strange thoughts sometimes rose as if testing her, the same sort of impulse she'd felt during that strange moment in the knighting ceremony when she'd thought about chopping off Charlene's Leku. That little whisper of a voice had a good point, though. Maybe killing the seventh sister was a bit much, but showing supremacy over another Inquisitor would definitely garner positive attention here in a way it never had in the Jedi Temple. "Shall we spar, then?" she asked, pulling her new lightsaber from her back. She kept it in its crescent form, as the seventh sister did, her long fingers sure around the wide hilt. The seventh sister grinned and ignited her own red blade. "Thought you'd never ask." As they circled each other, Iskat felt for her opponent in the Force and was aware of the Myrialan likewise feeling for some sort of weakness. Iskat struck first, and the seventh sister easily caught her blade before slashing back violently. Iskat swiftly realized the trap she'd fallen into. Having just received her new red blade, she hadn't yet fought with it or even fully explored its build and capabilities. Oh, well. That was what duels were for. She'd watched the others spar, at least, not here in the pit, which seemed to be reserved only for the Inquisitors who had earned their name and uniform, but in the common part of the facility. She knew what her red blade could do, even if she hadn't yet developed sense memory for using it in battle. They took turns aggressing and defending, exploring one another's reactions. Iskat got the feeling that the seventh sister was gummed easy, toying with her. The Myrialan was older than Iskat was and had clearly been training longer. Iskat would have to get creative if she wanted to win, much less survive. The next time the seventh sister smugly blocked a flurry of slashes, Iskat subtly gestured toward the high, dusty corners of the pit's ceiling, where a cluster of small spider bats slept. Using the force, she pulled them down from their roost and sent them flapping toward her opponent, their 8 legs waving frantically as they flapped and squeaked. The seventh sister fell back for only a moment before slashing at the creatures, and the hot reek of burned flesh bit at Iskat's nose. "Think you're clever," the seventh sister said, slashing the last spider bat out of her way with a sneer. "I'll show you clever." With that, the seventh sister doubled down, hitting harder and faster. An overhead slash, a backhanded slash, a jab that would have put out Iskat's eye if she'd been 1 second slower. Iskat went on the defense, until she remembered. This was her dance. This was what she was meant to do. She had to stop thinking so hard and let the force take over. She opened up that secret door in her soul and felt a rush of dark, glittering power that flowed through her veins like burning gold. A smile stretched across her face as she stopped thinking, stopped worrying, stopped trying to protect herself and let her body become an instrument to a higher power. And yet, it was different this time. There was a dark joy in it, a wish for harm, and she was unafraid and unashamed. She let it in, she welcomed it, she embraced it. And in return, it flooded her muscles, her bones, her sinews, lighting her up from within like the sun. She was dancing again, flowing, more scented than she'd ever been, more certain. She wanted to feel her blade cut into flesh, to feel that softness breaking. She wanted to smell blood spilled hot on the metal floor, to feel it splash across her face and catch in her eyelashes. She wanted to stand over the still and broken body of this fellow Inquisitor, this former Jedi, this woman who might have been a friend or a teacher in a former life but who was instead now a rival. Iskat craved destruction like she had never craved anything before, hungered for it like she would be forever empty unless she filled her hearts with murder. For a moment, the seventh sister struggled to catch up, faltering under the balletic onslaught of Iskat's aggression. But then it was as if she, too, drew on the same well, and she fought back with renewed vigor. "You're going to have to reach deeper if I want to take me down," the seventh sister hissed. "I know things you've never even heard of. You may think you drink from the dark side, but you're just a little took a cat lapping at a saucer." Iskat's confidence plummeted as the seventh sister all but chased her across the pit. Her boots slipped in the spider-bat blood, and she fell backward, tucking into a roll and landing in a crouch. Seventh sister's blade was already at her throat. "Guess you'll never kill a Jedi, after all," seventh sister said with a malicious smile. Iskat ran the calculations, knowing there was no way she could get her lightsaber up before the seventh sister made good on her promise. She had to use something new, and that sweet, dark tug in her soul made her fingers curl up. Iskat's fingers twitched, and the seventh sister gasped and dropped her lightsaber, holding her hand protectively to her chest. Her fingers twisted at odd angles, the little bones popping like insects underfoot. "Maybe I'll settle for killing an ex-Jedi," Iskat hissed back. She'd never attempted to use the Force on someone's body before, and it took every ounce of concentration she had to focus on the seventh sister's fingers and imagine them curled up and crushed like the bodies of the spider-bats littering the ground around them. Enough. The Grand Inquisitor appeared overhead, staring down from the balcony. Iskat gave one final squeeze, a reminder that she would never be that pliant again. And she let go. The seventh sister dropped to her knees and looked up with hate in her eyes as she cradled her hand. "I know things, too," Iskat whispered. She looked up to see if the Grand Inquisitor was impressed, but he was already gone. Deactivating her lightsaber, she strode from the room, proud but shaken. She'd made an enemy today, she knew. But she'd also made a point. /31 Iskat and the seventh sister avoided each other after that, glaring with grudging respect as they passed in the halls. They did not again attempt to spar. If they did, Iskat had no doubt it would have been to the death. The seventh sister's hand was wrapped up in a Bacta cast for several days, which was immensely satisfying. One night, Iskat woke suddenly from a deep sleep to find a red light glowing in her pitch-dark chamber. She pulled her lysaber out from under her pillow, but something ripped it from her hand. Another red light appeared, then another. As her eyes focused, she could see that there were 3 flying droids in the room. She reached out a hand, fingers already squeezing to crush one with the force, but lightning erupted through her body, white-hot and boiling her blood. As she shook, her teeth clenched together, there was another burst of electricity. She fell back in her bed, eyeballs stuck open and unseeing, her entire body in a rictus of pain. "That's for my hand," she heard the seventh sister say. "But this is for me." Whatever happened next Iskat didn't know. She woke in the Mead Bay, floating in a tank off Bacta. Outside the glass, the seventh sister grinned as 3 black seeker droids with red eyes hovered around her like fluttering spider bats. She wiggled her heeled fingers in a smug wave. "I suppose I owe you," she purred. She extended a hand, and one of the seeker droids settled on her palm. She gestured toward Iskat in the Bacta tank, presenting the droid like a trophy. "Those spider bats gave me a lovely idea. I hope my little minions gave you sweet dreams." Iskat's teeth ground together, but she could barely move. Her body was mostly numb, and the force felt like rainwater in her veins, a weak dribble. Seeing her frustration, the seventh sister threw back her head and laughed. "See you around," she said. As she sashayed out followed by her droids, jealousy flooded Iskat like black ichor, and she swore she would have her revenge. It took over a week for Iskat to recover enough to leave the Bacta tank and move to a bed. The med droids informed her that the seeker droids had shocked her so hard that one of her hearts had briefly stopped. Somehow, blind and screaming, paralyzed on one side, she had managed to drag herself down the hall to the Mead Bay. No one had come to help her, she had helped herself, and it was the only reason she was still alive. While she was convalescing, another Inquisitor stumbled into the Mead Bay, slumped around his left arm. It was missing from the elbow down, the wound cauterized and still gently smoking. The droids quickly rushed to help him, urging him onto a bed. "What happened?" she asked. He turned toward her and threw his helmet on the ground, revealing piercing blue eyes and greyish skin with scar-like yellow markings. He sneered, as if she was too far beneath him to converse with. "You'll find out soon enough," was all he said. He did not speak again, and she did not attempt further conversation. After the droids finished their work and he had left, Iskat asked the nearest med droid his name. "That was the 6th brother," the med droid said snippily. "Not that it matters." Once Iskat was ready to leave the Mead Bay but still weak, she took shelter in her chamber. Perhaps she was stuck in bed, but she wasn't going to take Ethos assault lying down. She was going to find new ways to inflict damage on her enemies, without relying on flying droids like a coward. Iskat had always chafed against meditation among the Jedi, but she understood now that she'd been trying to shut a door instead of open one. Now, as she closed her eyes and clutched her amulet, she didn't seek her center and attempt to find stillness. She didn't dwell in serenity and peace. She didn't try to let her emotions move through her and pass beyond. No, this time, she ruminated on what she wanted. Strength. Power. To be unstoppable. Invincible. All the time she'd been meditating with the Jedi, there had been this thing. This little spot inside her that she was supposed to bury deep and ignore. When she'd come into contact with the Sith text, that thing inside had yawned and stretched and hungered, and she'd worked twice as hard to bury it again. Now she released it, dived into it, drank from it. Like dark water, it filled her. It whispered to her, secrets on the edge of hearing. Finally, Iskat began to understand that perhaps all the meditation she'd been forced to undergo as a Jedi might be turned against her enemies. Then, Her meditation had served to keep the dark side at bay, she knew that now. It was in her, it had always been in her. A secret whisper as if from an old friend, a nudge from the galaxy, a hunch that arose like a cunning snake's head from the darkest of pools. The Jedi had instructed her to use meditation to repel the dark side within her, and they had planned their deceptions so that a talented master was always nearby to monitor Iskat and ensure that she put up the firmest of doors against the intrusion of what would not stop knocking. But now she allowed her rage to blossom within her and unfurl, reaching its tendrils off her mind and body like the hungrily seeking Mostana vines in the temple courtyard. For that was what she held tightly at her core, anger that had become rage. Rage at the Jedi, at the Council, at Semba, at Clofin, at Mace, at Tualon, at her fellow Padawans and then Jedi Knights, at the tenets she had been forced to memorize as if there were anything such as absolute truth. Rage at herself, her old self that had simply accepted whatever punishments and admonishments the Jedi meted out as if they were some all-knowing, all-seeing power worthy of utmost respect, rage that she had never had the courage to trust herself. The rage that had once simmered now came to a full boil, filling her and roiling through her like lava in her bones. She could use this, oh, yes, she could use this as if responding to her meditation, her body began to heal faster. Soon the med-droids visited her to remove the remaining back to plasters, and Iskat stood, itching for a fight, and a shower. She knew she was still too weak to face the seventh sister, but she also knew that she would use this time to further explore that deep well of rage within her and how she might embrace it and learn to channel it into her own storm. One day, as she stalked the halls of the Inquisitorious headquarters, restless and ready to fight something, anything, hoping to come across the seventh sister, she felt a familiar tug in the Force, the first possible source of warmth she'd encountered since returning to Coruscant. She put a hand to the wall and found yet another hidden door, which led her into a lower level of the building, off dark corridors she'd never seen before, past mysterious doors, and down a cargo lift. She was smiling as she entered an open chamber filled with tools and droid baths. There sat Hezo, tinkering with one of the med-droids she'd recently grown to know quite well. Hezo grinned when he saw her. "Iskat. So you finally found where you belong?" "Maybe," she allowed. "I haven't been given an assignment yet." "And what does that take?" "Something like the Jedi trials." "They don't tell me much, and the droids here keep their secrets better hidden than those in the Jedi Temple." She walked over and sat on a crate across from him, watching his agile fingers twist a spanner in the droid's chest. "I'm not exactly sure. I became a full member of the Inquisitorious and immediately ended up in a Bacta tank, so I'm hoping it will happen soon, now that I'm on the mend." The Solonian looked up, his warm Bruin eyes smiling. "But at least now you can choose for yourself, huh? I remember when I washed out of the trials, did I ever tell you that I was a Jedi Padawan? I wasn't allowed to tell you anything, you know. After I washed out, I was given the opportunity to work in the temple. I was good with droids and circuits. I was done training as a Jedi and cultivating my connection to the Force, so I agreed, but in reality, it was no choice. The alternative was returning to a home I couldn't remember, to a place I didn't belong. I stayed at the temple because it was all I knew, and I was afraid to leave." He held up his hands, his fur puffing out in discontent. "I can't even feel it much anymore. The Force. It's like a broken comm. There's nothing but fuzz. I miss it. But you're here now." He nodded. "Yeah, I still have to go where I'm sent. As long as there are droids to fix, I can be happy. It's nice to see a friendly face, though. The other Inquisitors are a right sour folk. I hope you don't end up that way." "I don't know how I'll end up." She stood and paced around the chamber, picking her way among the broken droids and crates. "But I do know one thing. I trusted you, Hezo. And you fed my every word directly to your masters." He cocked his head. You never told me anything you didn't want to. And now? Are you reporting to the Grand Inquisitor? He looked around in confusion. I would assume you're always being watched, wouldn't you? But hey. Whatever happened, look what came of it. You're out from under the thumb of the Jedi. They are not holding you back anymore. You got what you always wanted. Iskat unhooked her lightsaber from her back and ignited it, considering the red blade. Did I? Is this truly what I always wanted? I guess we'll find out. He didn't have time to speak before her lightsaber slashed out in a crimson arc. There was almost no resistance, as if he'd already accepted what was to come. Hizo didn't even try to fight, looking up at Iskat with confusion still written in his gentle brown eyes. He would not betray her confidence again. And she would never again trust another soul with her deepest secrets. She put her lightsaber away and stared at the droid mechanic's corpse. It was so easy. She felt no remorse. Only the sweet exultation of revenge. /32 When the med droids deemed her well enough to train again, or nearly so, Iskat braided her hair back and put on her uniform, ready to duel the next Inquisitor she found and hoping it was the seventh sister. She was full of energy and a hungry sort of eagerness, as if the dark side was a voracious beast that needed a steady diet of meat to thrive. She stalked to the pit and jumped down, joining the fifth brother and seventh sister, plus a towering Duutin who was missing an eye. Took you long enough, the seventh sister said. What do we call you? Asked the burly Duutin, shaking her tusks. Iskat. But your new name, not until I'm ready to claim it. In response, the fifth brother lit up his red lightsaber. Then come earn it. When she did not immediately aggress, he peevishly said, well. Iskat unsnapped her cape and let it fall to the floor, then lit her lightsaber, grinning as the red blade hissed to life. Well, what? The fifth brother didn't pause even a moment before charging at her. She parried easily and quickly realized that he was a brute force sort of fighter, not particularly agile or clever, and that he would have beaten her to death with a stone with the same finesse as he slashed with his lightsaber. Again and again she met his blade, even attempting a few attacks of her own as she grew accustomed to his inelegant but effective fighting style. Then the fifth brother did something terrifying. He smiled. It almost made her miss the fact that he'd expanded his lightsaber from its crescent form into a circle with two blades. The difficulty of the duel went up as Iskat was forced to go on the defensive, trying to figure out how to deal with this new variable. She had practiced unfolding her own lightsaber, but it was entirely different, doing so in her chamber and figuring it out in the heat of battle. Instead she did a backflip off the wall, wrenching off a sconce with the force and sending it toward fifth brother's head, where it clipped his helmet and knocked him off balance. That, at least, earned a cruel chuckle from the seventh sister, the sort of sound that suggested it was pleasant to see the fifth brother taken down a notch, and that a complete beheading would not have been a bad thing. Iskat was fighting on a shallow level, though, and it was time to open herself up in the Force, and the Force did not meet her joyously. There was a new presence there, a new darkness. It was as if the air had been sucked out of the room, a door opened in the vacuum of space and drawing every living thing toward a grand emptiness that promised only death. When Iskat had felt Palpatine in the Force, her body had ached to run. But whatever this endless void was, it threatened to drown her, freezing her in place, making her want to grab onto something solid and hold on for dear life. The other Inquisitors had gone still, looking up expectantly toward one of the hallways. Heavy footsteps approached, the metallic thunks echoing throughout the silent chamber. Iskat could hear breathing now, deep, robotic, rhythmic. The fifth brother deactivated his lightsaber, the snarl slipping from his face, replaced with was that fear? Was there actually something in the galaxy that fifth brother feared? Greetings, Lord Vader, he said, backing away. Iskat kept her blade on as she turned to find a terrifying figure standing there, flanked by several new Inquisitors who paled by comparison. This man, this monster, was larger than life and practically exhaling the dark side. From his gleaming black helmet to his heavy cape and heavier boots, he seemed a construction of Iskat's worst nightmares, an unholy union of flesh and machine thrumming with, possibly even powered by, an undying rage that somehow spoke to her own. There was something about him, something familiar. They'd met before. They'd shared some moment. Test your blade, he said, and Iskat immediately knew better than to question him. She took hold of her Lysaber's hilt, her hand shaking, and sought the switch that would unfold the crescent guard, activate her second blade, and make both blades spin. It was exactly where it should have been, exactly how she would have designed it, and as the blades began to move in a whirling red blur of doom, she was pleased at how perfectly the hilt was designed, how effortless it was to hold. Now attack. Attack me, he meant. Recently initiated, recently recovered from a grievous wound, holding a spinning crimson Lysaber she still hadn't mastered, surrounded by people who were rabid to witness her failure, she considered the figure before her. Huge, towering, powerful, trained. Filled with rage, flowing with the Force, already a master of the dark side. She understood immediately that there was no way she could beat him. She also understood that if she didn't try, he would simply strike her down where she stood. She'd fought the Grand Inquisitor, the seventh sister, and the fifth brother, but this, she was quite certain, would be a fight for her life. And he had ordered her to attack him. Iskat was unstudied with this new blade and understood that the enemy was unbeatable. And yet, for the first time in her life, she realized, there were no rules. This was no polite duel. With training blades and bows of respect. Perhaps it was a proving ground, perhaps it was an initiation, but it was definitely life or death. And if she died? Well, then she wasn't worthy to call herself an Inquisitor. All these thoughts passed in 2 thumps of her heart's. Vader stood there, single red blade lit, watching her as she ran calculations, discarding every thought that arose. She needed something more audacious than simply attacking him. She glanced at the fifth brother, Lysaber still in his hands as he watched the intensifying standoff. Reaching out through the Force, Iskat moved the switch on his Lysaber to ignite both blades and set them SPMNMG. And then she threw fifth brother directly at Darth Vader. Because yes, the column had been a mistake, but she'd been honing her telekinesis, and if someone had to rush at her enemy, it should definitely be someone else, preferably someone she didn't like. Vader was ready and sidestepped the incoming Inquisitor, but Iskat had expected that. She focused instead on the fifth brother's glowing blade, sending it upward and toward Vader's helmet as he focused on the incoming body. Vader's attention was split in 2 directions. That was when Iskat struck. She ran forward, blades rotating so fast she just saw a shield of glowing red, and threw her Lysaber as she skidded across the floor, whipping out the vibroblade she kept in her boot scabbard. She had one chance to catch Vader unaware, and she put everything she had into slashing at his groin, where she knew most species had blood vessels and males had a lot to lose. Right before the blade landed, her hand stilled, caught like a vice in the Force. "You," Vader began. Iskat didn't let him finish. She reached out in the Force and brought her Lysaber sliding back from where it had landed on the floor. The second Vader focused on it, she drove in her knife, but she'd guessed you wrong. The blade thudded against metal, juddering up the bones of her arm. "Failed," he finished. Vader's gloved fingers wrapped around Iskat's hand, crushing it, destroying it, bone rubbing against shattered bone, until she dropped the knife. Vader had battered away her Lysaber, and fifth brother had moved out of the circle of the fight, taking his Lysaber with him and holding it protectively close. The look he gave Iskat was one of extreme hatred, and she knew she would have to watch her back. If she lived through this. Vader pulled her up into the air by her destroyed hand, and all Iskat could do was hang there. His other hand held his Lysaber, and she had to keep her feet away from the blade as she dangled like a foolish child. A unique attempt, Vader said. But not good enough. His blade rose, the heat of it curling up her back and slicing off her long, braided hair, close enough to leave a red-hot burn on the back of her head. The stench of charred hair and flesh made her nose itch, the blade right by her neck now. Staring into Vader's faceless helmet, knowing he would either kill her or further maim her, depending on some judgment she couldn't anticipate, Iskat felt more helpless than she had in her entire life. She couldn't physically best him, she couldn't count on help from the other Inquisitors, and she was fairly certain he could use the Force in ways she'd never even dreamed of. The metal limbs powering his body were so much stronger than her own frail flesh and bones, and that was it. She felt inside his helmet with the Force and used it to pull out several wires. She didn't know what each one did, but she knew that they were important. His breathing was not natural. This man, this monster, couldn't he live without the help of the machine that caged him? Vader gave a choking gasp and dropped her, and his weapon. She was ready for it and caught herself as she fell, rolling smoothly to the side and grabbing her lightsaber, landing in a crouch. Vader's black gloves scrabbily dart his helmet for a moment before he snatched his lightsaber using the Force and hurried from the room. The gurgling, desperate splutters from his helmet told Iskat she'd succeeded. She stood, proud, and was through and into the wall, the breath leaving her body and her skull ringing as it slammed against the metal. Even hurt, even desperate, even from outside the room, Vader had nearly killed her. She slid to the ground, and the world wobbled around her. "Impressive," the Daoudin said. "And you didn't even lose a limb?" She winked her remaining eye. Iskat held up the mangled hand Vader had crushed. "No, but I still need the Medbay if I want to keep it." "The Medbay again? So soon?" The seventh sister snorted. "I'm starting to think you're clumsy." The fifth brother said nothing, just quietly seethed. The newly arrived Inquisitors were silent, unimpressed, or hiding it well. In addition to the sixth brother, there was a Tyrolean Django jumper with three-toed blue feet, a humanoid female with yellow skin, burgundy tattoos, and something like tentacles or maybe Leku, and the long-haired Miraluka who had once been Jedi Pro-Set Dibs, whom Iskat remembered from her days as a youngling. Each of them would most likely kill her in a heartbeat if it would advance their position, she was beginning to realize. Iskat wondered if all of the Inquisitors had faced Vader after their initiation, and what it had cost them, besides the Daoudin's eye and the sixth brother's arm. She wondered how many Inquisitors had failed this test and lost their lives. She wondered why she still didn't feel ready to take on her number and join those who had succeeded. Iskat had always felt different from the other Jedi. But she felt different from the Inquisitorius, too. She was beginning to think that maybe she was the only person of her kind in the entire galaxy. It was time to finally find out. 33 Iskat wondered if she should ask for permission to leave the facility, but then again, the Inquisitorius was not about asking permission. The Grand Inquisitor had told her she might go out on missions of her own, and if he needed her, he knew how to find her. The other Inquisitors were often gone, and when present, haunted the building like disinterested ghosts. While Iskat was impatiently waiting for her crushed hand to heal so she could adequately pilot a ship, she saw her brothers and sisters at a meal or passed them in the halls, but they rarely spoke to her. She learned some of their names, whether through introduction or reputation. The Daoudin was ninth sister, the Miraluka, once known as Jedi Master Pro-Set Dibs, was 10th brother, the yellow-skinned female was 4th sister. Late at night when training alone, Iskat sometimes heard what sounded like screaming from somewhere deep within the skyscraper she now called home, and when she asked about it, ninth sister got a faraway look in her eyes and told her that some Inquisitors had required additional coercion elsewhere to understand their new roles and that nightmares were not uncommon. Iskat was secretly pleased that she had required no such persuasion herself. One night, she saw an unfamiliar figure at the end of a hallway, but it disappeared before she could discern who it might be. She knew there were Inquisitors she had yet to meet, but she hadn't felt the figure in the Force. She half convinced herself it was a ghost. She would meet any new brothers or sisters, eventually, and she no longer had hoped that they might be anything other than enemies. Once her hand again worked perfectly, Iskat gathered her supplies and headed for the landing pad to take her place in the pilot's seat of the Scythe, the same shuttle the Grand Inquisitor had piloted for their outing to Barleth. Assuming that the people of her home planet didn't speak Basic, she brought 6Ra-7 along. "I've a particular dislike for pastoral places," the droid said crisply as they walked up the ramp. "Brimming with dirt and sand and other vile substances. I'll need an oil bath the moment we return." Iskat settled into the pilot's seat and plotted the course to Kari, which was a complicated trip. It wasn't accessible by well-worn hyperlands and required several smaller, targeted jumps. Every moment until they took off, she expected someone to run up the landing pad or comm her, demanding answers regarding where she thought she was going or what she thought she was doing. None came. She was an Inquisitor, not a Jedi, and she owed answers to no one. Iskat was glad she'd brought along her datapad, for all that she was too nervous to truly study. The trip took days, and at one point she felt a certain nostalgia for her time with Master V aboard their ship, but she quickly snuffed out that unwanted emotion. She'd once tamped down her rage to please the Jedi, but now she could ignore her feeble recollection of times that hadn't even been that good to begin with. Semba had held her back, lied to her, encouraged her to be something she wasn't. Their time together may have been comfortable and routine, but it hadn't been warm or worth remembering. Iskat clutched her blue amulet and dived into the black pit of her soul, meditating on the rage there, on the time she'd wasted pandering to a master who'd built their entire relationship on lies and emotional subjugation. When the ship dropped out of hyperspace after the last jump, she saw Kari for the first time and marveled at how this mysterious place looked like any other, swirling clouds over shifting patches of green and brown and blue. She scanned the planet and found nothing. No tech, no connections, no power grid. There only appeared to be one large, sprawling settlement on one continent, surrounded by churning grey oceans. She navigated toward what she hoped was a city, and even though she had been told her people had no interest in spaceflight or starships, she was still surprised by the utter silence as she entered the atmosphere. There was no port, no way station, no landing pad. The settlement was densely packed, with no travel lanes wide enough for even a small shuttle. Iskat had to circle a bit before she found a valley just outside of the city where her ship could land safely. Woolly four-legged beasts scattered, bleating, as the ship came to rest, and a shepherd approached the ship cautiously, holding a curved stick out like a weapon. 6R, these are primitive people. The droid's big, insectoid head slowly turned to face Iskat. Be polite. I'll need help finding what I need, and I don't want to insult them. You're an Inquisitor, 6Ra-7 said. You may take what you wish with impunity. If they don't like it, kill them. This is a personal mission, Iskat reminded her. And I'm ordering you not to be rude. There are infinite gradations between polite and rude. Be polite. The droid sighed in annoyance. This is beneath me. I was programmed for translation, strategy, and torture. I don't really care. A droidish snort. Ah, there's the Inquisitor in you. Iskat put on a hooded black cloak and walked down the ramp with the droid shuffling along beside her. She was in a tunic and robes, leaving her uniform and helmet behind in the shuttle. She was all too aware how terrifying her costume was meant to be and wanted the people she met to feel at ease. The shepherd shook his stick and shouted at them in a language she didn't speak, full of rough clicks and rolled Rs. It sounded like music in her ears and made her feel a fierce and ravenous hunger for home like she'd never known sometime in her life, probably even before she could walk. Someone had spoken to her in this language, someone who loved her, and her whole body remembered. 6R, translate. Exactly, please. My poor Kochaka sheep, the droid said tiredly. They'll be off their milk. No one wants sour cheese. This godless monstrosity in the pasture, on my good grass, forgive me, Iskat said, and 6Ra7 spoke back to the man in his own language. His head jerked back, his eyes wide with shock. I did not see a place for ships to land. Where are the records kept in tomb? You are Korean, but you cannot speak the tongue. You associate with this metal construct? You come from the stars. I am from here, but I was taken away at a very young age. He smiled and nodded, gesturing eagerly toward town. Only 2 have left us and returned. Come, child, the Kochukka will keep. There are people who will very much want to see you. He chuckled. Your family. The shepherd whistled, and a boy appeared from where he nestled in a pile of sheep, yawning, to take over his duties. After giving the boy firm instructions, the man led Iskat into town, the dilt path changing to beautiful tiles in shades of blue. As they walked, TLN off 6R, he told Iskat tidbits of gossip, the weather, the health of his Kochukka sheep, where to find the best umbiki stew in town. Up close, everything here had a humble beauty that Iskat had never experienced before. Hers had been a world of sleek plasteel, ravaged stone, Jedi elegance, inquisitorial grey and black. But on this planet, everything appeared to be made by the hands of people who clearly knew and loved what they did. The man chatted about the town, proudly pointing out this temple, that artist, the best cheesemaker. The walk took hours, and he had plenty to say. Iskat could only nod along. She was the only person clad in black, and the people in their brightly colored dresses and robes stopped and openly stared. Everyone was bedecked with jewelry at ears, wrists, throat, and fingers, and the women grew their hair long. The word Jedi was whispered in her wake. As they walked, she realized that the scarf in which Fura's Lysaber had originally been wrapped was the exact color of the Kochukka sheep. The shepherd took her to a grand, hexagonal building of shining ivory and gold and said, "Here we are." Iskat felt a little breathless, ready to meet what had to be her family, but once inside, she immediately saw that this was not a family home. It was a library, the shelves filled with thick, colorful books. Iskat had seen a couple of old, ragged books while working with Semba but couldn't believe how many volumes filled the shelves, and in such excellent condition. Semba would have been in raptures just to touch one. The shepherd introduced Iskat to the librarian as if presenting 2 demigods to each other with much bowing, and then departed. "Do you seek your family, Jedi?" the older woman asked gently. She wore bracelets all the way up both arms, and they made musical sounds as she gestured gracefully. "I am Iskat Akaris, and I think my mother might be called Fura." When 6Ra7 translated Iskat's words, the woman's mouth dropped open, and she had to blink several times before she could recover her calm. "Such strange magic," she murmured. "Come along." Bowing her head, she led Iskat and 6R among labyrinthine shelves that had no obvious method of organization, finally stopping and holding out a hand to indicate that they should give her space. She did a brief ritualized dance and looked up at the ceiling as if praying before pulling out a book and carrying it to a carved wood lectern. When she let the book fall open, the scent of spices and perfumes wafted out. Flowers had been pressed into the filmy pages, and the woman pulled on gloves to search the text. "Akaris. This is your family tree." She pointed to a tangle of what had to be names, her finger landing on a single line of writing in crimson ink. "Iskat Akaris, given to the Jedi when you were 1 year old. And this is your mother." She indicated the line just above Iskat's. "Fura Akaris, also given to the Jedi. Is my mother here now?" Iskat asked, unable to keep the excitement from her voice. "Did she return?" The woman's gloved finger traced a line of script. "Her fate has not been recorded. Do you know who my father is? We only track the matrilineal line, the only certain bloodline. Rage blossomed in Iskat's chest. So that's all you can tell me? I came here to learn about my past. I need more than this. The librarian gave her a look of stern reproof. Do not insult the tree because the Makani fruit is sour. Your family compound is not far. Your matriarch lives, and you have many relatives under her protection. She might know more. We record only births and deaths. Can you tell me how to find my matriarch, then? I need answers. The woman blinked at her. The Jedi have made you stormy. Of course you must go to your tree. Your matriarch will teach you manners, perhaps. It was a dig, but Iskat was well schooled in hiding her true feelings. She could have slain this simple librarian with one strike, without even drawing the lysaber on her back. She could have set fire to the entire library and watched it burn. Let the woman think she was rude, as long as Iskat got what she needed, nothing else mattered. After years of curiosity, years of uncertainty after Semba's last words, she was about to finally learn the truth. The librarian drew a map for her, and Iskat gave her thanks before heading out into the streets with 6Ra7 at her side, muttering about dust as they walked. Life on this planet was slow and simple. Old women sat on steps, twisting kochukka wool into familiar yarn as little children chased lizards or tended to gardens growing vertically out of whitewashed walls. Women polished beads, hammered metal, braided each other's long hair, laughing in their long, brightly colored dresses. Men passed by, calling out greetings as they led lines of waddling birds or great red oxen with painted horns. No one was training for war or expecting trouble from worlds beyond the stars. Iskat saw no blasters, no droids, no ships. After all that she had seen on Coruscant and beyond, after all the death she'd witnessed, something about it felt insubstantial and silly, as fake and flimsy as a stage play, as useless as the jingling of the bells tied around the woolly necks of the bleating kochukka. And yet, there was beauty here. As always, she was filled with a sense of wonder at a new world around her, and when she reached out in the Force, she felt vibrant pulses of lush life and an almost innocence. It was so fragile, this place. These people were so open and vulnerable. And no one here had any idea. Iskat was the most dangerous thing on the entire planet. The map led her to a 2-story building, with glimmering stones pressed into the clay bricks in patterned mosaics. These homes didn't seem to have one grand door but were composed of towers and porticos surrounded by linked gardens and patios with a huge, sprawling tree in the very center, providing shade. Iskat walked a full circle around the compound, looking for a polite way to gain access. These people, once her people, seemed to care deeply about manners, and if she wanted answers, she had to avoid upsetting them. It did not escape her that she could have slaughtered them all, could have obliterated the entire town, and yet something inside her felt a deep, old love. She came here not as an inquisitor, but as a prodigal daughter. Around back, a little girl was pumping water out of a well, her hair the same color as Iskat's and trailing down to her waist. "Greetings," Iskat said through the droid. The child looked up, her eyes went wide, and she ran into the structure, screaming. "Might I commend you on your excellent approach," the droid muttered. 2 women appeared from within, one about 40 and one elderly but still powerful. She strode confidently up to Iskat, turquoise skiff snapping, and said, "Who are?" Her mouth dropped open and she blinked several times. Not at the droid, at Iskat. She stepped closer and put a hand to her lips, kissing her fingers and gesturing at the sky. "I know those eyes," the older woman said, her voice husky with feeling. "I know that scent. You are one of my own. You are kin." /34 Iskat stilled and inspected the older woman with a similar curiosity. It was like looking at herself in 40 years. Same eyes, same chin, same hair color, although the older woman's long braids were threaded with white. "It's not her," said the younger woman, and Iskat recognized that she, too, had the same look about her. "You were hoping I was Fura," Iskat said, hating the clumsiness of speaking through a haughty droid compared with the musical and expressive tones the women put to their own language. "I was hoping to find her here." "You are her daughter, then?" "You are my little Iskat." The eldest woman smiled and stepped forward, arms out, bracelets jingling. "That makes me your matriarch, Bimala. Your mother's mother. Come here and be known." With only the briefest hesitation, Iskat stepped into a hug that filled her with a riot of emotions. She couldn't remember a time she'd been held like this, cradled, snuggled, touched with such love and warmth. She melted into the older woman's, her grandmother's, embrace. The scent that washed over her was so familiar and filled with love that she wondered if this was what non-Jedi children got to experience every day, unconditional love and affection. This woman didn't know Iskat, didn't know a single thing about what kind of person she was or what she wanted or what she should have been or what she'd done. She simply accepted her for exactly who she was, no questions asked. A sob broke free, and then Iskat was crying into her grandmother's shoulder. "Hush now," Bimala crooned, rubbing her back. "It's been too long for us both. We haven't seen you since you were a baby." They'd known her. She'd been here before. For a long moment, Iskat let herself weep as she gave in to years of feeling alone and different, longing for something that wasn't there. The emotions washed through her like waves lapping at sand. That secret something she'd always been missing, it was this, exactly this. Love, and acceptance. Perhaps even family. The Jedi thought they provided everything a youngling needed to thrive, but they were young. So wrong. Babies needed to be loved and cuddled. Children needed to be seen and known and cherished for exactly who they were. She'd never had that chance. Perhaps a droid or caregiver had held her when she was tiny and fussing, but she had felt no affectionate connection with another being for as long as she could remember, had never felt like she was deserving of love. Until now. The other, younger woman, Iskat, somehow knew this was her aunt, joined in the hug, and then she felt a little girl's arms wrap around her hips, and several more women came out of the building and joined the embrace. They were all humming deep in their throats, and she could feel each of them individually, their scents similar but unique, like music, their arms warm and jangling with bracelets. No one shied away from her, no one flinched. They enveloped her as one of their own, and she felt an acceptance deep in her heart, an emptiness that had been begging to be filled. "I was here when I was a baby," she asked. "You were so busy," the aunt said into her shoulder blade. Bimala chuckled. "You were with us here until you could walk." "Barely a year old, and you were already causing trouble," another one said. "You would gesture at something you wanted, high on a shelf, and it would float down to your hand," Bimala continued. "That's when we knew you were like your mother, that you were meant for a different life." Fura told the next visitor from the stars, "And a few weeks later, the Jedi came for you." Bimala disengaged, and all the other women released the hug to step back and look at her. The youngest was maybe 5, the same little girl she'd seen by the well. There were 2 girls about Iskat's own age, her aunt, and a pair of women older than the aunt but younger than Bimala. They all had the same eyes and the same hair color, and they smiled at her with the smile she saw in the mirror every day. She could feel them in the Force, curious and unafraid, familiar and welcoming. They were happy to see her again, genuinely pleased, and this was a new feeling for Iskat. "We have strong genes, apparently," she said, wiping at her tears. The women burst out laughing, a raucous and unapologetic noise. "We do," Bimala agreed. "Now everyone back to your business while I get to know my granddaughter." She beamed and gestured for Iskat to follow her into a garden. Iskat watched the women go, the fond way one girl elbowed the other one and the tender way another took the little girl's hand. It was so easy for them, so natural. Next you'll be wanting tea, the aunt said, and for all that it sounded grouchy on the surface, Iskat could sense that she didn't really mind. Please. Bimala took a seat under the spreading tree and waved Iskat to the carved wood chair across from her. 6R7 was offered a chair but instead chose to silently stand off to the side. The temperature was warm but not uncomfortable, and Iskat took off her cloak, revealing her black tunic. Such dark colors, Bimala chided. Such thick, stiff fabrics. How does the air reach you? How do you breathe? Let me get you a dress. You must be uncomfortable. No thank you. Iskat had never worn anything like that in her life and would feel far too vulnerable. But I would like to know more, if you'll tell me. About my mother, and about me. Do you know where she is? The lines on Bimala's face suggested she spent a lot of time smiling and laughing, but she was clearly no stranger to sadness, and it shone out of her eyes. Fura is not with us. We gave her to the Jedi when she was 3 and she returned to us when she was 16. She would not tell us what transpired while she was gone, but she was sad. Restless. Always staring up at the sky, like another ship might come to take her back, the aunt said, placing a brightly glazed teapot and 2 cups on the table, along with a plate of seed-covered sweet cakes. Like it had been a mistake, to return to us. Hush, Elamek. Let me tell my story, Bimala chided. She flapped a hand, and Elamek scurried back behind the wall. Iskat could hear her bracelets jangling as she obviously listened in, but she didn't mind the intrusion. We were so happy to have her here, but she'd missed out on so much in the 13 years she was gone. She'd forgotten our ways completely, Bimala continued once they were supposedly alone. The skills she'd learned among the Jedi did not translate to our life under the tree. She made a mess of spinning, hated carving beads, couldn't cook, said we should get something to do the cleaning. A doid. Dord. Droid. Like this one. Iskat gestured toward 6R7. I am not programmed to clean, 6R7 huffed. Bimala nodded. We don't have them here. She leaned forward and poured steaming, floral-smelling tea into their cups. Are you a Jedi, too? Then, no. It was the first time Iskat had said so out loud, and it felt like another line crossed. She was not a Jedi, and perhaps, in her hearts, she had never been one. So what happened to her? To Fura? Bimala looked down and played with her bracelets. There were rings on her long fingers, too, the same fingers that had always made Iskat feel so other. We tried to help her. To love her. To teach her our ways and help her find her place. But it wasn't enough. She was depressed, and she began acting reckless. Drinking too much galak, smoking Monava weed outside of the rituals. She was gone at strange hours. When she told us she was with child, and gave up her dangerous behavior, we were overjoyed. Bimala reached out to take Iskat's hand in hers. Children are always a blessing here, the cause of a great celebration. She wrapped Iskat's fingers around the warm ceramic mug, urging her to drink. Iskat sipped, feeling warmth spread lazily through her. Do you know who my father is? Bimala waved a hand at the sky. No. If Fura knew, she never told us. She paused, staring off into the distance, sorrow lines bracketing her mouth. We hoped having a baby might settle her down and give her the purpose she needed, and you did. She was in love with you from the moment you were born. The way she looked at you, like all the stars lived in your eyes. And every day she prayed at the altar that you had not inherited her gifts. But then the jar of seed cakes floated right down into your pudgy little arms, Elamek said from the other side of the garden wall, prompting a fruen from Bimala. Yes. Your strangeness began even earlier than Fura's had. I thought she might fry to run away with you, she grew quite secretive, even visited the most powerful Hukma to see if her magic could help rid you of what your mother saw as a curse. But she knew you belonged with the Jedi, and she wanted you to find your destiny. She gave you to an old friend who promised to keep you safe, but after the ship left, Thura wouldn't leave her room and couldn't stop crying, and then one morning, she was gone. Beemala's head hung, sadness wafting from her like dying flowers. She left no message. We never saw her again. We don't even know if perhaps she found a way to leave this place and return to the Jedi. We don't know if she's alive or dead. She left her bracelets behind. Elamek. I'll bring them. Iskat's aunt soon brought a carved box containing 5 bracelets in shiny gold with vibrant thread, the same as all the women wore. A woman is given a bracelet each year on her birthday, Beemala explained. Your mother left us when she was 3 and was only with us for 2 years, once she returned. You can have them, if you wish. They are an important symbol of a woman's standing, and when she passes beyond, they are stacked on her grave branch. She would be proud for you to wear them, I think. Iskat reached into the box and picked up a bracelet, bright with a rainbow of striped thread. She slipped it onto her wrist and admired the weight of it, then added the other 4, enjoying the musical clinking that felt so familiar deep in her bones. They suit you, Beemala told her, tears in her eyes. She leaned forward, taking Iskat's hand in her own, their bracelets clattering together. There is a place for you here, you know. Thura's old chamber is empty. You can learn our ways, our language. I sometimes wonder if we didn't try hard enough with Thura, if it was our fault she couldn't find joy here. We would try harder to help you. Perhaps we failed your mother, but we would move mountains to have you with us. Family is everything. Iskat could feel Beemala in the Force and knew that she was a powerful, confident woman who understood her place in the galaxy and who would fiercely protect all those in her care. If she stayed here, she had no doubt that these women, her kin, would welcome her, flaws and all, and do all that they could to help her find her path. She could speak this musical language, walk freely in a breezy dress, grow her hair long again with no one worry that it might be taken from her in a fight. She could stay here and never fight again. I.1 can't, she said, tears already sparemging to her eyes. Why not? If you are not Jedi, you are free to reclaim your home, are you not? We live lives of peace and plenty, and all would welcome you here. And they would, Iskat could sense it. She could feel the women around the house, so happy to have her here, so eager to know her better. It was a feeling she'd been waiting for all her life. But those words, peace and plenty. What would Iskat do in a land of peace and plenty? She was most herself when she was fighting, when she was killing, when the world fell away and she was carving into the enemy with her lightsabers, graceful as a dancer, brutal as a blade's edge. She lived for the moment when there was nothing but life and death, when she could sense her opponent's next move and counter it before the decision had even been made. Spinning wool would not give her that same fierce glee. Making tea and polishing beads would never slake the hunger in her hearts. She had lived through war, watched her people die, taken lives. She was no longer suited to a quiet, happy, simple life among these innocent, peaceful people with their meaningless, trivial pursuits. Something in her was broken, and she was a killer, and this planet had no need of killers. Wait. No. She wasn't broken. She had been born for a different purpose. She was an Inquisitor. She had a job to do. She had pledged herself to this cause, a cause she believed in and was eager to support with her blade. The traitorous Jedi who had failed her and doomed the Republic deserved to die, and she was eager to bring them to justice. Not only that, but she was fairly certain that if she simply abandoned her old life and stayed here, the other Inquisitors would be sent to hunt her down as a traitor, and they'd likely take out the entire city, possibly the whole planet, just for fun. No, Iskat could not stay here. She did not want to stay here. She was restless after just a few hours without some sort of action. She squeezed Bimala's hand and looked deep into her eyes, hoping the older woman could understand. "I have work to do," she said. "If I tried to stay here, people would get hurt." "We are not scared of you, beloved. You are kin," Bimala said, almost begging. Iskat withdrew her hand. "You should be scared of me, grandmother. I am dangerous. If I stayed, I would waste away like Fura, or worse, they would send someone to hunt me. I can't risk them harming you. But perhaps one day, when I have done my duty and lived up to my promises, I can come back to visit. You must go where your hearts lead you." Bimala smiled sadly. "And we will always be here to welcome you home again." Iskat finished her tea and stood, pulling on her cloak. "Before you go, there is something Fura left behind that you may want." Elamek. Soon Iskat's aunt returned and held out her hand. She cut it off as soon as she came home. We asked her what it meant, but she wouldn't say. "Perhaps you will find the meaning in it." Iskat looked down and gazed at the Padawan braid tied with a scrap of leather. Jedi generally burned their braids. In Iskat's dream, Fura had thrown down her lightsaber and run away into the darkness. She must have worn the braid home and then cut it off, finally severing her commitment to the Jedi way. Without her training, her connection to the Force would have started to fade. Iskat tried to imagine what it would feel like, returning to this place a failure and discovering that even here, she didn't fit in. The sadness. The rage, at belonging nowhere. She took the braid, running a finger down its length. "It's a Jedi thing," she told them. "What does it mean?" Iskat tucked the braid into a pocket of her robe. "That my mother and I have a lot in common," she said. Leaving her family behind was one of the hardest things Iskat had done in her entire life. Turning her back on love and acceptance made her heart ache, but she understood that it was the only choice. Even though she barely knew these people, she felt the same love for them that they did for her, and the thought of someone hurting them made her want to burn down the world. She had to get off the planet and back to Coruscant before someone noticed her absence and decided to use it to their advantage. She fully understood now that the other Inquisitors would do anything to get ahead, including hurting a rival's loved ones, if they could find them. Her love for these people, it would help make her strong. She would do her duty as an Inquisitor, all the while secretly holding her family in her hearts. She wouldn't forget them, ignore them, wall them away, as the Jedi once urged her to do. They were a part of her now, as they always should have been. She had to keep them safe. If someone came to harm them, they would be helpless. She hadn't seen a single weapon the entire time she'd been here. They lived beautiful, colorful lives, but, well, they were vulnerable. There was no such thing as true peace. Just because a mining company or land-hungry warlord hadn't found Korea yet didn't mean the planet would be safe forever. Not unless she made certain it would be. That was another reason Iskat couldn't stay. If she tried, if she gave in, every day here she would just be waiting for the shadow of a star destroyer to appear, blotting out the sun. She would be in a better position to help Korea as she grew in her powers and ascended the ranks of the Inquisitors. Standing on the planet, there was no way to tell what was happening in the Empire beyond, but as an Inquisitor, she had ways of monitoring such things. So no, she couldn't stay, but she wouldn't forget. They sent her away with a woven bag of fruits, seed cakes, and tea sachets. She reluctantly asked Bimala to keep Fura's bracelets for her. Something so beautiful, precious, and specific might be traced back to its culture, if a fellow Inquisitor got curious. She was satisfied enough with what she'd learned here, even if she'd reached a dead end. Fura was her mother, the mysterious lightsaber had indeed belonged to her, and the dream had proven true. The only missing piece of the puzzle was Fura's current whereabouts. If she was still on Kari, she was keeping herself hidden for a reason, and there was nothing Iskat could do but comb the entire planet for a single person who might yet retain the skills of a Jedi. If she'd found a way off the planet, she could be anywhere in the galaxy. Iskat had to be satisfied with what she had, the answers to the questions the Jedi had told her to ignore. As she piloted the scythe into the clear blue sky, bleating Kochukka scattered and the shepherd shook his staff, but in farewell, Iskat assumed, not annoyance. The city was so small, seen from the clouds. This place felt too fragile to last, for all that the people had been here for thousands of years. For someone who'd grown up on Coruscant, handmade materials could never feel as safe as plasteel, and loose fabrics could never hold their own against armored leather. No, this place, this life, they were too soft for Iskat Akaris. She wouldn't think too hard about what her life might have been if she hadn't exhibited an affinity for the Force. She wouldn't think about all that she'd lost after she was given to the Jedi: family, love, understanding, acceptance. She definitely wouldn't think about the fact that if she hadn't been taken, she might have grown up with her mother, with Fura, and never suffered a childhood of doubt and loneliness. She would have grown up among these strong, loving women, and perhaps her fate would have been a different, more peaceful one. The blue sky gave way to the familiar indigo of space, so many stars surrounded by planets, many of those planets teeming with people. The galaxy was so much bigger than her family could even dream. And yet there was room among those stars for places like Coruscant and places like Kari. There were verdant little moons like Book.part 3 and desert planets like Geonosis and dark, forbidding places like Thule. Perhaps one day, when the Jedi had been extinguished and every vestige of the Order that had failed her, and her mother, had disappeared, when the Inquisitorius was no longer necessary, she would return. Yes. She would return. There was a rightness to it. She'd begun her journey here, and when she'd accomplished her goals, and the galaxy was truly at peace, she would end it here, become a matriarch like Bimala, perhaps. She would learn their language and wear their bright dresses, claim her mother's bracelets and aim her own. But she would keep her weapons with her, in case violence ever came calling. Maybe she would even lead these people. Save them from some extraplanetary danger they couldn't possibly fathom. She smiled as she plotted her first jump back toward Coruscant. She knew her calling, and now she had a destiny. The trip back to the Inquisitorius headquarters was uneventful, save for a brief and purposeful stopover, and nothing had changed while she was gone. 6Ra7 followed her down the ramp and, before leaving for the library, sharply suggested that in the future, her specialized services should be reserved only for assignments of galactic importance and possible assassinations. As expected, the Grand Inquisitor summoned her almost immediately, and she congratulated herself on her cleverness as she reported to his chambers. She was back in her uniform and carrying a camtono, and he looked her up and down. "And what did you learn on your—" A meaningful pause. "Outing?" She bowed her head. "I learned that my mother left the Jedi and returned to her home planet. Her whereabouts are unknown." He tapped his fingers on the armrest of his chair and regarded her with smug superiority. "Foolish of them, to have kept this information from you, knowing full well it would only spark your curiosity. But what is this you've brought, some relic of home?" Iskat placed the camtono on the ground before him. "I took the liberty of stopping on Takodana, where Semba often met with a trader called Morgist." She disengaged the lock, and the side panels fell open to reveal a lysaber, one she didn't recognize. Morgist didn't know to whom it had once belonged, but she readily gave it to me. It was the only artifact she had in her possession. I didn't sense anything else that called out in the Force." The Grand Inquisitor twitched his fingers, and the lysaber flew to his hand. He inspected it, turned it this way and that. There was nothing special about it. It could have belonged to any member of the Jedi Order, might be 5 years old or 500. He briefly activated the blue blade and nodded his approval. If you must waste time, it is always wise to return with bounty. Dismissed. Iskat left the Camtono where it was and went directly to her chamber, glad that she had not returned from her trip empty-handed. Without the Grand Inquisitor looming behind her and clad in her black tunic and robes instead of her intimidating uniform, it had been easy enough to talk the kindly trader into giving her the saber without any sort of violence. She'd been practicing her influencing abilities, after all. Life went back to normal, whatever normal was in the Inquisitorius's Coruscant headquarters. Iskat was still eager for her first mission, but until then, she continued to hone her skills. She would spar with whoever she found in the pit. The ninth sister was a lively enough partner, but the eighth brother clearly wanted an excuse to kill and the fifth brother could never, ever be trusted. The 10th brother kept his distance, though. Iskat remembered him from her Padawan training, and he didn't seem to want to fight her any more than she wanted to fight him. The second sister saw everyone as simple prey, the fourth sister always seemed like her mind was elsewhere, and the seventh sister loved to fight dirty and was best avoided completely. It was a shame that although they were all finally free of the Jedi's influence, their current situation pitted them against one another instead of allowing them to find solace among those who understood what it meant to see the truth about the Force cult that had brainwashed them as children. Iskat was on her way to the pit one day, looking for a fresh challenge, when she sensed someone walking toward her in the hallway. The presence seemed familiar, but she could not place it. Her hand immediately went to her new lightsaber, which she could now wield in any of its forms as if it were an extension of her body. That was life among the Inquisitors. She was always ready for a fight, or at least some sort of poisonous barb. She stopped and waited, the skin on the back of her bare neck prickling as the figure appeared around a corner. Tualon, /36 Iskat. He hurried toward her, and she felt her forehead to see if she was feverish, as the Medroids had suggested infection was always a possibility, considering how badly Vader had destroyed the bones in her hand and the fact that she almost always had some sort of surface wound from sparring. But no, it wasn't an infection. It was him. He looked the same, mostly. Same gleaming black skin, same pointed teeth, same sunset eyes. But he wore the uniform of an Inquisitor, and the same dark, aggressive, fractured aura that seemed to cloak the others. "You cut your hair," he said before chuckling. "A stupid thing to notice, I suppose, but you always had beautiful hair." Her hand went to the back of her head, now shaved down. The burn Vader had left there had faded under the Medroid's care, but she'd had no choice but to cut off most of the ragged, burned mess of what little hair his lightsaber had left behind. She'd been sad, at first, to lose her waist-length locks, which she'd taken care to keep nice even when she was sleeping on the ground or in a ship for days on end. And yet, once her hair was gone, there was a certain lightness about her, a certain rightness. Now she could be ready to go in mere minutes. Now she didn't have to intricately pin up her braid so her enemies wouldn't use it against her. There was something powerful and feral in losing the weight of that hair she'd carried for so long. She'd burned the shorn length of it like a Padawan braid, another line crossed. Still, Tualon had called her old hair beautiful, and it was gone, and despite everything they'd been through, that made her sad. "How'd you end up here?" she asked. "I thought, oh. Yes. You thought I was dead because you left me to die." It was as if a wall came down behind his eyes, and even though she'd known him her entire life, he felt like an entirely different person in that moment. "That's right, I remember it now. My memories, they did something to my head. But it's all coming back." His orange eyes narrowed, and he bared his teeth. "I'm remembering that I hate you." She took a step back, trying to understand this new version of Tualon. "They were going to kill us both. I didn't have much of a choice." "Did you?" His hand went to his forehead as his head bowed, his palm massaging the place between his eyes. Our troopers shot me. I fought back, killed a bunch of them, but they shot me, and I was lying there on the ground under those charcoal trees and, he shook his head violently, his leku flying. I don't know. I don't know. There were promises. I was so angry. With you, and with the Jedi, and I was dying, and, he looked up, his eyes on fire as he sneered. Why am I telling you this? You're just the coward who ran away and left me. The old version of Iskat would have apologized, pled her case, done anything to win him over and release herself from blame. But the new Iskat did not owe this man apologies or answers. He held no sway over her, no allegiance, no love. That was then, and this is now, she told him. Change or die. His nostrils flared. Is that a threat? You'll soon learn that everything here is a threat. If you're so eager for a fight, I'll give you one. I'm on my way to the pit. I doubt you'll offer much of a challenge. She turned her back to him and strode away, and after a moment, he followed. As she led him through the now familiar halls, her mind caught up with her heart's. This was a new version of Tuolon, reconditioned and tortured and broken, only to be remade. The Tuolon she'd known had wanted to be an ideal Jedi, and he'd been willing to bend his morals to reach that goal. Toward the end, she'd seen flashes of rebellion in him, but none of the open dissatisfaction and disobedience that she'd experienced herself. Had he secretly harbored doubts about the Jedi, as she had? She'd felt rage in him, she'd known he had hidden depths. He must have had some leaning toward the dark side, if they'd offered him the chance to join the Inquisitorius. Was that why she'd always been drawn to him? Perhaps the screams she'd heard lately had been Tuolon's. Was he the shadowy figure she'd seen haunting the warehouse late at night? Maybe somewhere, under all that hate, the old Tuolon was still there. She'd seen it, the first moment he'd caught sight of her in the hall, open, friendly, familiar. Perhaps if she could help bleed out the hate, she'd finally have someone among the Inquisitorius she could actually relate to. Not trust, no, never that. But it would be nice to have someone who didn't want her dead. The pit was empty, she was glad to see. The other Inquisitors came and went on their missions with no pattern that she could discern, but for now, Iskat was glad that this fight wouldn't have onlookers. Tuolon followed her to the edge and looked down, taking it all in. She tossed him a challenging grin and jumped. He didn't wait for her to land before he'd joined her, plummeting gracefully down into the fighting RMG. You don't have to hold back here, she told him, remembering that there had been no one there to lead her through those confusing first days. There are no tenets, no polite bows, no rules. It's less a duel and more a brawl. Have you met the others? No other Inquisitors. I was just given my uniform. I know the Grand Inquisitor, and there were droids, there were others, he closed his eyes. I was on the ground, it hurt, and then there was a room, I was strapped in, needles right into my brain, lightning, explosions, and they taught me the truth about the Jedi. What they'd done to us. What they did to the galaxy. Traitors. Assassinations. And then I was taken to the Grand Inquisitor's chambers, and he opened a door, and here I am. I don't know anything about this place except that I hate the Jedi and I'm supposed to do something about that. They gave me a new lightsaber, but I haven't used it yet. Iskat pulled the lightsaber from her back. Some things you have to discover for yourself. Keeping it in crescent form, she lit her red blade. So let's see what you discover. Tuolon pulled his own lightsaber from his back and grinned his old cocky grin. He ignited his blade and ran at her. But she was ready, because he often attacked first to set his opponent off guard. She'd learned that this was also the general style of all Inquisitors. After Vader had schooled them on aggression, maybe she would warn him about that later, and maybe not. As he approached, she gestured off to the side, and a chunk of metal flew off the wall and directly toward him. He leapt over it, and she brought her lightsaber slashing toward him in midair. Their blades met as he landed, and she curled her other hand, pulling the metal plate from the floor and into the backs of his calves. It tripped him up and he fell backward this time, too busy concentrating on her lightsaber to notice the force-pushed distraction. The moment he was on his back, she held out a hand. "You fight dirty," he snarled, furious now. "So should you." Instead of taking her hand, he kicked it away and did a kip-up to standing. Now that they were both on their feet, he circled her like a predator taking the measure of its prey, and she held her lightsaber but kept it in its crescent with one blade, knowing full well he had no chance with a spinning, dual-bladed weapon when he was still this new and damaged. He'd never even lit his weapon before, she realized. It didn't matter. He would know if she held back, and considering his current state of mind, it would only make him hate her more. Despite everything they'd been through, despite everything she was becoming, Iskat still didn't want Chulon to hate her. He attacked, and she parried. The duel was similar to those they'd had countless times in the training rooms of the Jedi Temple, but there was an undercurrent of fury and annoyance that they had once been taught to actively repress. She could almost taste his emotions on the air, a new and intoxicating development. He wasn't holding them tightly anymore, they were shining out of the cracks his transformation had left behind. Frustration at a missed shot, anger at an attack focused on his weak spot, glee at surprising her with a sudden onslaught. As he limbered up and she got to know this new version of him, as he grew to understand himself and his new weapon, a certain dark playfulness fell over the give and take of attacks. He was using his body in new ways, stretching his mind to accommodate a new style of fighting. Iskat did not fully open herself to the dark side and unleash herself upon him, she allowed him to test his newfound powers against her. And yet, these were not training sabers. When she caught him on the shoulder, he gave her a look of pure, unrelenting hate and screamed so hard that her whole body shuddered and fell, numb and shaking, to the ground. She'd never felt anything like it, as if her organs were exploding inside her body. "What was that?" she asked, looking up at him. But his hands were at his temples, his eyes closed and his teeth clenched. "Shut up. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Not the chair. I'll be good, or bad, whatever you want. I can't, it hurts, my head, like worms in my skull." She scrabbled away on hands and knees and fetched up against the wall, trying to stay out of his line of sight as he fought whatever clawed at his brain. Pushing herself to sitting, she watched Chulon fighting an even more painful battle within his own mind, as if he saw shadows that weren't there. Whatever the Inquisitors had done to fragment him, and turn him against the Jedi, they had not put the pieces together perfectly. Or maybe, like a baby bird trying to escape its egg, he had to beat his head against the hard shell again and again until he was free. Either way, she couldn't help him with this fight, and she had to protect herself. It was almost ironic, she had caused herself damage trying to fit in with the Jedi, and now Chulon was suffering damage as he found his place among the Inquisitorius. Maybe he would spread his wings and fly. Or maybe he would plummet. Either way, they would soon see what he was truly made of. The other Inquisitors would not be so patient with him, nor would Vader. That scream, though. Where had he learned such a skill? She'd been briefly incapacitated, and even now, it took more effort than it should have to stand, one hand against the wall. It must have come from the dark side, from the unique way he connected with the Force now. Maybe, like her, he'd had that talent within him all along, lying fallow as the Jedi urged him to cultivate other strengths. If he'd remained among them, maybe he never would have discovered his own depths. "The fight's not over, is it?" he asked. The rictus of pain was gone from his face, replaced by a hungry grin, as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Maybe he wasn't even aware anything had happened. "It's not over until I beat you," she told him. He had a better grip on himself, and they fought around the pit as if testing its structural integrity. They climbed the walls, somersaulted over each other, and even fought with their fists. Iskat spit blood and grinned fiercely at him, almost proud of what Tuolon could do when not constrained by gallantry. She liked this new side of him even more than the Tuolon she'd known before. He was cunning, confident, unashamed, passionate. All the things the Jedi had tried to purge from his soul came rushing back. He was almost fun. And now, Iskat noted with interest, their relationship wouldn't be constrained by the Jedi's rejection of connection. "I hate you," he told her as they stood, panting, and deactivated their lightsabers. "At least, I think I do. I don't remember all the reasons why. But I remember you abandoned me to die. You didn't look back. You closed yourself in the Force, turned your back, and just walked away. Hid from me like a coward. I did what I had to do, and I don't regret it. There was no way you and I could have won against that many troopers. They made sure of it. And I wasn't willing to die for you." She caught his gaze. "Would you have died for me that day?" "No." He said it quickly, sharply, like he'd given it a lot of thought. "Exactly. So how can you blame me?" A dark chuckle. "There you go, being reasonable about unreasonable things. They used it. Used you. To turn me. The rage I felt against you kept me alive, even when they'd shot me." He lifted his tunic. Grey scar tissue marred the smooth black skin of his muscular chest, twisting over his ribs. "I was on the ground, hoping your ship would explode as it took off and I could watch the sparks like fireworks. I was muttering, I hope she dies. I hope she dies." That is a very UN Jedi thought, isn't it? To hope someone dies. "And then I woke up in a dark room. In the chair, they told me that if I joined them, I would have my chance to kill you." She raised one eyebrow, amused. "Is that what today was? You trying to kill me? You weren't trying very hard. That's the thing." He stepped closer, looked at her in a way she'd always dreamed he might. "I don't think I want to anymore. I think I might finally understand you. You did something incredible, when we were young, with that column. Incredible. And dangerous and forbidden. And because you caused permanent harm, even on accident, they made you regret it every day of your life. Now you finally get to be yourself. So can you." That scream, I feel like I've been holding it inside all my life, and that was the first time I let it go. She nodded. "It feels good, to let go." He stepped toward her, so close, and the way he was looking at her suggested that for the first time in their lives, he saw her for exactly what she was. And he didn't shy away, didn't flinch. A warmth stirred in her chest, her heart's beating in time, and he allowed her to sense him in the Force, sense his interest and, well, other things a Jedi wasn't supposed to feel. "There's just one thing," he said, his voice intimate and husky. She stepped closer, her lips parting. "Yes." He ignited the lightsaber in his hand. It went straight through her chest, a hot brand. "We're even now," I think he said before she lost consciousness. Iskat woke up in the Bacta tank again, and her first thought was that she really was going to kill Tuolon if it was the last thing she did. What the seventh sister had done almost seemed playful, and what Vader had done seemed instructional compared with how personal this wound felt. He'd tried to stab her in the heart. He apparently didn't know she had to. He'd missed. She didn't know how long she'd been unconscious, but the hole in her chest had healed to a smooth burgundy scar. The med droids soon had her out of the tank and rinsing off in the showers, and then she was back in her room, making sure no one had stolen her belongings and enjoying how much overall healing her body had done while she was being saved from death by a near-fatal wound. Infuriating, that she'd let her old feelings for him cloud her emotions long enough for him to stab her. That absolute, well. She'd left him to die, he'd left her to die. Maybe he was right, now they were even. Funny, how she'd thought that the old Chulon who followed all the rules might be the one calling the shots when the Inquisitorius had clearly gone to great lengths to bring out a version that was far more diabolical and unpredictable. He had, at least, given her the chance to live. Not like what she'd done to Hezo. A hole could be patched, but what she'd done to the traitorous Solonian was beyond the current scope of med droids. As she exchanged her black med gown for her uniform, her comm buzzed. "Iscat Acarus, report to the Grand Inquisitor's chambers immediately," 6Ra-7 coolly informed her. She was practically buzzing with excitement as she finished dressing and prepared herself for a formal audience. Finally! After all her time haunting these cavernous halls, honing her skills, waiting for her chance to perform her promised duty, the moment had finally come. Her cape snapped as she marched toward the Grand Inquisitor's chamber. He sat stiffly in his throne, as if its very existence was a chore. "Are you fully recovered from your injury?" he asked. The pit was not intended to become a slaughterhouse, and yet between Lord Vader and various quarrels, here we are. Her hand almost went to the twisted knot of scar tissue between her hearts, but she stopped herself. It was a bad idea, showing any sign of fragility past or present when standing before the Grand Inquisitor. Or any Inquisitor. "I am fully recovered, Grand Inquisitor." Because she'd learned that anything else would earn a firm rebuke. He hated long speeches from others almost as much as he hated disrespect. The less said, the better. "Good. I trust you are ready for your first mission." "Yes, Grand Inquisitor. News has reached us of 2 rogue Jedi hiding on Ferrana. You will travel to the Outer Rim, root them out, and destroy them. Do you understand?" She inclined her head, hiding her glee. "Yes, Grand Inquisitor. Look at me, child." She did, finding his yellow-eyed gaze disturbing. He leaned forward, fingers digging into the arms of his throne. "This is your first real mission. It is one thing to realize that the Jedi are the enemy, but it is another thing entirely to participate in their necessary eradication. Do not give them a chance to speak, to poison you with their rhetoric, for they will attempt to sway you with their weak persuasion and pathetic mewling. You are a Jedi no longer." "No, Grand Inquisitor." But he bared his teeth. "Do you know the names of these Jedi?" He leaned back and flicked his long fingers. "Names do not matter. They are all traitors. Now go, and do not disappoint me." "I wouldn't dare." She nodded and left, grateful to be on the other side of his door. His rooms felt as if they were on some frozen planet devoid of life. As she headed for her own, far less grandiose chamber, her mind was alive with preparations. She'd been waiting for this day, when she would finally put her Inquisitor training to good use. Between her electrocution, her crushed hand, her disloyal stabbing, and, yes, her side trip to Korea, it felt as if she'd been robbed of time and the opportunity to prove herself. She worried that deep in her soul, the echo of her Jedi training still clung, stubborn as a barnacle, weighing her down. The Jedi had treated her like garbage, first as a fatally flawed pariah and then as a weak-minded, expendable soldier, and she hated them for it. This mission was her chance to finally purge that last sticky parasite from her body and soul. In her room, she packed everything she might need for her journey, including Thura's lightsaber. She didn't know how the other Inquisitors went about their business, what supplies they chose to accomplish their missions. They didn't speak of such things, they only taunted one another and sparred, when they were around at all. Their goal was to eradicate what was left of the Jedi Order, and that meant they were often spread around the galaxy, collecting trophies before coming back to brag about it. Iskat relished the chance to finally have something to brag about herself. This time, she took a full complement of purge troopers. The scythe was familiar under her hands, the instrument panel now an old friend. As they barreled through hyperspace, she scrolled through her tablet, gleaning all the intel she could on Ferrana. The planet was an old Sith stronghold abandoned after a volcano rendered it nearly uninhabitable centuries ago. She wondered if it would be anything like Thule, a place of barren beauty where she felt an immediate connection. And she wondered why rogue Jedi would choose such a place, given all the options in the galaxy. Ferrana wasn't terribly far away, and soon the little planet appeared, a malevolent smudge among the stars. It wasn't like Guri, a peaceful swirl of clouds and land and sea. It was a small, dark thing, mottled green and black, almost like a chunk of rot floating alone in space. As she entered its atmosphere, there was an odd silence. No spaceport, no chatter. Right up until she got a ping, and coordinates. Curious but wary, her purge troopers at their guns, she approached the designated spot. Was it possible the Jedi were desperate and signaling everyone who came into the area for help? Did the Jedi even know that the Inquisitorius existed and that they were being hunted? Were they so accustomed to being the galaxy's heroes that they'd forgotten how far they had fallen? But as she approached, she saw a very familiar ship. A ship identical to the fighters she'd seen on the landing pads back on Coruscant. Whoever is trying to poach my prey has an enemy for life, she snarled. Her purge troopers said nothing. They never did, unless spoken to. She zipped toward the other ship, which sat unmoving in a greyish-green field. As she approached, she received no further communication, the mystery deepening. Why was there another Inquisitor here? Was she being supervised? She thought about just blowing it up, but she was fairly certain the Grand Inquisitor would then question her methods. Ambition was encouraged, stabbing a fellow Inquisitor in the back was expected, but destroying valuable ships was probably frowned upon. The scythe landed with a disturbingly squishy sensation, and she checked that the air was breathable before stepping out into a field of stringy, slimy fungus. Standing outside the other ship was the last Inquisitor she'd expected to see. Tualon. He looked good in his uniform and helmet, but Iskat did not say so. Why did you send me these coordinates? She asked, striding toward him and stopping just out of lightsaber reach. He pulled his lightsaber off his back and held it but did not ignite it. To lure you here and kill you, a fire presented a problem. Only for my prey. She looked around, noting the globular grey fungus clinging to crumbled stone. Nice place, though. Remind you of anywhere? He didn't take the bait. The past is dead, Iskat. Are you here to interfere with my mission? No. Are you here to kill me again? She shot back. His amused grin set her insides on fire, her hatred of him apparently didn't change her physical reaction. Maybe, a fire don't behave. But like I said, we're even now. You stabbed me in the back, I stabbed you in the front. The slate is clean. She looked him up and down. Then here we are. Did they give us the same mission? I'm assuming if they wanted us to work together, the Grand Inquisitor would have mentioned it. He shook his head. I'm tracking a Jedi. He pointed to a jagged collection of fungus nearby, and Iskat could see the rough shape of a Y-wing already coated in new growth. That's her ship. Who is it? Sony, but that's proprietary information. Unless you want to tell me the name of your target. Sony, but that's proprietary information, she mimicked, delighting in annoying him. She didn't know the names of her quarry, and there was no real trust between them, so there was no way to know if they were after the same Jedi or different Jedi who'd chosen the same hiding spot. He knew his Jedi was female. Apparently, Iskat knew nothing of her own, only that there were two. He snapped his lightsaber on his back and sighed. Then I wish you happy hunting. Stay out of my way or I'll stab you again. Stay out of my way or I'll make sure that when my troopers kill you as I walk away, you'll stay down this time. He pointed at her ramp, where fungus was already creeping up. Don't stay here too long. Be a shame if Vader killed you for losing a ship. Giving him a crude gesture she'd learned from their old clone troopers, she went back inside her ship. Her ramp pulled away from the fungus with a sickening sucking sound, and she zipped into the air and away from Tuolon. It was fun, this. Flirting. Maybe it was laced with innuendo and the very real threat of violence, but it was flirting nonetheless. She should have known he wouldn't be willing to work with her, but it was still disappointing. The other Inquisitors all seemed to have this vicious, distrusting edge that Iskat herself didn't share. She knew Tuolon had been tortured, reconditioned to turn him away from the Jedi and toward the Inquisitorius, but was that perhaps what had also happened to all the others and turned them so cruel, so joyless? Was Iskat the only one who had truly chosen this life without the threat of suffering? The Grand Inquisitor, she thought, had not required a torture chair. And the fifth brother also seemed fully himself. Funny how even here, among those better suited to taking lives than saving them, Iskat still felt like the odd one out. Now that Tuolon had proven secretive, she had to find her Jedi on her own, and before Tuolon found them. If he was hunting a different Jedi altogether, that meant that if she got there first, she could claim both his Jedi and her own, if they were clustered together like brainless sheep. But if Tuolon got there first, he would take her Kwani and leave her empty-handed. Or worse, she might be tempted to kill Tuolon and take his trophies back herself. She wasn't returning from this mission empty-handed, no matter how far she had to go or what she had to do. The sky of Furana was thick, dull grey, the air whistling against her ship. Iskat closed her eyes and called on the Force, pressing her senses against the planet's surface like fingertips probing a lock. This was one of her gifts, the ability to perceive things others might not. Tuolon had never been sensitive like this, which gave her an advantage. Maybe he'd found the ship. But the ship was clearly empty. She just had to find the Jedi first, and there. A swirling vortex of dark side energy. She jerked on the controls, veering off toward a series of jagged black peaks in a field of blackened lava. As she got closer, she noticed the remains of a temple. It was Sith, surely, and places like that left their claws sunk deep into the land. She could feel it pulsating with old, twisted energy like a wound that hadn't healed right. As the crumbling fortress came into view, a peak just a little higher than those around it, she pushed the ship as hard as it would go and landed on the barren, rocky ground near a grand stone door, its carved figures washed away by time and whittled soft by ash-filled winds. If she were a Jedi, this was where she'd hide. The last place anyone would expect a Jedi to be, shrouded by the dark side they'd been taught to oppose and avoid. She put on her helmet and ran her hands over her various weapons, including the red crescent lightsaber on her back and her mother's yellow lightsaber attached to her belt. "Be ready," she told her purge troopers. "Don't emerge unless I give the signal." They didn't speak or nod, their stillness was their only affirmation. As soon as she stood on the ground of Furana, she knelt and put a hand to the planet's surface, once again opening herself to the Force. She felt that same old frisson of excitement, to see what would be revealed, and this time she was rewarded by the caress of dark side energy, ancient and deep and eagerly waiting to be woken by someone with potential. The planet seemed barren but wasn't, crab-like arthropods burrowed busily through the rock, and leathery reptiles with rudimentary wings for gliding used their black pebbled skin as camouflage among the rocks. Even the stringy fungus was hungry and seeking, supporting a population of tiny, translucent snails with poisonous slime. The planet had once been bursting with life, but even now, ruined, it had teeth. And somewhere within this fortress, Iskat could feel the flickers of living beings. Her Jedi were here, or perhaps Tulon-s, but Jedi nonetheless. Pray. She approached the grand doors and reached out to knock. Seeks the illustrious Lord Jakartes, greatest bounty hunter of the Outer Rim, bane of the once mighty Jedi and celebrated collector of Force relics, a male protocol droid's cultured voice asked. And what bounty have you brought to sell? I don't see a prisoner. Do you have Jedi artifacts perhaps? Or are you here to peruse the wares? The pieces clicked into place in Iskat's mind. This fortress wasn't the chosen hiding spot of rogue Jedi on the run, her Jedi had likely been brought here against their will. She had to think quickly. My master has a Jedi on the ship, she said, keeping her helmet's visor down. If Jakartes can pay. Lord Jakartes is always happy to negotiate, especially if the Jedi is high-ranking. And does your master possess any artifacts? The Jedi's lightsaber, perhaps. He's especially fond of those. Iskat unhooked her mother's lightsaber and held it out. There's your proof. My master'll be back with the prisoner shortly. We await your return, the protocol droid said with great formality. Back on the ship, she considered her options. You, she said to one of her purge troopers. Yes, sir, he said in the clone voice she knew so well. I'm going to need your armor. Soon Iskat again stood at the fortress entrance, amazed by her first view through a trooper's helmet. It was surprisingly easy to breathe and see, and there were all sorts of readouts that helped her better understand why the troopers she'd known often preferred their helmets to walking about bareheaded. As for the purge trooper by her side, who went by 67, he wore some spare clothes she'd brought along, a loose tunic, pants, and cloak, the hood pulled down low to hide the red tattoo that covered the right half of his face. He wore a pair of binders, and she could sense his annoyance at being restrained, even as part of a deception. He seemed to have little personality, or perhaps he had chosen to hide it, but he followed orders well, which was why he was on his back on the ground. She dragged him here by one leg, unapologetic for the roughness of the terrain. Inquisitors, Iskat had learned, did not apologize, not to one another and not to their underlings. Maybe only to the Grand Inquisitor or Vader or the Emperor, and only when their lives were on the line. Under her borrowed purge trooper armor, Iskat wore a spare black body glove, which briefly brought back memories of Thule. Her red-blade lightsaber and her mother's lightsaber were both hooked to her belt under the armor's tabard, leaving her hands free to carry the trooper's blaster. Perhaps the armor was overkill, but if this bounty hunter was collecting Jedi, she didn't want to be recognized as a Force user. There was no telling what was on the other side of the door. Who is the Jedi? The droid's voice asked. Tulon Yuluna, she said, the helmet's voice modulator rendering her voice gender-neutral. A Jedi Knight. There was a long period of silence, and then the door slid open. Please follow the lights to the audience chamber, the droid told her. There, your bounty will be confirmed and evaluated. With a sigh, Iskat dragged the disguised trooper down the hall, following a helpful line of softly glowing lights along the smooth black floor. She passed a few doors symmetrically arranged along the long tunnel, but it was quite a walk to the correct one. Apparently this Jakartes wanted to lure his visitors deep into his lair, a tactic Iskat understood. She would have done the same. The lights led her to a door on the right, and when she entered pulling 67, the door slid shut behind her, effectively trapping them in the room. The high-ceilinged chamber was all carved from the same lava rock. It again reminded her of Thule and had that same comfortable thrum that she'd come to associate with ancient dark side relics. There was a large stone altar in the center and a balcony ringing the space, suggesting that important rituals had once taken place here. Reaching out with her senses, she felt an emptiness below and stepped back from what was most likely a trapdoor, settling her trooper where he wouldn't fall and take harm if the trap was sprung. Please make yourself comfortable. We will be with you shortly for evaluation and payment, the droid said politely, and then the speakers went silent. Iskat went into action. With an almost imperceptible gesture, the 3 cams in the corners of the room went dark, their wiring severed. Get up and take the blaster, she told 67, who instantly obeyed. Whoever comes in here, shoot them and wait for me. Yes, sir. She shed her armor swiftly and returned it to 67, who would likely need it more than she would. Now that she was past the droid and any outer defenses, Iskat needed to be free to move and able to climb. Once 67 was armored and ready, she put on the cloak the trooper had worn and climbed up to the balcony, vaulting over the railing and hurrying toward the nearest cavernous entrance that led deeper into the structure. The doorway led to another hallway, the walls carved with a bas-relief of geometric figures carrying triangular objects and weapons. This was her second time in a Sith edifice, and she felt that same familiar comfort here as she had on Thule. Not the warm, homey belonging she'd felt on Kari, but a pleasing welcome, as if this place was an aged pet that was happy to call her friend, if not master. Something was tickling the back of Iskat's mind as she navigated the maze-like hallways and twisting stairwells. There were no more cams or speakers, no disembodied droid voice. Most visitors were probably content to wait in the audience chamber to do their business, or at the very least they didn't object, or couldn't do much about it. She was tracking a ripple in the Force that felt like a Jedi, and the closer she got, the more certain she was that the Jedi she was hunting was someone she knew. Her path had led her down under the throne room, and she realized that the trapdoor would naturally lead to a containment area. The doors here were smaller and wore ancient locks, and as Iskat approached the first one, a shiver ran up her neck. She used her mother's lightsaber to sever the lock, then replaced it on her belt before opening the door. "Who's there?" The voice was familiar, its mix of authority and fear just as grating as it had been for all those years back on Coruscant. Charlene Plaker, /38. The cell was barely lit and primitively outfitted with only a bench and 2 buckets. The young Chilek who sat on the bench, weak and ragged in her shackles, looked up, incredulous. Charlene had always been fastidious about everything from her exercise regimen to her skin care and diet, but now she looked like a hollowed-out version of herself. Her pink skin was pale and smeared with ash and dirt, her eyes were sunken, and her robes stank like she'd rolled around in a puffer pig nest. Iskat could sense her exhaustion and fragility, see the bones pressing against her skin. Too weak to break free. Too weak to do anything. "You survived?" "How?" Charlene asked, almost incredulous. As if it were unthinkable that an outcast like Iskat might still be alive. Iskat did not allow her lip to curl. "I could ask the same of you." Filthy and bedraggled as she was, Charlene tossed her leku in that old, haughty way. "I was with Master Kulfin, and we were separated from our troopers. We heard a distress call from the temple, stole a ship, and escaped. They tried to shoot us down, but as it turns out, I've become an excellent pilot, and we jumped before they could catch us." "Then how'd you end up here?" Charlene's nose scrunched up in annoyance. "We had nothing, no supplies, no credits, so Kulfin contacted an old friend of his who offered to help us. He sent us to these coordinates and said Jakartas would give us a place to lie low. But when we arrived, we were betrayed. Jakartas is a warlord who collects Jedi and anything to do with the Force. He's obsessed with the dark side. It's everywhere here." She looked around disparagingly. "Can't you feel it? Like a creeping cold." Iskat held back her smile. "This was once a Sith planet." Charlene shivered. "It's horrid. I don't even know how long we've been here. A droid brings me food and water, but we don't know what they want with us. I don't even know where Master Kulfin is." Her head hung briefly, but then she looked up in confusion. "But you must be here to rescue us. Who are you with?" One of the masters, surely. And where are your robes? And your lysaber? Is this a disguise? Black is not your color. She stood and held out her arms. Get the shackles off, and I'll take you to, no. Charlene looked at Iskat like she'd grown a second head. What do you mean, no? I'm higher ranking. I'm fairly certain we became Jedi Knights in the same ceremony. Well, someone has to be in charge, and that droid could come back at any time. Iskat whipped out her new lysaber from under her cloak and ignited it. Where do you get a red blade lysaber? Charlene asked. And Iskat held her blade under Charlene's chin. For once, Charlene shut up, and it was immensely satisfying. I don't think it's the droid you need to fear, Iskat said, her lips curling up into a smile. Charlene had always played at being frightened of Iskat, but only in a way that suggested Iskat was untrustworthy and accidentally dangerous. When she openly worried about being grouped with Iskat for training exercises, it was to draw attention to Iskat's incompetence and failures, not to actually ascribe any power to her. Charlene had never taken her seriously, never considered her an equal, much less a friend. Iskat felt it in her heart's, pulsating hate she'd spent years trying to meditate away but that now rushed in, making her snarl. Because of this girl, because of Jedi like Charlene, Iskat had always been an outsider. And because of Jedi like Charlene, the Republic had fallen. Charlene had bought into every Jedi lie, would have followed Mace Windu to the ends of the galaxy. She was an ideal Jedi, a true Jedi, and that meant she deserved to die, just like all the rest. What are you playing at? Charlene asked, real fear rising in her eyes. Oh, I'm not playing. I stopped playing the day I pulled down that column. After that, I spent every moment of my life trying to become the perfect Jedi so insecure little insects like you would have no reason to whisper about me. I stopped playing, Charlene. Iskat let her red lysaber almost touch Charlene's throat, making the girl gasp. I stopped playing because I had to grow up too fast. Because of you? Charlene swallowed hard and stepped back. I don't know what you're talking about. Iskat chuckled. Master Kulfin, she said mockingly, what happens if a Jedi can't control their powers? We're supposed to be working on control, but some people, Iskat rolled her eyes comedically, seem to be having problems. I never said that, Master Yoda. I'd really prefer to work with O'Neill. I just feel like our skills are a better match. I didn't, Master V. Jedi aren't supposed to feel fear, but what if another Jedi makes us feel uncomfortable? She thumbed her hilt, and the red blade disappeared. Charlene glared at her, as angry as she was frightened. Iskat could feel her in the Force, feel all the emotions the girl had supposedly mastered fighting within. Fear, rage, impudence, confusion. You seem uncomfortable to me right now, Charlene. I can sense your fear, your rage. Your superiority. All those years devoted to the Order, and just look at you. Pathetic. Charlene looked away. Yes, I'm scared. Because I'm helpless and you're supposed to help me, and you're holding a grudge. Charlene gave a half sob, half laugh. Acting unhinged? Iskat put away her lysaber and looked down at her hand, at the elegance of her long, slender fingers. There was something she'd read about but had never tried. Perhaps she'd played with it when she'd broken the Seventh Sister's hand and pulled the wires in Vader's helmet, but she flexed her fingers as Charlene took a step back, glaring like a distrustful tucker. Are you sorry? Iskat asked her. For a long moment, Charlene said nothing, as if it was possible to ignore a question spoken while alone in a dungeon on a long-dead planet. Are you sorry? Iskat demanded, almost a shout. Sorry for what? I don't know what you want from me. I want you to suffer. Iskat's hands went to fists. I want you to suffer as I did, because of Jedi like you. I want you to admit you're not the perfect, good-hearted, altruistic Jedi you always pretended to be. You're a bully, and a hypocrite, and a traitor. Or do you truly think you're innocent? I want to know. You don't sound like yourself, Charlene said, her voice rough as she cringed away. You never suffered anything outside of our own head, and I never said I was perfect. But we have to get out of here now. We're both Jedi, Iskat, and there aren't many of us left. We're family. You and I were never family, Charlene. We are not the same. The last part came out as a shout, and Charlene flinched. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say. But you need to get these shackles off me so we can find Master Kulfin and escape, and then we can talk about whatever this is. I'm assuming you have a ship. Iskat's nails dug into her palms. There it is again. You can't even respond to a simple question we both know the answer to. You swipe aside my feelings as if they are silly and refocus on what you want. You're not the hero of this story, Charlene. Charlene sighed, all the fight going out of her drained body. Okay, Iskat. You're right. It's you. You're the hero. She got down on her knees, held out her bound wrists, and looked up, tears in her eyes. So please. Save me. I don't want to die here because of some imagined rivalry from when we were younglings. Just get me out of here. I'm begging you. With a nod, Iskat stepped forward and released the simple shackles on Charlene's wrists. They dropped to the ground, and Charlene stood, rubbing the raw places on her rosy skin. Thank you. She looked up and wiped the tears from her cheeks. Now let's find Master Kulfin and get to your ship. But Iskat wasn't currently open to suggestion. She knew that Charlene was lying to her, had spent years watching the Chilek show the one face to the Jedi and another to those she looked down on. Charlene thought she was in charge. Charlene thought she'd won. Charlene always thought she would win. Charlene, was you wrong? Iskat focused on Charlene's throat, imagined the tenderness of her windpipe, the slender veins under the flesh. She reached out with one hand and slowly brought her fingers together like she was grasping a goblet. She'd been practicing on drinking glasses and then stones and then spider bats, and... Iskat. Charlene gulped, her freed hands fluttering to her throat. What? Iskat's fingers tightened, and Charlene's body began to lift up off the ground, her toes scrabbling for purchase as she choked on nothing. You spent so much time lying about me, making me feel like I was something to be feared. Like I was dangerous. Well, guess what? Iskat squeezed suddenly, hard, and Charlene's face turned puce as she dangled limply in the air, legs kicking, fingers fluttering uselessly at her neck. I am dangerous. With one more, violent clench of Iskat's fingers, Charlene's body went utterly limp. Iskat's arm fell to her side, and Charlene fell to the floor with a sickening thump. Iskat headed for the door, smiling, the dark side washing over her like fondly lapping waves. I guess you were right, after all, she said. /39 Such a curious thing, to take a life. First Iskat had slaughtered the Geonosians, but they were faceless soldiers in a war. That was a fair fight. Then she'd killed the handful of workers beneath the factory on Thule, but that had been an accident, and she hadn't actually seen any corpses, she'd simply thrown the thermal detonators and run. That was collateral damage. And then there was Hezo, but he'd chosen to betray her. That wasn't fair, that wasn't war. That was punishment. But this was personal. As she looked down at Charlene, Iskat didn't feel remorse or shame or sadness. Charlene was, past tense, a war criminal. The Jedi had betrayed the Republic, and for that reason they'd been wiped out. The Emperor had already ordered her death. And she'd been foolish enough to get captured. Even if Iskat had graciously ignored all the pain Charlene had inflicted upon her personally, Charlene deserved this death. No, killing a Jedi was far easier than Iskat had anticipated. Charlene's mistake, the Jedi Order's mistake, was that they'd always underestimated Iskat Akaris. They'd never seen her true potential, never appreciated her unique gifts. They'd tried, in a way, to destroy her. Well, now she would destroy them, one rogue Jedi at a time. It felt so good, so right, finding her true purpose. Iskat turned back and briefly ran her hands over Charlene's body, looking for a trophy, but there was nothing of use. Jakadis must have had her searched before throwing her in this cell. Once Iskat had finished her business here, she would find the bounty hunter's cache of artifacts and lysabers and claim the plain, highly polished hilt she knew to be Charlene's. It would feel so satisfying, placing that lysaber in the Grand Inquisitor's hand, officially claiming her first Jedi as an Inquisitor. And if Charlene had been Tuolon's target? All the better. The hall outside was silent, and Iskat could feel that all of the other cells were empty, except for one. A few doors down, she found a Jedi she didn't recognize, a Ziltron. The moment the door was open, the woman sat up on her bench, hope shining in her eyes. "Oh, thank the stars," she began. Iskat still had her lysaber in her hand, and before the woman could finish her sentence, she was dead. As the Grand Inquisitor had mentioned, there was no point in giving her time to weave lies or beg for her life. Considering Charlene had arrived here with Kulfin, perhaps this Ziltron had been Tuolon's prey. Iskat grinned. Either way, she'd claimed them both. Now she just had to find the woman's lysaber before he could. Back out in the hall, she cut off all the locks, looked into each sad, stark room. All empty, even of remains. Jakadis must have been selling the Jedi elsewhere. The lock of one cell had already fallen to the ground, suggesting Master Kulfin still had some strength. Standing there, Iskat closed her eyes and reached out in the Force. She felt a slight ripple and followed the familiar tug-tln off the maze of halls and stairwells, deeper underground. The entire fortress was carved from the inside of a mountain, the ancient, pitted lava rock, the kind of black that absorbed all light. Iskat used her red blade to illuminate her path, wishing she had time to stop and inspect the sinister carvings, so similar to the ones on Thule. This place felt comfortable, as Thule had, almost welcoming. She could sense the power of the dark side thrumming in the stone itself, soaked in like warm water in a sponge. The long hallway she was following ended in a large chamber, and the door was already open. Iskat's heart sped up as she flicked off her blade and hooked it on her back under her cloak. She knew who was in the chamber, and a red blade would only inspire questions she wasn't yet ready to answer. She cloaked herself in the Force, hiding her feelings as she had so carefully learned to do. The room was lit with torches and lined with empty shelves. Iskat could almost picture what this place had once been like, these shelves filled with texts and holocrons, their impressions in the Force still echoing Duan from the past as if their ghosts waited patiently to curl an inviting finger at the next generation of Force users. Now the shelves were empty. Perhaps Jakadis had sold their contents to the highest bidder. Or perhaps, like the Jedi and the Grand Inquisitor, he'd hidden such treasures somewhere secret, keeping them just for himself. In the center of the room stood a heavy stone chest, and a Jedi Master Iskat knew very well was doing his best to open it. When she'd last seen Kulfin Opus, he'd been sitting beside Master Uame, plump and wise and offering praise that Iskat had greedily absorbed like rain on parched ground. Now he was suffering the effects of captivity, pathetically weak and significantly slimmer without his epidermal sacs filled. His wrists were still bound by shackles as he scrabbled at the heavily adorned top of the carved chest. "Need some help, Master?" she asked, and he spun to face her, baring his teeth like a trapped animal close to chewing off its leg. When he saw her, he sagged with relief. "Iskat. Thank the stars. Come help me with this chest. He chuckled, so happy to see her. I'm afraid unlocking my cell claimed the last of my strength. When she didn't move, didn't speak, he cocked his head at her. But where did you come from? Did Jakartis capture you? Did you escape the cell? No. She walked over and used the force to gently push the top off the chest, floating it to the ground with barely a sound. Stashed within were 3 lysabers, a couple of statues, a holocron, and a few ancient texts that looked like their bindings might disappear in a puff of dust at any moment. Kulfin tried to reach within, but he wasn't quite tall enough, and without any strength in the force, his lysaber remained just out of his reach. A little help for your old instructor, he asked. Iskat reached inside and hefted his lysaber. It was so rare to hold someone else's blade, it was a very personal weapon. Each Jedi selected their kyber crystal and built their lysaber according to their own unique inspiration and needs. No two were ever alike. Kulfin's weapon felt light in her hand, but then again, she'd grown accustomed to her Inquisitor's blade, with its weightier crescent design. Kulfin held out his shackled wrists, looking at her with complete trust. The absolute fool. He still thought her a harmless child, a Jedi through and through. And why wouldn't he? She had lived for a kind word, had been obedient to a fault, had offered up her heart and soul and time to whatever teachings he suggested might help her nurture the altruistic Jedi he knew was hidden within. It was no Jedi within, it was the dark side, waiting for her to stop holding back. Iskat thought about just killing old Kulfin Opus right then and there, but... well, she liked a good fight. If she was going to murder another Jedi, she wanted to taste a little fear, first. She wanted to enjoy it. She briefly ignited his blade and severed the shackles easily. They fell to the ground, and Kulfin rubbed at his wrists. When he reached for his lysaber, she let him take it. It is good indeed to see you, Iskat Akaris. We thought we'd lost you, child. That old, familiar rage burned behind her eyes. This man, who still called her child. This man, who had tried so hard to teach her, to blunt her, to diminish her, to mold her into something she was never meant to be. Did he not know death when he saw it? You thought you'd lost me. And that wouldn't be so bad in your mind, would it? She snapped. Rejoice, for she is one with the Force. That's what you said when my master died, and it brought me no solace. That was the first crack in the foundation of my Jedi teachings. Because it's a lie. Kulfin looked up, and for the first time, Iskat saw something in him besides tranquility and willful ignorance. She saw recognition. And cunning. And she realized that, breaking out of his cell, he had sought his lysaber before attempting to free the other Jedi. Like a coward. A lie? Iskat, I can feel your rage. We've worked so hard together over the years to help you overcome it, but I sense that. A look of horrified wonder came over his face. You're not even fighting it anymore, are you? You've let it in. You're swimming in it. He shook his head sadly. Oh, Iskat. Child. Don't fall for the cloying promises of the dark side. That way lies understanding. Choice. Freedom. The chance to actually feel my emotions instead of stuffing them down. If you had just listened to me, if you had just seen me, oh, I saw you. His voice was rough now. Ragged. Reproachful. We all did. We saw the tempest waiting to crash out and destroy everything in its path. I always suspected that when the column fell, it was all because you were angry and wanted to hurt Shalin and O'Neill. His eyes had gone hard. Yes, I always suspected it was intentional. But your aim was off, and instead you deprived Taika of her destiny. We thought we could save you, pull you away from the abyss and teach you a better way. Save me. Iskat hated the desperate hurt in her voice. I didn't need saving. I was born this way, and you tried to teach me that what I was wrong. That I was broken. That I required fixing. And I hated you for it. We tried to help you become your best self. You were meant for so much more. Iskat reached to her belt and pulled out her mother's lysaber, igniting it. The shock on Kulfin's yellow-lit face made it clear that he recognized it immediately. Tell me what really happened to my mother, she said, almost a growl. And even though he was starved to emaciation, too weak even to break another lock, Master Kulfin's demeanor changed from her patient old tutor to the soldier she'd seen on Geonosis. This was the Kulfin opus that had surprised her while sparring. This was the Kulfin opus that could lie. His shoulders went back, his feet shuffled into a more defensive stance. He didn't ignite his own lysaber, but it was ready. Are you threatening me, child? He asked sharply. Iskat gritted her teeth and deactivated her mother's blade. Too soon to strike him down. I'm asking for the truth. Kulfin considered her for a long moment before answering. Your mother was taken from her planet as a child as soon as she showed signs of force sensitivity. She was raised in the creche, just like you, and grew to be a middling Padawan. She did not complete the Jedi trials. He paused as she digested this. It was the trial of the spirit that got her. She lacked focus and concentration, couldn't control her mind. Just like you, Iskat. But we'd been too easy with her, had assumed her species simply matured more slowly. That was our mistake. She left questioning everything, unsure of herself. It was as if her spirit had broken. Although she was offered civilian work in the Jedi Temple, she chose to walk away entirely. She was escorted back to her home world and delivered safely to her family. Iskat's dream flashed in her vision, the pain on her mother's face as her life as a Jedi ended. A few years later, her child was identified as force-sensitive. He inclined his head. One of Fura's old friends was sent to collect you. Master V. Iskat supplied. Kulfin nodded. Yes. Fura made Semba promise to help you. Fura knew you belonged with the Jedi, wanted great things for you, but she didn't want you to fail, as she had. She had trouble readjusting to life among her people. She hoped her dreams would live on through you, that you would become the great Jedi she had longed to be. And so eventually Semba claimed you as her Padawan. Iskat was reeling. So that's why I never felt a connection with Master V. It wasn't the Force that brought us together, it was a promise. I always felt like a burden, like she didn't even like me, like she didn't want to teach me. But she was keeping her promise to my mother, sacrificing her own true calling to tame me. I barely passed my initiate trials. She knew it, too. Hot tears coursed down her cheeks as she finally understood. The burden was not yours, Iskat Kulfin said gently. It was Semba's. She made a choice. Your master believed in you deeply, in your potential and in your ability to become a great Jedi. But she knew firsthand where Fura had failed, and so she urged you to find calm and focus where others may have pushed you to train. She felt it was her duty to guide you, to help you become something greater, she felt it was the will of the Force. Iskat shook her head, feelings tumbling through her hearts. Even this is a betrayal. Semba chose me for all the wrong reasons, and you all allowed her to do so. I never felt any connection with any master, never felt any strong calling. Maybe washing out would have been better. I could have returned to my family, who actually loved me. I could have gone home before it was too late. There are no mistakes in the Force, child, Kulfin said with more kindness. You can't cheat your way TLN off the trials. If you passed, even if barely, it was meant to be. Your mother didn't have the strength to become a Jedi. She was like you, but also different. Iskat looked up. You keep speaking of her in the past tense. Qufan reached out to put a hand on her shoulder, and to her own surprise, she allowed it. Her mind was never the same after she called the Jedi to claim you. She put you in Semba's arms and made her promise that we would keep you safe and help you reach the dreams she had been forced to give up. Semba could tell that she wasn't well, that she was heartsick. Once you were settled in the creche, she returned to Kree one more time to help Fura work through her grief, but there was nothing she could do. Fura pushed her away, pushed everyone away. And then she went out into the desert of your home planet and took her own life. Semba and I felt it in the Force, when it happened. I'm so sorry you have another burden to bear, but you wanted the truth, and I've kept it from you for too long. Iskat shook his hand off her shoulder and stepped back, hate flooding her chest. She was broken, and yet you didn't help her. You abandoned her to die. The Jedi teach that all life is precious. Her destiny in the Force was her own. All is as the Force wills it. Rejoice, no. No, I am done rejoicing in the death of the people I love. The world seemed to spin around Iskat as the final piece fell into place. Her mother truly was gone. She had taken her own life because she'd lost everything, her future, her Lysaba, her friends, her home, her connection with the Force. Her daughter. And all because of the Jedi. But Iskat, you must remember that your mother lives on in you. Qufan went on gently as if a seismic change hadn't just shattered Iskat's hearts. Your mother called the Jedi, put you in Semba's arms, trusted us to guide you on a better path. We strove to make you strong where she was fragile, tranquil where she was tempestuous. You inherited her future. You succeeded where she failed. All her hopes live on in you, and the galaxy needs you. After we rescue Shalin and take care of this Jakadi's fellow, we will go into hiding, and, no. Qufan went still. No. Iskat took a deep breath and stood tall. Why go into hiding when I have found my rightful purpose? If I am the sign of my mother's hopes, then why would she want me to return to the Jedi Order that failed both of us, and the galaxy? I have chosen to free my heart and soul from the shackles that have held me down for so long. I refuse to bury the parts of myself that I love best. My mother wasn't weak and fragile, she was just unwilling to allow you to hobble and oppress her. In the end, she wanted to be free of the Jedi, and so she chose her own freedom. I lived too long under those strict edicts, always feeling like a different animal entirely, repressing my true power so that you would find me acceptable and palatable. She snorted. What a waste of a life. Iskat, the dark side has lied to you. You must not give way to your anger. Silence. Her voice echoed hungrily off the black stone, as if it had waited all too long to feed on such painful emotions. I will not take orders from those who have never felt this pain, who have never made any real sacrifice or been sent out to die. You, with your slavish devotion to platitudes, you sat in the temple meditating while the Jedi ordered us about like holicious pieces. While they let the war drag out, slaughtering millions, murdering their own, just to further weaken the Republic so it would be primed for their attack. You went to Geonosis but stayed out of the arena. We were under orders, a snort of derision. Of course you were. You were just doing what you were told, weren't you? People like you, cowards like you destroy because you never aggress, you kill with your false hope and impotent strategies. Entire populations died because the Jedi Order chose to wait and see, because you sent your warriors to the planets with the loudest senators instead of the loudest screams, because you wouldn't sacrifice one to save millions. You tell yourselves you're the defenders of the weak, the peacekeepers of all, but you only bring heartbreak and death and betrayal wherever you go. She pointed at him with a long, gloved finger. If you'd done better by my mother, she'd still be here. Maybe she would have been the master I deserved. Iskat, this isn't you. This is the dark side talking, the sinister, clawing energies of this place. She curled her fingers, and Kulfin whimpered as his throat began to close. It was easier this time, somehow. I will no longer give power to those who would diminish me, she whispered. She squeezed with her fingers, grinning, feeling the force begin to constrict around Kulfin's throat, but the Jedi Master extended his own hand, and buffeted her back with a burst of energy, breaking free of her grip. I don't want to fight you, child, he said, igniting his lightsaber. But I will /40. Iskat had spent many hours learning lightsaber forms and gently spummed with Jedi Master Kulfin Opus. She'd seen him hold his lightsaber at Geonosis, although he hadn't used it against aggressors. She'd seen him patiently teaching the younglings. But other than that one time he'd tested her, she'd never seen him actually fight, and she had no idea what to expect, now that it was life or death. He was old and starved, and with his epidermal sacs empty he seemed weak and deflated and awkwardly balanced. And yet, he was a Jedi Master. He'd been a Jedi for a long time. Underestimating him would have been a mistake. For now, she left her red blade on her back and savoured the rightness of striking him down with the last lightsaber her mother had touched. Before with Master Kulfin, she had always held back to consider things, but this time she immediately aggressed as Vader had taught her, driving him backward with a flurry of slashes and jabs that he parried with an ancient, patient energy. Even under duress, Master Kulfin had a tranquility about him, nothing like the distracted tolerance of Sembovi, the sternness of Mace Windu, the by-the-book sensibility of Master Gorlia, or the playfulness of Yoda, but when he fought, it was as if he were meditating with his blade. When he finally struck back, he had more power than she'd anticipated. Iskat somersaulted backward, giving herself room to maneuver. Perhaps the old man could still fight, but he definitely wasn't built for acrobatics. Is this what your mother would want? He asked as he advanced upon her, lightsaber protectively up. After all that she sacrificed for you, after the promises she extracted on your behalf, would she want to see you throw it all away and turn to the dark side? Iskat knew better than to let him get under her skin. She attacked with the same measured calm. She could wear him down gradually, if need be. You keep saying there was an anger, an energy in me that you tried to repress. That you saw it in her, too, but failed to control it. What if it was always the dark side, calling to us both? What if we were never meant to be Jedi in the first place? The dark side is seductive, he countered. It would whisper anything in your ear if it would bring you under its reign. Promise you the stars if it meant securing your heart. It is foolish to assume it would tell you the truth when lies serve it so very well. Ah, but the dark side and I get along so much better. I've developed new talents I didn't even know existed because the Jedi hide their knowledge so carefully. If I wasn't meant to have these skills, why do they come to me so naturally? Unlike your meditation, which you forced upon me, and which felt like torture. Candy is sweet, vegetables are bitter, but we know which one is better for our health. We know which one will rot our teeth, if left unchecked. Iskat ducked and spun, forcing the old Jedi to leap or lose his feet at the ankle. He was more nimble than she'd anticipated, but it had cost him. He stumbled when he landed and barely managed to catch himself in time to turn and block her next strike. We could start over, he said, beginning to breathe heavily. We could start anew. The Jedi Order is gone, but perhaps there is a middle ground, where we take the best of the old teachings and explore new paths. Iskat chuckled. You would sacrifice your morals to bring me back into the fold? Either that, or you're just lying to buy time. I've seen you lie before. The Jedi are traitors who deserve to die. There will be no chance for redemption. Or are you waiting for Shalin to come save you? She is the brightest student in your cohort. That little barb struck deeper than Iskat would have preferred. If that were true, she would be standing here before you, instead of lying broken where I left her. I guess you were either too weak or too busy saving your own skin to feel her become one with the Force. Kulfin's eyebrows rose. His jowls trembled as realization crashed down. He was alone here, surrounded by enemies. But he wasn't giving up. Iskat saw his will coalesce, saw him call on the Force to sustain him. A renewed calmness came over his features, an ease to his body. He focused on her in a way that he never had before, as if seeing her for the first time and determining that she was, in fact, a formidable foe. He attacked then, using a form she hadn't studied, another one that he hadn't taught her. Iskat hurried to parry and block his Lyciber strikes, off balance as she briefly lost control of the bout. Yes, Master Kulfin had always struck her as a patient, indulgent teacher, but he had a lifetime of Jedi training under his belt and had apparently taken care not to teach her certain things, just like a Jedi, to withhold pertinent information in case it could be used against an enemy later. Still, she had at least one advantage he didn't. Iskat jumped over his blade, flipping in the air and landing on top of the chest, one foot on either side of the open box containing artifacts of great interest. They called to her like hungry children, but she ignored them. Kulfin approached, his intent clear in his eyes, and Iskat pulled her Inquisitor's blade off her back, igniting it as she leapt at him, screaming as she slashed downward with both Lycibers, red and yellow. The red blade caught the old master on the shoulder, and he fell to his side and struggled to stand, losing his own Lyciber in the process. Iskat landed lightly, stalking toward him, her heart's thumping in time like a great drum. She felt the furious, singing call of murder in her blood, as if the planet itself rejoiced in this death they both wanted so very much. She stood over her old teacher, blades crossed, his neck in the V formed by the red and yellow beams of deadly energy. Iskat, I know there is still good in you, Kulfin began. The blades slashed violently, and his head slid sideways and landed on the floor. Yes, but there is so much more than that, she finished for him. Iskat deactivated her blades, storing them at back and belt before she reached down to claim Kulfin's Lyciber. Then she crossed back to the chest and claimed the other two Lycibers within, slipping them into the hidden pockets of her breeches. As she turned to leave, she looked down at what remained of the once great Jedi Master, and her lips curled into a smile. Rejoice! For he is one. If the Force /41 for a long moment, Iskat's voice echoed against the stone, and then ancient silence descended. This place, this fortress, this temple, it felt pleased with her, as if she had performed some long-forgotten ritual. Somewhere in the darkness, someone clapped gloved hands. Iskat pulled and lit her Lycibers again, calling, "Who's there?" A cloaked figure appeared from the shadows, where she now spotted a hidden door. The newcomer was short and wiry, exuding smug confidence and bristling with weapons. His shiny gold mask, furred cloak, armor, and knee-high boots seemed designed to make him appear bigger and more menacing than he truly was. Iskat was not impressed. "Congratulations on your triumph. That was an excellent duel. And an excellent philosophy, if you don't mind my saying so." His voice was cultured, smarmy, almost greasy. Iskat pointed her red blade at him. "I take it you're Jakardi's." He executed a courtly bow. "Lord Jakardi's, in the flesh. I don't normally reveal myself, that's what protocol droids are for, are they not? But I couldn't pass up the chance to speak to you myself. Forget the Jedi and whatever new organization you serve. There are other destinies. Bounty hunters have no gods, no masters. You could live a life free from political or religious influence, free from any influence. You could be truly free beyond hierarchy. The earning potential is boundless. Together, we could." Iskat did not want to know what he thought they could do together, so she set her red Lyciber spinning and threw it at him, adding another decapitated head to the room's stark decor. Perhaps she'd been sent here to kill the Jedi, but she imagined the Grand Inquisitor would be glad to know this puffed-up Jedi poacher was gone as well. The Lyciber returned to her hand like a loyal hound. She felt no more ripples in the force, no more living beings larger than the tiny salamanders and snails that lived in the cracks of the fortress, but she was curious about how a pathetic little nothing like Jacques had managed to sneak up on her. She'd been consumed with Master Culfin, too focused to notice the interloper. Through the hidden door he'd used, she discovered a grand throne room with a tall, carved seat rising up from the center of a black pool. As she walked down the promenade, she felt as if she were part of an ancient ceremony. Long ago, dark side users had walked here, their reflections rippling in the inky water. Someone of great power had sat in this throne, she could feel echoes of their authority soaking the stone like blood. She deactivated her blade and sat on the pitted black seat, her hands on the dragons carved into the arms. For a moment, it was as if she could see hooded acolytes all in black lining the pool with their perfumed censers, chanting in a dead tongue as their queen ascended her throne. For a moment, Iskat was that queen. This was where she belonged. Not among the Jedi, not on her home world, not as some petty bounty hunter. She was meant for a different path, and the dark side would be her companion. A flagon of deep red wine sat at her left hand, probably abandoned by Jacques, but his time here had left no impression in the rock. Perhaps he'd thought himself a ruler, but he was nothing but another blood offering to this thirsty stone. Iskat sniffed the wine and sipped it, tasting spiced fruits and age and ash. This would be her tradition, she decided. Each time she hunted a Jedi and eliminated her prey, she would taste whatever beverage the locals drank, take the moment into her body as a recreation of this ritual she'd found deep in a long-forgotten Sith fortress. She held up the glass to the empty room. To Shalin and Culfin she said before drinking deeply until the last drop was gone. The sweet liquid sang through her blood, making her giddy and languid. She hadn't tasted spirits before, but it was as if she could see shadows moving now, as if layers and layers of Force users walked around her as unseeing ghosts. Satisfied, she rose and returned to the treasure room. She had no way to carry all the artifacts in the chest for later scrutiny, so she unclipped Jacques' cloak and used it as a makeshift sack. Without it, he seemed so small and inconsequential. But then again, most beings did, now that she'd stepped fully into her powers. She found 67 waiting in the original welcome room, blasters spinning on her the moment she appeared. He offered no thoughts on where she'd been or how long he'd been waiting. As they strode down the long hall toward the main door, Iskat felt another signature in the Force nearby. She tuned her comlink to the right channel. "Tualon, where are you? I thought we weren't going to cooperate." "We don't have to. I have already found my quarry." "And yours?" She drank in the moment of his stunned silence. "I take it you're not going to give me the lightsaber." She smiled to herself. "No. I've had enough of you claiming my glory. But you're welcome to try to take it from me, if you dare." It came out flirty, and for once, she wasn't ashamed. As for Tualon, he actually considered it. "I don't want to fight you. But perhaps there's another way I could win your favor." The way he said it made her hearts pound and her body heat up. But even if her hormones were moved, her ambitions remained unswayed. "I'm only going to say this one time, so hear me well. If you want me, don't let some bounty come between us," she finally said. "I'm not playing games anymore. Either it's real, or it's nothing. I will not be seduced away from my own success." She waited a long moment as he thought about it. "You win this one fair and square," he finally said. "I suppose I wouldn't want to try lying to the Grand Inquisitor, anyway. I can prove myself on my own." A brief pause. "And we'll see how you might be seduced." The comlink went silent. As she and 67 walked back to her ship, she watched Tualon's ship take off from just a few clicks away and zip into the sky. Now, this was a version of Tualon she could respect. honest with himself and others, ambitious and confident. She looked forward to seeing where the seduction might come in. For all that she'd been drawn to him since they were children, he'd always been neutral toward her, never felt that same tug. But now, freed from the rigidity of the Jedi ways, perhaps he was finally realizing how powerful a partner she might be. They would make a good team, but not if he thought he was in charge. No one could rule Iskat Icarus./42 back on Coruscant. Iskat carried her cloak of artifacts through the halls of the Inquisitorius headquarters. She'd already absorbed all the information she'd found in Jakardas's fortress on the flight back, and she'd chosen a few special pieces to keep for herself. These leftover texts and statues might win her some favor, but they wouldn't give any other Inquisitors an advantage once they were added to the library. She understood how it worked now. She would take what she wanted and leave the scraps for everyone else to fight over. They were waiting for her in the Grand Inquisitor's chambers, the Grand Inquisitor himself and Darth Vader. "Was your first mission a success?" the Grand Inquisitor asked. Iskat placed 3 lightsabers on the pedestal in the center of the chamber. "You have done well, Iskat Icarus," Darth Vader said. She looked up into his implacable mask and smiled. She'd made her choice. "I am Iskat Icarus no more," she told them. "Call me 13th Sister." Years later it seemed like the usual sort of mission. The 13th Sister had been on dozens of trips as an Inquisitor, working alone and with others, and she always succeeded. She was known for her tenacity as well as her predilection for beheadings. She had personally survived being stabbed through the chest, and Tualon, she still couldn't get used to his new name, had been shot multiple times by clone troopers during the Purge, and that meant she wanted to make sure that anyone she killed stayed dead. The Grand Inquisitor finally commanded her to stop bringing bloody heads back to his chamber, as the mouse droids got gunked up with gore and she'd already killed their best droid technician. Although the 13th Sister would never be truly comfortable around Vader, she'd learned that they had a lot in common, including a lasting hatred of the Jedi and their unforgivable crimes. He was no longer generally a danger to the Inquisitorius. After fighting each new Inquisitor when they received their red blade, anyone left alive was happy to leave with whatever limbs he allowed them to keep, and after that they were merely his deputies. Vader told her where to go, and she went. She had not yet disappointed him and did not want to find out what would happen if she did. She was pleased the day she was included in one of Vader's personal missions, the hunt for a Jedi who'd been kicked off the Jedi High Council before the Purge and had therefore escaped the fate that befell the majority of his old peers. Koth had settled on some nowhere desert planet, joined a church, and married like he was just some normal person and not a war criminal. Vader was determined to do what Order 66 had not. That was all the 13th Sister knew. Until Vader told her differently, that was all she needed to know. Once they'd landed on the planet, Vader told his Inquisitors to follow him and strode down the ramp of his ship. They were in a city like any other, the sort of place where Jedi always seemed to end up hiding, a useless world filled with sand and inelegant buildings worn away by wind and time, a place where people scraped together pathetic little lives and fought over water and were buried in unmarked graves or turned into bricks. Along with Tualon and the 5th brother, she stalked along behind her master, glad that her helmet kept her eyes free from the sand that whipped around in the wind. "Wait here," Vader said just outside a circular courtyard that provided some shade from the pounding heat. The Inquisitors nodded their assent and watched him use telekinesis to open the door. Just inside, the 13th Sister could feel the presence of someone knowledgeable in the Force, and a fresh new life that held the promise of greatness. "There's a child," she said. Tualon strained to see past the gleaming black figure blocking the open door. "Wonder if he'll kill it, too." "Silence," the 5th brother hissed. He said to wait, not make annoying chatter. A massive boom from inside the building focused their attention on the door, but they knew better than to disobey Vader's orders. If he told them to wait here, He expected them to wait here, not go running inside to get in the way of the fight that was clearly raging in the small home. Soon they could hear the clash of lightsabers within. A hole exploded through the wall of the building, and a Zabruk male with a green lightsaber appeared, holding his own against Darth Vader. Chulon eased closer to 13th Sister and gave her a small, secret smile, which she returned. They'd always found an easy rhythm when sparring, all the way back to their days as Jedi Knights. Now that they'd both fully given into the dark side, it was as if they could tap into the same comm frequency, their minds working in tandem. They were a formidable pair in any fight, to say nothing of what happened in secret corners of the massive Inquisitorious headquarters, far from where any of their brothers or sisters might discover their dalliance. Relationships were not forbidden among the Inquisitors, but they knew the others would see their mutual affection as weakness. When everyone was constantly fighting for scraps of power and rank, caring for someone was a vulnerability. Iskat had been promised freedom in the Inquisitorious, but that freedom had its limits. Fear, anger, resentment. I sense them in you, Vader said as he jeweled the Zabruk. You have let yourself feel, Ithkoth. It gives you power. More than the Jedi would ever have allowed you. It was true, and 13th Sister knew that for herself. All those years she'd been commanded by the Jedi to tamp down her feelings, and in doing so she'd been tamping down her power, too. Now that she'd welcomed the dark side, trained among the Inquisitors, and studied holocrons and texts forbidden by the Jedi, she was more formidable than ever. Was Vader going to invite this Ithkoth to join the Inquisitorious? She wondered. Was there even a need for another Inquisitor when their prey dwindled on a daily basis? Perhaps it's the Zabruk in me, Ithkoth said, fighting valiantly in what should have been a swift tussle ending in Vader's triumph. Or perhaps now I have something to lose. Whatever the cause, it's too late. As if in punctuation, Vader knew the Zabruk to the ground in a puff of red sand. Inquisitors, a woman and an infant escaped, Vader said, his flat black helmet lit red by his lightsaber. Bring me the child. And the woman, Lord Vader, the fifth brother asked. Irrelevant. Vader returned to his fight, leaving the trio of Inquisitors to do his bidding. Chulon already had his lightsaber in hand. Any thoughts on how we approach this? This city's not exactly small. Plenty of places to hide. Split up. We'll cover more ground. Stay in contact. Whoever finds them, bring in the others, the fifth brother said. For once, the 13th Sister didn't argue with him. Agreed, fifth brother. They couldn't have gotten far, I mean, the woman just pushed out a baby. With a nod, they each ran in a different direction. Once the 13th Sister was a few blocks away from her fellow Inquisitors, she stopped and reached out in the Force, a skill neither of them had honed to the extent she had. She'd always been more sensitive than most, but now, instead of holding her back, it gave her an edge. Child of a Jedi. She muttered to herself, hand outstretched. Let's see if I make any ripples in the Force, little one. She'd felt it before, outside the home, and she felt it now. Aha! There you are. Rather than calling Chulon and the fifth brother like she'd agreed, she darted through the city, past crumbling buildings and along a dock overlapping blue water. She could feel the child moving swiftly through the city, knew the mother must be beyond desperate. There. Headed for a transport shuttle, the exhausted mother staggered toward the ramp. Come, Myra. Quickly. We must be away, an older Zabruk male called from the ship. But the 13th Sister ignited her red blade as she moved to block the ramp. Or perhaps you could stay a while, she said. No, the mother begged, sweat dripping down her face. Please. Please. Woman to woman. Don't take her. Don't take my child. Deep in the 13th sister's chest, an old memory that wasn't even her own stirred, a child given up by a loving mother, forced into a different life. A baby, passed from one set of arms to another, a ship waiting. The woman cradled the baby to her chest, her eyes streaming tears. Go. Just go, the 13th sister said tiredly. She let her lightsaber fall, no longer blocking the ramp. Thank you, the woman said, looking deep into her eyes before running onto the ship, barefoot and still in her stained birthing gown. As the shuttle took off with the mother and child, Tuolon and the fifth brother ran up to join the 13th sister. You let them go? Tuolon asked, incredulous. When Vader finds out, he'll... He shook his head. What have you done? The 13th sister looked at him, her lips twitching with amusement. Done? Nothing's done. The shuttle was in the air now, laboriously turning to leave. But the 13th sister could still see the mother standing there foolishly at the open-air viewport, looking down at her baby with the sort of smile that promised everything would be okay. Come to Mama, the 13th sister said, holding out her long, red fingers and snatching the child from her mother's arms using the force. All those years ago, when she'd brought down the column, she'd been so clumsy. But now, after years of practice, the baby floated gently toward her through space, tiny limbs flailing for its mother. She had the Jedi to thank, in part, for that control. Deep in the 13th sister's soul, a bottomless well of rage bubbled and churned, a once brilliant fire twisted by the dark side. Perhaps in the past she might have felt sadness for this mother and child, might have recognized the humongness of separating them. Perhaps once she would have considered what her own mother had felt, giving her up, would have seen a reflection of Fura's pain in Myra's eyes, but now she was an Inquisitor. Even if they hadn't broken her like they had Tuolon and some of the others, she'd changed. The Sith holocrons in her chamber whispered to her in her sleep, and dark energy seeped out of the altars she kept near her bed like swamp gas creeping into every crevice. She could feel it, almost like a vapor suffusing the very air, and she willingly breathed in deeply. The dark side had always been part of her, and she welcomed its ongoing enrichment, knowing it would only make her stronger. She had grown to love cruelty, and she knew only that the child belonged in Vader's hands or dead, that it belonged anywhere but in the hands of a treasonous Jedi and his Jedi-loving wife. No, the mother cried, reaching vainly through the viewport as the ship disappeared into the sky. The child landed in the 13th sister's outstretched hands. See, she told Tuolon. Never should have doubted you, he said fondly. But why? Because she appealed to me, woman to woman. The 13th sister looked into the child's pinched, screaming face. Now she'll never trust another woman again. Or, most likely, anyone. I took her baby, and I took her soul. And it felt good. It felt right. It felt like payback for what she'd suffered as a child. If this Eth Koth and his wife couldn't protect their baby, then did they truly deserve the chance to raise it? Ever since the purge, Koth had simply been a walking corpse. Time had caught up to him, that was all. And Vader had claimed this child for reasons of his own. The 13th sister carried the child in one hand as she led her brothers back to where Vader would be waiting. Her cape snapped in the hot air as the child squalled and squirmed. It felt disgusting to her, like a grub, but she was as gentle as she knew how to be. The Inquisitors found Vader still dueling Eth Koth, or playing with him. The man had been nearly beaten to rags, while Vader looked as he always did, timeless and inevitable in gleaming plasteel and leather. I will save my family, Koth said, desperate, his lightsaber shaking in his exhausted grasp. Do you think so? Vader asked, gesturing with his lightsaber as he watched the 13th sister approach. Mission accomplished, boss, she said, holding up the child. Koth couldn't help focusing on the infant in her hand, and that was his mistake. Vader ran him through with his red blade, and not in some harmless place that might be mended in a mead bay. Koth fell to the ground, leaving his child fatherless. Not that it mattered, the child would soon have a new home. Vader took the baby, its pinched face reflected in his visor as it screamed. "Quiet," he commanded. The child instantly fell silent and did not cry again. Back on Coruscant, the 13th sister watched as Vader handed the child over to a pair of nanny droids under the watchful eye of the Grand Inquisitor. "Ah, Lord Vader. Welcome back. It seems your mission was successful on at least one level." But Vader's response did not sit well with her. "I was successful on every level, Grand Inquisitor. Koth is dead. Your Inquisitors performed their roles well." The praise was unusual and welcome, but Vader had claimed the victory as his own. Perhaps he'd lauded the Inquisitors, but he knew full well that the 13th sister was the one who had found the child before the ship could take off. Tuolon and the fifth brother had failed. If not for her advanced senses, they might have missed the ship's launch entirely and lost their quarry. And yet he'd reduced her work to a single sentence giving equal praise to her brothers. Dissatisfaction writhed through her like eels. She had never been so foolish as to assume that the Inquisitorius would be perfect, but she was sick of doing all the work only so that her superiors could pat themselves on the back. The infighting and backbiting were ferocious, and if not for her deepening relationship with Tuolon, she would have felt even more alone than she had among the Jedi. When she'd stood there, surrounded by troopers with blasters, forced to choose death or something else, the Grand Inquisitor had promised her freedom. This is no freedom. She was just as tethered, just as held back. She could only go where she was ordered to go. That brief independence in her first few weeks here that had allowed her to go to Korea. That window had closed almost immediately, once the Inquisitorius had been up and running at full strength. Now life had been reduced to missions and time in the Mead Bay. She couldn't say no. She could only bow her head and say, "Yes, Grand Inquisitor," and hurry to her ship. Saying no, or even thinking about saying no, meant Vader might invite someone into the sparring ring, and then they might lose an eye or an arm. At least she still had Tuolon. At least she still had something like trust. After their successful mission, all the present Inquisitors gathered in the common room in some GRML echo of a party. No one trusted anyone, no one particularly liked anyone, and yet the Grand Inquisitor wanted them all together like some misted approximation of a family. Sitting down at a table with Tuolon, she pulled a plain bottle from her bag and put 2 glasses down. Tuolon watched her pouring the amber liquid but did not smile. He generally, wisely, only smiled for her in secret, when they were alone. "To one less Jedi in the galaxy," he said, holding up his drink. "To one less Jedi," she repeated. They drank, and the rough liquor burned a trail down the 13th sister's throat. "What is this stuff?" he asked her, spluttering. "It's called dust juice." "Disgusting but potent," she told him. "We said we'd drink something local from everywhere we kill a Jedi. Believe it or not, this is the best that horrible planet had to offer." It had originally been her own personal tradition, of course, begun in the Sith throne room Jakardi's had foolishly attempted to claim as his own. That wine had been a fine vintage, deep and red and warm as blood. But this stuff left a horrid taste in her mouth. Much like the way Vader had stolen her thunder. Tuolon leaned forward. "I hope the next Jedi's hiding out on Corellia or Alderaan. Those planets know their way around a libation. I mean. Dust juice? Brutal." The 13th sister poured them each another glass, hoping to blunt her rage before someone else noticed it. None of the other Inquisitors asked to partake of the bottle, several of them had made it clear they regarded this little ritual as childish. "You know, it won't be too long until there won't be a next Jedi," she said. She'd been thinking about it a lot lately, actually the future. With so many Inquisitors and Darth Vader constantly at work. Well, perhaps it was time for the next stage of her plan. She'd promised herself that when the galaxy was safe, she'd return to Korea and, for the first time ever, live life on her own terms. Maybe it was time. Maybe Chulon would join her. Yeah, we've gotten too good at our jobs, he agreed. What do you suppose he'll do when they are all gone? Who do you mean? She looked at Chulon, and the world swam a little. The dust juice may have tasted like the water rinsed off a filthy bantha, but it was strong. You know him, she said, eyes sliding toward Darth Vader. Chulon took up his glass, and she briefly wondered if she should stop him from drinking it. When he drank, he lost inhibitions, and that meant that he spoke a little too loud, made himself a little too vulnerable. It was fine, even welcome when they were alone. He'd told her several shocking secrets about his former life among the Jedi, but just now, surrounded by people who would love a reason to attack one of their own, the 13th sister wanted to keep him safe. For herself. Oh, right, he said, and an indiscreet smile crept onto his face. I don't know. I'm sure he'll keep himself busy. A guy like that. The 13th sister felt a cold shadow fall over their table, but Chulon was oblivious. He'll always find someone to kill, he finished, throwing back his glass as Vader loomed over them and ignited his lightsaber. For a long moment, there was no movement, no sound but the hum of Vader's lightsaber. Lord Vader, is this a test? The Grand Inquisitor asked cautiously. More training? The 13th sister could feel Vader in the Force, and was sure it was a test, but she couldn't communicate that to Chulon, and the absolute fool was too drunk to realize that he was projecting his feelings too much, that his concern for the 13th sister was pulsing along with her heart's. Vader sensed it, too. Was it a test? No, he said. His red blade arced down toward the 13th sister, but Chulon pulled his own lightsaber in time and caught Vader's strike. Interesting, Vader said, as if they were having a general conversation around a cup of kaffe. Run! Chulon shouted, and the 13th sister made her choice. She ran. When she was just out of sight, she heard Vader say, I sensed a connection between the two of you. An attachment? A weakness you believe is strength? The death of Eithkoth should have served as a lesson to you about such things. The 13th sister heard her lover's body slam against the wall. Apparently it did not. Vader finished. Why, what did she do? Chulon asked as he stood, still worried for her. That does not matter. Concern yourself with only one thing. A menacing pause. Now you've done it, too. Chulon was already up and running, and the 13th sister slightly slowed until he ran by her side, her lightsaber ready in her hand. Vader wasn't directly behind them, but then again, running wasn't one of his many skills. Knowing Chulon was still a little muddled with dust juice, the 13th sister took the lead, heading outside toward the busy skylands of Coruscant. You're sure you have no idea why Vader attacked us? Chulon asked her. Oh, she had an idea. Vader had felt it. Not just her. Yes, fine, call it love for Chulon. Her affection and tenderness and weakness. But also her general dissatisfaction. Her anger. Her rebellion. Underneath the hard exterior of the 13th sister, Iskat Akaris still desperately longed to be truly free. To take orders from no one, to fear no one, to go where she willed and do as she wished. She wanted to go to Korea again, finally see the beauty of Corellia, and pretend she was just some silly fool in love. It was getting to be boring, just being someone else's soldier. But she wasn't about to tell another Inquisitor that. She'd told someone her Hugh feelings once, and look where that had gotten both of them. She was here, and Hezo was dead. Are you insane? I know better than to cross him, she said, which was also true. Look, Vader doesn't need a reason to kill people. He just kills them. It wasn't enough, though. She'd had feelings for this man for so long, feelings that had changed and morphed and grown over the years. And he finally cared for her, too, and he'd done this foolish thing. For her. I just can't believe you got in his way for me, I mean. He flashed a sharp grin. I've told you how I feel. I guess now I've proven it. And he had. He'd told her, late one night, after several glasses of Tonneray White, that he loved her, and she'd purred in the back of her throat and stroked his leku and said, I've been waiting my whole life for you to say that. But she didn't return the sentiment. After Hezo, she couldn't trust anyone with feelings that real. I guess you have, she said now, hearts fluttering even as she ran at top speed down a catwalk. Still, it was stupid. He'll be coming for us. They'd reached the end of the catwalk, and she leapt over the edge, igniting her lightsaber. We'll have to kill him. No other way. I know, and then we run. He was in the air beside her, falling gracefully, a once perfect Jedi now a perfect Inquisitor, a fully confident killing machine. And then he said the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. Not easy, but think about this. If we pull it off. He turned to look at her, backlit by the Coruscant sunset. We're free. As she hurtled through the air, she picked her target, a simple speeder, pointing it out to Tualon. Tualon, whom she was supposed to call her brother. But this wasn't a family. These weren't her siblings. The others monsters. She didn't even like them, and she was sick of pretending they were equals. If Vader wanted her dead, then she didn't have to pretend to be an Inquisitor, whatever it was. She could kill him first and escape. Follow her hearts and intuition around the galaxy. And if she really felt a need, she could kill Jedi on her own without being ordered around all the time and attacked out of nowhere. She and Tualon landed gently on their target, and the speeder driver turned around to stare at them in utter disbelief. Keep driving, she snapped, and he did, because what else was he going to do? A pulsating quiver in the Force pulled her attention back to the traffic lanes, where Vader rode on his own speeder, driven by shock troopers. Keep him steady, she told Tualon. Using the Force, she yanked an engine off a passing speeder and threw it at Vader with all her might. It missed him but tanked his speeder, sending it down in a fiery heap. The Dark Lord of the Sith lightly leapt off his plummeting ride and landed on a second speeder. Now, Iskat told Tualon, and they threw their spinning lightsabers directly at him, shearing his speeder into 3 useless chunks. Vader didn't leap this time, he fell. And then managed to land on a new speeder, as if he'd done this a dozen times. We need something bigger, Tualon said as they caught their returning lightsabers. He turned to Iskat, grinning. Throw a speeder at him, darling. So Iskat returned his grin and unleashed the burning power inside her, flinging a speeder at Darth Vader at a velocity that should have crushed him but didn't, because he returned the favor, throwing the speeder right back. It was in that moment that Iskat realized that sparring with Vader wasn't spam. That even if the Inquisitors who fought him had walked away with missing limbs, Vader had still been gentle, almost kind. When completely unleashed, his powers were absolutely diabolical. Up until that moment, she had thought herself his equal. But he was unstoppable, a killing machine with Force powers beyond her wildest dreams and nightmares. And now he was leaping from speeder to speeder, directly toward them. Vader's still coming. Tualon said worriedly, flinging his lightsaber at their enemy. Just fight the fear. Focus. We'll do this together. That speeder. Right at him, as fast as we can. Ready. Because their only hope was to work together. She wasn't enough on her, she needed Tualon. She had always needed Tualon. Ironic that just as she realized this, she was in the fight of her life. They threw a speeder at him, and he batted it aside like it was a toy. They threw another and finally caught him. Vader fell to someone's deck, landing heavily. But this time, he didn't leap up. He lay there, badly damaged. Sensing their chance to take down their master, she and Tuolon leapt to join. I don't believe it. We actually beat him. Tuolon said. Not yet. He's still alive. And she was going to do her best to change that. They were going to kill him. If Vader was dead, she and Tuolon could escape. They were Inquisitors, which meant they knew how Inquisitors worked, how they tracked their prey. It was a big galaxy, and they knew how to disappear. They could close themselves off in the Force, find some quiet place to settle together. They could go back to Korea and hide. Or they could return to headquarters and claim supremacy. After all, anyone who killed Darth Vader had surely proven themselves beyond all others. Perhaps leading the Inquisitors would be more exciting than taking orders. She was done, she realized, with taking orders. Iskat had always wanted to master the Force, to be the best Jedi and then the best Inquisitor, but now she understood that her connection with the Force was what kept her under the control of others. If she hadn't been so special, no one would have cared. Forget the Inquisitors. Forget the Jedi. Perhaps her next great adventure would be learning how to live without the Force. Darth Vader, after all this time, after all our work together, I really only know one thing about you, she said, Lysaba poised to strike him down. You deserve this. But as she struck, her arm was caught in the vice-like grip of the Force. Vader was hurt, his body a rictus of pain, but he was, using that pain. Channeling it. His fingers shook as he held her and Tuolon in the crushing grip of the Force, raising their bodies up off the ground. Iskat reached deep inside herself, calling on that well of strength deep within she'd always depended on. She'd held it back for so long, then used it dark side she found there to fully blossom. But now that deep well proved to be only a shallow pool compared with the endless sea that was Darth Vader. Tuolon was likewise trapped, and Iskat wanted to reach out and hold his hand, touch his face, stroke his leku. There was so much she wanted to say to him that she'd held within herself, so much she refused to say now in front of Vader. So she gave Tuolon a smile, a real, honest smile, full of love, and settled for 2 words she thought she'd never have to say. I'm sorry. The look he gave her was full of tenderness. Funny, how he'd been a tough Jedi and a kind Inquisitor, at least when it came to her. It's all right. I don't think either one of us expected to die in bed, he said gently. Not after the choices we've made. And at least now we'll be free. Vader used the Force to switch on their blades. It was the second time Tuolon had put a Lysaba blade through her. And the first time she'd put one through him. Because Vader had forced their hands. And this time, no medbay could fix it. They faced each other, and she was looking in his face as it happened. Their eyes locked, hers bright blue and his the orange of embers. They wore soft smiles, the sort they'd only ever shared behind closed doors. Her blade through his chest, his blade through one of her hearts. There was a rightness to it, a completed circle. And he was right. Iskat Akaris was finally free.